Chapter 36. Lin Che couldn't think of anything else. She only realized it when she got into the helicopter. How can we get there like this? Lin Che was stunned. She couldn't help but ask as she looked at the huge machine. Gu Jingzi said, "It's too far. It's faster." Lin Che looked at him. "Actually, it's not that urgent." Gu Jingzi looked at her calmly. "But you have to know that we have something to do tomorrow morning. If we drive like this, it'll take an hour to get there and another hour to get back. It'll be daybreak by the time we get home. The helicopter will be here in 10 minutes. Get ready." "Okay." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and thought to herself that this was how a tycoon handled things. She had to get used to it. As expected, they landed on the top floor of the hospital in 10 minutes. Gu Jingzi didn't let her move and carried her down first. He carried her all the way inside before putting her down. When the doctor examined her, Lin Che felt a little guilty. The doctor asked, "How does it hurt?" "It's just a little pain." She braced herself and didn't dare to look at Gu Jingzi's eyes. The doctor took a look and said, "Mrs. Gu, your wound isn't inflamed and there aren't any other symptoms. The pain might just be a psychological effect. Don't be too stressed out. If you think about something else, you might not feel the pain." The doctor had no choice but to make a diagnosis like this. Lin Che nodded vigorously. "I see." Gu Jingzi looked at her from the side. Lin Che gave a fawning smile. Gu Jingzi's dark eyes moved and he glared at her. However, he still said to the doctor, "Just in case, we'll stay here for the night." Lin Che could only agree. The room was the same as the previous intensive care unit. Gu Jingzi had already arranged it at the door. As he had expected, it was already midnight by the time they arrived in the helicopter. Lin Che sat there guiltily. He saw that Gu Jingzi's thin lips were tightly pressed into a line, and the line of his jaw was also tightened. He looked as cold as ice, making it hard for people to approach him. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Seeing him turn around and look at her coldly, she quickly gave him a flattering smile. "You've worked hard. Go to sleep." Gu Jingzi glared at her and sat down by the side. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Gu Jingzi, come over. I want to talk to you." Gu Jingzi snorted and sat there without moving. Lin Che steeled his heart and got off the bed. But as soon as his heels touched the ground, his thighs began to hurt. She let out a hiss and clutched her thigh, almost falling down. Gu Jingzi's eyes darkened. He couldn't care less about anything else. He hurriedly walked over, put his hands under her armpits, and hugged her. "Lin Che, why did you move?" Gu Jingzi was furious. His heart almost jumped out of his chest because of what she had just done. Lin Che was really in pain. He frowned and faced the light, his face slightly wrinkled. Gu Jingzi steadied her and turned his head. His lips brushed against her earlobe. Her soft earlobes still had some fine hair. Under the illumination of the light, the hair glowed and looked very cute. His mind was in a mess. He frowned and wanted to let go of this damned woman. But just as he was about to let go, Lin Che grabbed his arm. "Gu Jingzi, don't be angry," she said softly, looking at him with her clear eyes. Her expression was exceptionally pitiful. Gu Jingzi's gaze kept falling on her ear. Looking at that smooth little ear, he had an inexplicable crazy urge to go up and nip it. Had his illness developed to the point of becoming a pervert? Why did he feel hot all over looking at a little ear? He felt her hand on his arm, and the places she touched became even hotter, making him want to fling her hand away in annoyance. "Let go of me, Lin Che." His face darkened, and Lin Che saw that he was even more anxious. "Don't be angry, Gu Jingzi. Hubby, don't be angry. When a husband and wife quarrel, shouldn't they sleep together? Don't be angry anymore. Lin Che really did everything he could to soften this awkward man. However, Gu Jing's face did not get better. Instead, it turned from gloomy to red. He looked very angry, and Lin Che was so scared that her voice became even softer. Hubby. Hubby, don't be angry. Seeing that I'm so pitiful and can't get out of bed, she hugged one of his arms with both hands like a child. She pouted and her eyes looked pitiful as she swayed his arm. Gu Jingze listened to her softer voice and looked down at her swaying arm. In fact, at this moment, if he grabbed her hands and pushed her directly onto the bed, she would fall under him. Such an impulse surged in his heart, but he strongly suppressed it. But this damned woman, could she behave herself for a while? She didn't swing around like that. He was dizzy. Lin Che, I said let go of me. Don't you understand? Gu Jingze growled in a gloomy voice. Lin Che looked at him. Was he really angry? She immediately let go of her hands, but she lost her balance and fell backward. Gu Jingze saw that and reached out to hold her waist. But because of her downward pull, he fell in her direction and fell down with Lin Che. Lin Che's eyes widened. She felt his soft thin lips smashing heavily on her mouth. And that magnified handsome face with a slight blush was directly reflected in front of her eyes. Lin Che felt a pain in her chest. She looked down and saw that his chest was pressed against hers. Her face instantly turned bright red. This time, Gu Jingze also clearly felt the pain in his chest. But looking at Lin Che, he immediately dodged at lightning speed, rolled to the side, and quickly left her body. Lin Che's heart was still thumping non-stop because of his sudden approach. What the fuck? Was she crazy? Just now, she almost had an impulse to kiss him. Her mouth almost moved closer to his. Was it because she had been with him for too long that she couldn't resist the temptation of his beauty? Indeed, Gu Jingze was very handsome and sexy. Even his movements just now were beautiful, and the curve of his lips was very alluring. But, his heart belonged to someone else. Lin Che was definitely not someone who would steal someone else's love. Moreover, Gu Jing's expression just now was clearly one of disgust. She suddenly covered her mouth and remembered that he was allergic to women. No wonder he kept trying to push her away. Lin Che quickly looked up. Oh, Gu Jingze, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it just now. I forgot that you were sick, so I didn't let go. Gu Jing's expression darkened. He raised his handsome face slightly and said, It's okay to touch occasionally. Is that so? Yeah, it's just. He looked at her chest and couldn't help but take another look. She immediately noticed his gaze and lowered her head together with him. Gu Jingze turned his slightly red face away to hide his gaze. He said mildly, It's just that the shape of your chest is not bad. It's full of boobs. I don't think it's faked. He deliberately said nonchalantly. Damn it. Chapter 37. Of course, it's all natural. It's in the shape of a honey peach. It's just the right size and softness. Why would I do it? Also, it's too obvious now. If I lie down, I'll be exposed immediately. Let me tell you, it's said that after I lie down, my breasts won't flatten out because they're arched when I do it. Gu Jingze couldn't help but look at her chest. He averted his gaze unnaturally and said, You really know a lot. Of course, Lin Che said. I'm very knowledgeable. As he spoke, Lin Che touched his foot unnaturally. Gu Jingze thought of the pain in her leg just now and was worried that she might have touched it, so he quickly said, All right, don't move around. Let me take a look at your leg. She sat on the bed. He half squatted down and opened her pants. He looked at her wound. Afraid that she might be in pain, he touched it carefully. How is it? Lin Che felt that it was fine. He didn't feel anything. It should be fine. It's just that my leg hurts a little when it lands on the ground. Gu Jingzi said, behave yourself then. Lin Che thought, wasn't he anxious just now? It's his fault for suddenly ignoring me. Gu Jingzi raised his head to look at her, but his eyes were still fixed on her breasts. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he suddenly felt that her breasts were really beautiful from this angle. The two bulges were evenly arranged, and they looked round and cute. They were neither too big nor too small, and they seemed to be just big enough to be held with one hand. He remembered what she said about the shape of a honey peach. It seemed to be a little like that. He was a little curious. If he really touched it, would it be as soft as she said? His lower abdomen stiffened. Suddenly, he felt that he could feel it again. He stood up calmly and turned his head with a straight face, wondering what was wrong with him. Noticing that his expression had darkened again, Lin Che thought that he was having another relapse. She looked at him worriedly and asked nervously, "What's wrong, Gu Jingzi? Do you feel anything wrong? Should I call the doctor? If I had known, I wouldn't have asked you to touch me." This stupid woman. Did she think that he had been avoiding her because of his illness? However, his allergy was secondary now. Something else was more important. It was an unexpected illness that made him very irritated. He felt that he really needed to ask Chen Yuqing if his original disease had mutated and there were complications. Otherwise, how could he be like this? He couldn't be bothered with this stupid woman. He turned around and said, "Okay, I'm fine now. Go to sleep." Lin Che said, "Then can you still sleep in the same bed with me tonight? Or are you going out to sleep?" Looking at the bed, he felt a little reluctant to leave. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Look at the time. Where are you going to sleep? Let's just stay here for a few hours." Lin Che nodded and made way for him. She didn't care, as long as he didn't feel uncomfortable in the same bed with her. At this time, she had to take care of the patient's feelings. Although she seemed to be the one who came to the hospital. Lin Che lay down and placed the pillow in the middle of the bed. Gu Jingzi looked at it and thought that it didn't matter whether he placed the pillow or not, but he didn't say it out loud. He found that there was a trace of anticipation in his heart. If she ran around after falling asleep, would she end up lying on top of him? Then, he would be able to feel the peach-shaped breasts that she had mentioned. What did they feel like? The two of them lay on the bed together. The lights were on, and she was playing with her phone. Her phone rang, and she saw that there was a friend request on WeChat. She opened it and saw that it was Gu Jingyu. She couldn't help but be a little stunned, but she quickly accepted it. Once she accepted, he immediately sent her a WeChat message and asked, "You're not asleep yet?" Lin Che quickly asked, "Superstar Gu, why did you add me?" Lin Che thought that perhaps it was to talk about the scandal. Thus, he quickly asked, "Are you going to deal with the scandal?" He remembered that Gu Jingyu rarely had such scandals. Some people said that Gu Jingyu hated scandals, so whenever there was a scandal, he would start suppressing it. Gu Jingyu immediately replied, "Why should I deal with the scandal?" Lin Che was a little stunned. "Of course. Didn't you see how ridiculous their lies were?" "I saw it." "Then why don't you deal with it? What's the use of dealing with it? Just ignore it. It'll be over in a few days." This was a little different from Gu Jingyu's usual style. "But they really are ridiculous, and they exaggerate it so much. It's not good to spread it around," Lin Che said quickly. Gu Jingyu replied, "I don't care." "Why do you care?" Depressed, Lin Che really wanted to scold someone. He didn't care because he wasn't the one being scolded. But she was scolded badly, and now she was so scared that she didn't dare to open Weibo. The moment she opened it, she would be scolded like a tidal wave, each more unpleasant than the last. No, superstar Gu Jingyu, you have to save me. If you don't deal with it, this matter will definitely continue to worsen, Lin Che said quickly. Gu Jingyu still replied in a tone, how will it worsen? I think it's pretty good. Good my ass, I'm being scolded badly. You'll stop after a few days. No. Gradually, Lin Che couldn't help but talk to him very casually. Then I'll post on Weibo tomorrow and tell you to stop scolding her, and if there's anything, come at me. Lin Che looked at his reply and almost fainted. Then they'll scold me even harder. Then what do you want me to do? Just say that we're just friends from the same production team and we've only known each other for a few days. They're just looking at pictures and talking, and what they're saying is fake. This was the truth. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingyu said, then what if we really get together in the future and dig out these reports? Wouldn't that be slapping my own face? Who would really want to get together with him? Of course we won't be together. Don't worry, you won't get slapped in the face, Lin Che said quickly. Gu Jingyu immediately sent a crying emoji. You're hurting me by doing this. So what if I'm hurting you? Anyway, you have to deal with it properly. Seriously, how do you know if you won't regret being so heartless to me in the future? Who knows if you'll suddenly fall in love with me and want to marry me no matter what? Scram, that's impossible. Why is it impossible? Everything is possible. Lin Che looked at his reply speechlessly. He knew that he was purposely teasing her, and he couldn't deal with it properly. So he directly sent a message to him, go to hell, don't disturb my sleep. Then he ignored him. Chapter 38. Lin Che was upset. He didn't know how to go out the next day. He glanced at his Weibo and saw that he had gained tens of thousands of fans. But he knew without thinking that they were probably anti-fans. Lin Che could only sigh and put down the phone. Gu Jingzi frowned. Don't play with your phone when you're sleeping. Lin Che said, I'll just take a look and then go to sleep. He lay down on his side. Gu Jingzi had already closed his eyes. Even when Gu Jingzi was lying down, he was still upright. Lin Che felt as if he wouldn't move at all for the whole night. Lin Che looked at him. The faint light shone on his cheeks. The blanket only covered half of his body. His well-built body was perfectly divided into two halves, one half bright and one half dark. The half-bright side was tanned and sexy, while the half-dark side was even more tempting than the half-bright side. It was as if it was plated with a layer of magnificent dark light, exuding a luxurious temptation. When he closed his eyes, his eyelashes looked even longer and lovable. His perfect lips were slightly curled up, and the line of his chin perfectly outlined his handsome face. Below, his Adam's apple moved slightly. Below, the position of his collarbone was very clear. Even though he was lying like this, the shape of his collarbone could be clearly seen. And further down, Lin Che quickly turned his head. Damn it! She felt as if she had been mesmerized by his beauty. Looking at him like this, he was really irredeemably sexy. And she suddenly remembered that this was her husband. Although it was only in name, he was indeed her husband. The law recognized him. But it was a pity that he had another woman in his heart. She sighed and turned over to lie down. She was upset and didn't sleep well. She slept half the night, but at least she didn't move again. Gu Jingzi was surprised. He had thought that she would still toss and turn and attack every part of his body. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't move at all. He was prepared to be harassed by her, so he couldn't sleep for a long time. But she didn't come. Gu Jingze didn't know how he fell asleep. He just felt a little disappointed when he fell asleep. The next day, they went home. Gu Jingze said, "We wanted to invite you back for dinner." "Ha!" Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Gu Jingze said unhurriedly, "But I've already refused." "Oh." She was scared. "Yeah, I'll be asked about the scandal if I go back now. I don't know what to say." Gu Jingze looked at her, his expression as dark as ink. He glanced at her and pursed his lips before turning back. After getting out of the car, Gu Jingze strode inside. Lin Che had to get into the wheelchair. A servant came to push her. Lin Che looked up and said, "Your husband is really troublesome." The servant laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Lin Che packed up and hurried to the company. Seeing Yu Minmin, she hurriedly said, "How was it, Sister Yu? Have you settled it?" As soon as Yu Minmin saw Lin Che, she walked over and said, "Yeah, you don't have to be so anxious. I saw that the news has been blocked. For the time being, news about you and Gu Jingyu are not allowed to be published in the newspapers." Lin Che said in surprise, "It can't be." Yu Minmin said, "It seems that Gu Jingyu's side has taken action. Anyway, our company doesn't have that much power or connections. It's impossible for them to block the news. They must have done it." Lin Che said curiously, "But yesterday, Gu Jingyu said not to deal with it." Yu Minmin immediately looked at Lin Che in surprise. "When did you say that?" Lin Che replied, "I told you on WeChat last night." You and Gu Jingyu actually keep in touch in private." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che with interest. Lin Che hurriedly said, "No way. He just added me on WeChat. Maybe it's to deal with the scandal." Yu Minmin looked at her secretively and said with a smile, "You really underestimate Gu Jingyu. He doesn't need to deal with these things himself. He can just leave it to his staff." "Oh, really?" Lin Che wasn't like Yu Minmin, who had a thorough understanding of the big shots in the entertainment industry. Yu Minmin said, "Gu Jingyu has always been difficult to get along with. Many people think that he's too cold and unapproachable. Also, he definitely won't interact with newcomers." Why is he different from the Gu Jingyu I know?" Lin Che said, "I think he's quite nice. He's funny, but a little cheap." Yu Minmin said, "Really? Then, enjoy it." After saying that, she patted Lin Che's arm deeply. Lin Che shrugged speechlessly. He thought that it was probably because they hadn't interacted with him that they had misunderstood him. After all, Yu Minmin had never interacted with Gu Jingyu before. She had only asked around and heard that the rumors were getting more and more ridiculous. In short, Lin Che felt that this incident was probably caused by Gu Jingyu's team. After all, sooner or later, his team wouldn't be able to stand it. Thus, after some thought, Lin Che sent him a WeChat message and said, "I saw that you've dealt with it. I'm sorry about the scandal and thank you for being willing to deal with it." Unexpectedly, Gu Jingyu, who seemed to be around all the time, had already replied. Lin Che saw that his reply was, "Dealt with what?" Lin Che said, "Wasn't it your team that dealt with the scandal?" "Of course not." What a pity. I wanted to see it for a few more days." "That's it." Lin Che really wanted to vomit blood. "Go to hell. Thanks for taking it back. So heartless." After speaking to Gu Jingyu, Lin Che snorted and put down his phone. However, he thought curiously, what's going on? As for Gu Jingze, Qin Hao lowered his head and said to Gu Jingze, who was sitting in the office chair, "Sir, the matter has been dealt with. The news has been deleted and there won't be any more news about Third Young Master in the near future." Gu Jingze nodded. Qin Hao said, "Should we inform Third Young Master then? Up until now, third young master still didn't know Lin Che's identity, which was why he made such a blunder. Gu Jingzi thought for a moment. Forget it. If he knows, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause. If he doesn't know, he'll probably calm down a little. Gu Jingyu was the most rebellious of the three brothers. He would do whatever the others were unhappy about. Qin Hao said, "Sir, if there's anything you need, please let me know." "Wait a minute," Gu Jingzi said, "block all news about Gu Jingyu for 2 months. Make him behave." However, even so, Gu Jingzi felt uncomfortable letting him off the hook without punishing him. When Qin Hao heard this, he could only say, "Yes, sir." After Qin Hao left, Gu Jingzi lowered his head and looked at the news article. In the article, Gu Jingyu and Lin Che were in the same frame, talking and laughing together. It was very eye-catching. It made people feel annoyed. He threw the news article to the back and frowned. What kind of taste did these people have? Did they look like they were together? Chapter 39. Over the next 2 days, the news gradually died down, but the lingering warmth was still there. Lin Che's Weibo was still filled to the brim, but the number of fans kept increasing. It could be said that he had not been scolded for nothing. For the first time in the industry, he had gained some fame and a sense of existence. Just then, the auntie suddenly called Lin Che and said, "Your sister and Qin Qing's engagement party. Can you spare some time this weekend?" Lin Che's heart sank. Are they going to be officially engaged? Lin Che's hand that was holding the phone trembled slightly, but he still pretended to be calm and said to Han Kaiying on the phone, "Why would I go? Is Auntie inviting me?" Of course, she didn't want to go. She didn't want to go back and see her family's faces, and she didn't want to see that Qin Qing was finally going to marry someone else. Han Kaiying snorted and said, "Why? You don't dare to come. Could it be that you really have feelings for Qin Qing? All the more reason for you to come. Take a look and give up on this idea." "Auntie, I can't help it if you insist." "Oh, did I say that, or did you really think that? These days, you've been working hard to win Lin Li's favor. You even tried to get close to Gu Jingyu to get on the headlines. Unfortunately, Gu Jingyu ignored you and suppressed the news within 2 days. This time, Lin Li's wedding will be on the headlines for sure. Now that you finally have a chance to show your face, why don't you come and get on the headlines?" Listening to Han Kaiying's words, Lin Che thought to himself, her imagination is really rich. Although she didn't know if it was Gu Jingyu who suppressed the news, she was certain that Gu Jingyu wasn't like what she said. At last, Han Kaiying said, "Anyway, I won't come to see you. If you really don't want to see Qin Qing marry Lin Li, then don't come." As Lin Che listened to her hang up the phone, he couldn't help but feel cold for a long time. When Gu Jingzi came in and saw Lin Che in a daze, he walked over and said, "What's wrong? Does it hurt anywhere?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "Actually, I sympathize with Miss Mo." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che with sparkling eyes. He didn't know why she suddenly mentioned Mo Huiling. What happened to her? Lin Che hugged a pillow and sat there. "She must be very sad to see me with you. Seeing the person she loves with someone else, yet she can't do anything about it. She has to act like she doesn't care. But in reality, she might even wake up in the middle of the night crying in her blankets, feeling sad, while you're by another woman's side." As Lin Che spoke, he lowered his eyes. His long eyelashes curled up like a fragrant fan, lightly covering his bright eyes. His porcelain white face was filled with bitterness. Sorrow was like a gurgling stream, gently drowning his originally clear and bright eyes. She smiled. Although her eyebrows were curved, it made people feel pity for her. She seemed to be talking about Mo Huiling, but she herself was sad. Gu Jingze looked into her eyes and felt a little sour in his heart. He felt that she wasn't talking about Imo Huiling, but him. Gu Jingze frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about me and Huiling." Lin Che snorted and looked at Gu Jingze. Men are indeed not good. Humph. Gu Jingze glared at her, got up, and walked out. What a heartless woman. However, he still frowned. He knew that there was something wrong with her, and he wanted to know what was wrong with her. In the study, he looked at Qin Hao. "How's the investigation going?" Qin Hao said, "Sir, although I don't know if it's true, it seems that the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Li, got engaged to Qin, the young master of the Qin family, this weekend." Qin. The man that she had always liked. Gu Jingze frowned deeply. The gloomy expression on his face was unfathomable. Indeed, she wasn't talking about Huiling and him just now. She was talking about that man. Was she feeling sad for that man? Gu Jingze didn't know why, but he felt even more uncomfortable. She was in bed every day and always slept earlier than him. How could she have the cheek to say that she cried under the blanket in her dreams at night? He didn't know why, but he felt even more irritated. He waved his hand and asked Qin Hao to leave. Qin Hao said, "Sir, then, scram." Qin Hao was startled. He hurriedly crawled away. Although Lin Che didn't want to go, he was still angry at the thought of it, especially when he thought of Han Kaiying's provocation. Although he knew that she did it on purpose, Lin Che still couldn't help but fall for it. So, Lin Che decided to go and have a look. He asked the company to borrow a gown for him. When Yu Minmin heard that it was for Lin Li's wedding, he generously asked for a good one. After all, Lin Li was a star, and her marriage with Qin was talked about by many people. There would probably be a lot of media there. Yu Minmin was happy to take the opportunity to get some exposure. On the day of the engagement, the sky was clear. However, Lin Che's mood was as low as the bottom of the valley. She arrived at the engagement venue. When she got out of the car, she saw a few big words glowing at the entrance of the splendid hotel, Lin Li and Qin, 100 years of love. 100 years of love. She swallowed her bitterness and told herself not to look at him and not to think about him. After today, he would no longer be the young man she dreamed of when she was young. He would be someone else's fiancé. She got out of the car and sat in a wheelchair. Although it didn't hurt that much to walk now, she didn't want to limp to attend the engagement ceremony. It was better to sit in a wheelchair. She walked into the hotel in a blue gown. Before she entered the door, she was spotted by the reporters at the entrance. "Lin Che, look. That's Lin Che, right?" Lin Che was still in a daze when she saw several cameras pointing at her. The reporters swarmed over. Although they were blocked by the hotel security, they still asked Lin Che excitedly, "Are you here for my sister's engagement ceremony? You are Lin Li's biological sister, right?" Lin Che could only smile generously. The reporters kept snapping pictures of her smile and continued to ask, "Do you have any scenes with Lin Li in the new TV series? How do you feel about the two sisters? Did Lin Li invite anyone from the crew? Has Gu Jingyu been invited? Will he come with us? Lin Che, has Gu Jingyu contacted you in private?" It was the first time that Lin Che was surrounded like this. She didn't expect that she would be recognized by the reporters immediately because of the scandal. Inside, Han Kaiying saw that Lin Che was blocked by the reporters and couldn't get in. Han Kaiying's face darkened when she saw the enthusiasm of the reporters. Who was Lin Che? How could he be surrounded by reporters and look so glamorous? Was she here to steal the limelight? Chapter 40. Lin Che was still sitting in his wheelchair. He laughed dryly, not knowing how to answer these questions. She didn't expect to meet reporters here. She was wearing a blue gown that revealed her shoulders. It was natural and elegant, and she looked fresh and elegant. Her hair was raised high, revealing part of her neck, which was very beautiful. Han Kaiying was furious. She was sure that Lin Che did it on purpose. How dare he say that he wasn't interested in Qin Qing? Finally, the security stopped the reporters, and Lin Che entered. He saw Han Kaiying wearing a festive dress. However, she looked like she wanted to wear all the most valuable things in her house. She looked like a nouveau riche. She glared at Lin Che and said, "Hey, you should have told me earlier that you couldn't walk properly. Then, I wouldn't have rushed you here." Lin Che snorted. "Really? But how can I not come to my sister's wedding?" Han Kaiying said, "Look at you. You were discovered by the reporters as soon as you arrived. Of course, it's easy to be discovered when you're sitting in a wheelchair." Did Han Kaiying mean that she was sitting in a wheelchair on purpose to attract attention? Lin Che couldn't be bothered to explain. He just sat there and smiled as he said, "I didn't expect there to be reporters here either. Auntie, it's your engagement ceremony that caused such a ruckus and alerted the reporters. That's why I can ride on the east wind and make use of my sister to get on the headlines. Didn't you say that you wanted me to freeload on the headlines?" "You." Han Kaiying said that, but she was just being sarcastic. She didn't expect that the reporters knew Lin Che and were so interested in him. Of course, Han Kaiying had underestimated Gu Jingyu's influence. The rumors about him would only stop after a long time. Okay. You're right. Your sister is famous, so it's only right for me to bring you along." She could only say that. She glared at Lin Che and thought to herself, no matter what, Lin Li is the star of today. Soon, she arranged for Lin Che to sit in a corner so that no one could see him, so that he could steal the limelight again. Just then, Qin Qing walked out from afar. Qin Qing was dressed very neatly in a white gown today. He was the male lead today, so naturally, he was like Prince Charming. As soon as he appeared, he won everyone's attention. The young master of the Qin family had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was destined to be a winner in life. Today, he was going to be engaged to the beautiful and sexy star, Lin Li. Just thinking about it made him envious. Lin Che saw Qin Qing from afar and suddenly felt that he was really good-looking. She couldn't help but take another glance at him. Only when she felt him looking at her did she hurriedly retract her gaze. She thought bitterly, "This is my last glance, my last glance." It was a pity that he had to be with Lin Li. If it was someone else, it might be easier for her to wish him well. However, thinking that it was Lin Li, she was already very unwilling. How could she still wish him well? When Qin Qing saw Lin Che, her peach blossom-like eyes paused for a moment, and she slightly widened her eyes. Sitting in the wheelchair, she looked so dazzling. Her appearance was also extremely beautiful. It seemed that it had not been long since the last time he saw her. However, he felt that she was like a butterfly that was transforming, becoming more and more beautiful day by day. One day, she would break out of her shell. At this moment, he heard someone say, "Isn't that Lin Che?" Lin Che? Who's that? That's Gu Jingyu's rumored girlfriend. Oh, it's her. Didn't they say that she was creating hype? Yeah, the news has been gone for a few days. However, looking at her in person, she looks much better than on TV. Qin Qing squinted her eyes and looked over. Indeed, she was much better looking. However, she still felt strange when she thought of the scandal between her and Gu Jingyu. She thought that the scandal would disappear soon, but she didn't expect that it would affect her for such a long time. At this moment, the engagement party was about to start. Qin Qing wanted to go and find Lin Che, but she saw that Lin Li had already come from afar. Lin Li was wearing a white gown, looking like a pure angel. Qin Qing smiled and hurried over to greet her. The engagement party soon began. It was an extremely gorgeous engagement party, which showed the generosity of the Qin family and the Lin family. The marriage between the two families would definitely not be too simple. With so many reporters coming to support them, they had to be worthy of their reputation. Lin Che was arranged to sit in a corner. Looking at the front, Qin Qing and Lin Li stood in front of everyone and received blessings. Qin Qing looked at Lin Li with a sweet expression. She couldn't help but feel touched. She held Lin Li's hand and said, "I'll be good to you for the rest of my life." Lin Li was so touched that she burst into tears immediately. The engagement party of the two came to an end in a warm and touching atmosphere. It looked like a perfect fairy tale. And Lin Che was just an insignificant side character in this story. She sat there, looking miserable, but she felt that she had accepted it. At the engagement party, Qin Qing only paid attention to Lin Li. When it was over and Lin Li went to the interview, he realized that he hadn't seen Lin Che. After looking around, he found her in the corner. Qin Qing strode over and looked at Lin Che with a smile. He looked at her gown and felt that she was becoming more and more feminine. "Lin Che, why are you hiding so far away?" he said. Lin Che saw Qin Qing and smiled. He thought to himself that it wasn't her who was hiding so far away. It was Auntie who moved her so far away. However, she was originally a person in the corner of the Lin family. It was predictable that Auntie would arrange for her to be here. Qin Qing looked at Lin Che and said, "I want to ask you about the scandal between you and Gu Jingyu." Lin Che was stunned. He said speechlessly, "Why are you paying attention to this too?" Qin Qing smiled and said, "I can't not pay attention to it. I get flooded with news every day." Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. "It's just a scandal." Qin Qing said, "I think so too. But you should stay away from Gu Jingyu. I told you that he's not a simple person." Lin Che said, "I just know him and we're just friends. We're not as close as the news reports say, okay?" Qin Qing heard this and nodded. "That's good. I'm afraid that you're always so silly. It's not good if you get cheated." Lin Che only smiled bitterly. Yes, she was that silly. At this moment, Lin Yukai seemed to have seen Lin Che and Qin Qing chatting happily in the distance. He couldn't help but frown. Lin Che had been too ostentatious recently. What did it look like to let others see her chatting with her brother-in-law? Lin Yukai walked over fearlessly and said politely to Qin Qing with a smile, "I'm here to say a few words to Lin Che." It was natural for a father to talk to his daughter. Qin Qing stood up immediately. "Oh, okay. Uncle, take your time." Seeing that Qin Qing had left, Lin Yotsai's expression darkened. "Lin Che, what's wrong with you recently? Why are there rumors about you and Gu Jingyu?" "Gu Jingyu again." Lin Che laughed coldly and said to her father, "It's just a scandal. What's wrong with it?" Lin Yotsai's face immediately froze at her attitude. "What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? I asked you to get married, but you didn't want to. You offended the Qing family and you still want us to clean up after you. Do you know how much money the Qing family has? You ran away and never came back. You even messed around with people. I know you want to be famous, but Gu Jingyu isn't someone you can mess with. You're really unscrupulous in order to be famous. You'll regret it when you lose yourself in it." Chapter 41. Lin Che looked at her father and said, "Dad, how am I unscrupulous? This scandal has nothing to do with me. If you behave yourself, you can go to the Qing family and apologize to them. They haven't decided on a marriage partner yet. Han Kaiying was unwilling to let Lin Yu marry them. Lin Yu Kai could only watch as the Qing family's money was given to someone else. He was really anxious. Lin Che knew what her father was thinking. She looked at Lin Yu Kai mockingly. She didn't expect him to still think about this matter. Dad, don't think about this. It's not that I don't want to. Actually, I already have a boyfriend and I won't marry anyone else. Lin Che didn't want to say that she was already married. She just mentioned that she had a boyfriend. Lin Yu Kai was stunned. He looked at Lin Che in surprise and said, "Are you serious?" Lin Che laughed and said, "Why would I lie to you about this? Gu Jingyu. Of course not. It's just a scandal." Lin Yu Kai rolled his eyes in disappointment. It was impossible. How could a man like Gu Jingyu take a fancy to her? Lin Yu Kai harumphed. You'd better not find any poor gigolo from your circle to be an eyesore. Let me tell you, I won't agree to it. Don't get cheated by others. What's so bad about the Qing family? When you get there, you'll be the young madam. You'll enjoy endless blessings and have endless money to spend. If you want the Qing family's money so badly, let Auntie marry them. I'm your daughter and you're even selling me off. Lin Che felt really sad. She never thought that she would be born in such a family. Lin Yotsai's face darkened. At this moment, Han Kaiying heard what he said. Lin Che, what kind of attitude is this? I invited you to attend the engagement ceremony because I treat you as a family member. How dare you speak to your father and me like this? Lin Che sneered and said, only you know why you asked me to come back. Anyway, I already have a man. I don't believe that the Qing family will still be willing. You should quickly give up on this idea. Han Kai was so angry that her face turned red. You shameless bastard. I knew it. You're going to fool around outside and you still have the cheek to say that you already have a man. You've been fooled by someone and you still have the cheek to brag about it. Lin Che already knew that no matter what he did, in their eyes, it would always be wrong. If she came looking sloppy, they'd say she didn't take the play seriously enough. She had tidied herself up, and they thought that she was showing off. Lin Che immediately turned around to leave. However, at this moment, someone suddenly said quietly, could it be that you guys are forcing Lin Che to marry someone else? His voice was gloomy and hoarse, but it had a heavenly charm to it. Lin Che turned around and saw Gu Jingze, who was dressed in a black suit, walking over leisurely. Gu Jingze's tall figure had the aura of a king that couldn't be ignored. It was as if he was the sovereign of the 9-5 realms. His eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, carried an insufferably arrogant air. It was as if no one could enter his eyes. Lin Che was still sitting in the wheelchair when he felt his hand push against the back of the wheelchair. It was natural and unrestrained. Lin Che did not expect him to come. No one expected him to come. Lin Che did not even tell him that she would be here. After all, they were only married by contract, and this was her private matter. She didn't want to disturb him because of this. Raising her head, she met his dark, emotionless eyes. He looked at her deeply, then raised his eyes, as if he was using the corner of his eyes to look at Lin Yu Kai and Han Kaiying in front of him with disdain, making it obvious that he was looking down on them. Han Kaiying was stunned. She looked at Gu Jingze and said bluntly, where are you from? Gu Jingze glanced at Han Kaiying indifferently. His voice was cold. Although it was restrained, it had an uncontrollable sharpness to it. Is this your auntie? He seemed to ignore Han Kaiying as he lowered his head and asked Lin Che. Lin Che looked at Han Kaiying's face, which immediately turned green, and said, yeah. Han Kaiying pointed at Gu Jingze angrily. Ha, you're the gigolo that Lin Che was talking about just now, right? Who told you to come here? Gu Jingze held the wheelchair and looked at Han Kaiying. He said matter-of-factly, "Of course I brought my family to attend the wedding. Since you invited Lin Che, what's wrong with bringing me along?" Lin Che thought that Han Kaiying definitely did not know who Gu Jingze was. Lin Che would never have thought that there would be such a person. Firstly, she could not come into contact with such a high and mighty person, so she would not purposely ask about him. Secondly, although there seemed to be a lot of reporters secretly taking pictures of him, they had never succeeded. He had too many people around him, and he would not let any of them escape. So until now, not a single picture had been leaked. He was such a low-key person. Ordinary people would naturally only hear about him, but never see him. Han Kaiying sized up Gu Jingze. He was not very good-looking. She wondered if he was also an actor or a celebrity. Han Kaiying snorted and said bluntly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself a family member? If you want to marry our Lin Che, you should at least get our permission. We haven't agreed yet, and we definitely won't agree." Gu Jingze's voice was cold as usual. There was no warmth in it at all. "I don't need anyone's permission to marry who I want to marry." "Ha, you're too arrogant. She's still a member of the Lin family. Our daughter can't just be taken away by some wretch. Tell me first, what do you do? How much money do you earn every month? Do you have a house? Are you a local? Do you have a car? How much are you going to give us as a betrothal gift? Let me tell you, if our betrothal gift is less than 1 million, don't even think about marrying her. All these years, she has been eating and living in our Lin family's house. She carries the name of Miss Lin and is extremely noble. Do you think she gets it for free?" Gu Jingze said, "1 million. Han Kaiying said, "What? You can't afford it. If you can't afford it, then get lost." At this moment, Lin Yukai, who was behind them, hurriedly pulled Han Kaiying over. He looked at Gu Jingze, his eyes dancing. He seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. "Are you really our Lin Che's boyfriend?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Lin Che pursed his lips and looked at him embarrassedly. His gaze was like the stars in a lake, rippling and rippling. Gu Jingze said, "Yes." Lin Yukai smiled. "This Lin Che didn't sue us back then. Since we're friends, he should have told us earlier." Chapter 42. Lin Che was stunned. She looked up and saw that Lin Yotsai's gaze had changed. What did he mean? Did his attitude suddenly change? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Yukai and said, "We just got together, so I haven't had the chance to go home with her." "Oh, you're welcome anytime. Come home soon." Lin Yukai chuckled and said, "We've done a lot for Lin Che. She's still young and doesn't understand, but she'll understand in the future. We're doing this for her own good. Thank you for taking care of her." Gu Jingze lowered his head and held her hand. Lin Che stared blankly for a moment before raising his head. Gu Jingze said calmly, "Lin Che is the most innocent, adorable and beautiful girl I've ever met. I'm very happy to be with her, so I'll definitely treat her well." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She looked up at Gu Jingze. She had never thought that he would help her like this. Naturally, she felt very touched. There had never been anyone who treated her so well. Lin Yotsai's eyes sparkled as he looked at Gu Jingze. He gradually became more humble. Han Kaiying looked at her husband unhappily. She couldn't imagine why he would be so submissive to a pretty boy. Gu Jingze pushed Lin Che. Lin Che's leg was injured in the car accident and hasn't recovered yet. She needs to rest. If there's nothing else, I'll take Lin Che to rest first. Lin Yukai said immediately, Okay, this way please." Gu Jingze took one last look at Han Kaiying and looked at her disdainfully. The way he pushed Lin Che forward made Han Kaiying grit her teeth. How dare he be so arrogant in front of her? Qin Qing saw from afar that Lin Che was actually leaving with a handsome man with a frosty expression. Her heart trembled slightly. Who was that man? Qin Qing looked at the man who was pushing Lin Che. He seemed very considerate. Qin Qing walked over with a strange look on her face. She heard Han Kaiying yelling at Lin Yukai angrily, "What are you doing? Facing that gigolo? Look at you, your face is sticking to his feet." Han Kaiying was embarrassed. Lin Xiangtian glared at Han Kaiying. "I'm afraid that man isn't ordinary." Han Kaiying said, "Yeah, he looks like a dog, but Qin Qing isn't bad looking either, and she's richer than him." Lin Yukai snorted and said, "Forget it. Didn't you see the ring on his hand? I'm afraid not everyone has that ring." "Ha, it's just a ring. Why would a man wear jewelry?" Han Kaiying said disdainfully. Lin Yukai said, "What do you know? I've seen someone wear that ring before and he wore it publicly on television." "Who is it? Which celebrity?" Han Kaiying thought that those who could appear on TV were usually celebrities. Lin Yukai narrowed his eyes and said, "President." Han Kaiying was stunned and immediately blurted out, "How is that possible? Are you crazy? You must have seen wrongly." Just then, Qin Qing walked over and heard them talking about the president's ring. She said in a serious tone, "Uncle, Auntie, what are you talking about? The president does wear a ring because he's a member of the Gu family and the ring is the symbol of the Gu family, so he usually carries it with him." That man just now. He's also a member of the Gu family. There was only one member of the Gu family who had never been photographed in public, and that was the low-profile Gu Jingze. Could the man who pushed Lin Che away just now be Gu Jingze? His words made the few of them fall into silence. "I think it's very likely." Lin Yukai was elated to hear Qin Qing's affirmation. Han Kaiying, on the other hand, was extremely depressed. She shouted in disbelief, "How is that possible? You guys are thinking too much. With that little slut Lin Che's looks, how could he hook up with such a high and mighty person? You guys think too highly of Lin Che." Of course, Han Kaiying didn't want to believe it. How was that possible? Lin Li was as beautiful as a fairy. Many people were envious of her for finding Qin Qing and getting engaged to her. How could a little bitch like Lin Che meet such a rich and powerful man? She refused to believe it no matter what. Qin Qing was also puzzled. Then, how did they know each other? Han Kaiying said straightforwardly, "Humph. Even if it's him, I'm sure he just wants to play with Lin Che. Lin Che is so bold now that he's seducing Gu Jingyu and another man at the same time. Has he been provoked by Lin Li and started to risk his life for money? Yukai, you still want to encourage her. Stop playing around. Not only will she get herself into trouble, but she will also offend others." Then, she crossed her arms angrily. She looked like a firecracker that was about to explode. Qin Qing heard Han Kaiying's words and looked in the direction where Lin Che and that man left with a deep gaze. The people around them looked at Lin Che and Gu Jingze strangely. They couldn't help but discuss it. "Who's the man who went with Lin Che?" "Yeah, I've never seen him before. He's so handsome. His eyes are so charming. I think he's even more handsome than the bridegroom today." Lin Li heard some people's strange comments. When she heard the last sentence, "He's even more handsome than today's bridegroom," she suddenly turned her head. Lin Che was with a man. Lin Li's heart sank. This Lin Che definitely had it all planned out today. He was here to steal her limelight. Gu Jingze kept pushing Lin Che until they reached a place with fewer people. Lin Che seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He looked up at Gu Jingze and asked, "Why are you here?" Gu Jingze said, "There's a happy occasion in your family. As your husband, shouldn't I come and see?" He looked behind and could vaguely see Qin Qing's figure. He thought to himself, I don't know what kind of taste Lin Che has, but that man looks like a pretty boy. Could it be that Lin Che liked this type? Gu Jing's expression became even more tense as he thought about it. Lin Che said, "This is just my sister's engagement party. It's also the engagement party of the man you like." Gu Jingze said disdainfully. Lin Che couldn't help but say, "Hey, it's not Qin Qing. Isn't that her name?" Gu Jingze looked at her. Lin Che's face darkened slightly. She pouted and admitted unwillingly, "That's the name I used to like. Anyway, as your husband, of course I have to accompany you to this kind of party." Lin Che was speechless. "You don't have to, it's okay. I'm your husband." Gu Jingze pushed her to the food area. Lin Che reminded him, "It's a contract." Gu Jingze said, "As long as we're not divorced, you're still my wife in the household register. Legally and morally, you're my wife, so I should come." Lin Che raised his head. He could feel a warm current in his heart. Because of his words, they were slowly flowing. Chapter 43. Just then, Lin Che saw a group of reporters moving. "Reporters are coming." "No, I have to leave now." I ran into them and was surrounded for a while. She had no experience dealing with reporters, so she didn't know what to say. She was afraid that if she said something wrong, the reporters would catch her out of it and affect her work. Gu Jingze took a look and said, "There's a place to hide inside. Let's go." With that, Gu Jingze signaled his men to go over and take a look. Under the protection of the bodyguards, the two of them walked deeper into the hotel. Seeing that the reporters weren't following them, Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Good thing we got rid of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. If not for the fact that the hotel was owned by the Gu Corporation and that his men were everywhere, she would have been able to escape. It wasn't that the reporters didn't follow them, but that they were stopped. Soon, they reached a room in the hotel to rest. Gu Jingze said, "I asked someone to bring you some food. You can eat first." "That's great, Gu Jingze. You're the best." She looked up at Gu Jingze, her big, moist eyes filled with exaggerated gratitude. Gu Jingze knew that she was acting, but he still felt a sense of satisfaction. "Treat me better if you know that I'm good," he said as he pushed the plate to her. She was in a wheelchair and it was inconvenient for her. Seeing that the food was thoughtfully placed in front of her, she looked at him even more happily. This man wasn't so annoying sometimes. Lin Che ate a few pieces of food. Gu Jingze's phone rang and he went to answer it. On the phone, the bodyguard said, "Sir, Mr. Lin Yukai wanted to visit you, but we stopped him." Gu Jingze was expressionless. He turned his head and looked at Lin Che. "Okay." Putting down the phone, he saw that Lin Che was moving around as if she was tugging at her clothes. Gu Jingze asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Che lowered her head and tried to grab the belt, but she couldn't. She tugged at the belt helplessly and said, "It seems that the back of my clothes is knotted." Gu Jingze shook his head speechlessly and walked over. "All right, you're so clumsy. I'll do it for you." Lin Che could only say, "All right then. You're smart." He said, "Look at your stupid face." He came behind her and saw that the straps on the back of her clothes were tangled with the straps on the wheelchair. Indeed, it was difficult for her to untie them. He pulled up the suspenders and said, "Who told you to wear such ugly clothes?" Lin Che felt his hands moving randomly behind his back, touching from time to time, making it hard for him to control himself. Pretending not to feel it, she harumphed and said, "We're attending an engagement ceremony, so we have to dress appropriately. Besides, aren't I your wife now? I can't possibly embarrass you. Look, the clothes I'm wearing today were borrowed by my company. They said they're branded." Gu Jing's face darkened. "If you don't have clothes to wear, I can ask someone to buy them for you." "Why should I ask the company to lend you clothes? How troublesome would that be?" "Is it troublesome, or do you not want to tell me that you're here to attend your sweetheart's engagement ceremony?" As Gu Jingzi said this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip. Thinking of how she had come to her sweetheart's engagement ceremony with the mentality of a desperate person, he felt even more uncomfortable. Lin Che felt pain on her back. She turned around angrily and said to Gu Jingzi, "Hey, if you don't want to help me, then don't do it, okay? You're hurting me." "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." He also felt that his thoughts had come out of nowhere, so he lowered his head and started to do it more carefully. Lin Che was a little hesitant. "Hey, why are you lowering your head? Are you having an episode?" She remembered that he said that if he was too close to a woman, his allergies would act up. He would have many symptoms, such as vomiting and rashes. Gu Jingzi said, "Why would I? I'm just afraid that you'll have an episode if you touch me. When have I ever been so embarrassed in front of you?" Gu Jingzi said angrily, "Speaking of which, I've seen a lot of embarrassing things about you." Lin Che turned around and glared at Gu Jingzi. "I want to." She had drugged him, made a fool of herself, and even made a scene while drunk. He really had seen all kinds of embarrassing things. Lin Che thought that Mo Huiling definitely wouldn't do that. No wonder he loved Mo Huiling and didn't like her. Women had to keep their distance in front of men and maintain their image. Otherwise, men wouldn't like them. Especially Gu Jingzi, who was so high up in the hierarchy. He must have seen a lot of virtuous ladies. Gu Jingzi looked at her zipper seriously. He was very conflicted and couldn't open it for a while. Just as he was doing it seriously, he suddenly noticed that his head was facing the back of her fair and tender neck. Below, her clothes swayed, and the spring scenery in front of him was faintly discernible. He vaguely remembered that she had said that her breasts were in the shape of a peach. Now that he looked at it, it was true. Although half of it was covered by the light blue bra, he could still see half of her smooth and tender breast swaying. From this angle, he could see a large patch of skin on her back. There were almost no pores on her delicate porcelain smooth skin, only a layer of fine hair on it, which looked like a baby's skin. Unexpectedly, he felt something warm in his throat. He moved his mouth and averted his gaze, but he still felt irritated. However, it seemed that the more anxious he was, the more messy his hands became. He couldn't help but be annoyed that he couldn't undo it no matter how hard he tried. He exerted force and cursed, "Shit, why aren't you undoing it?" With this force, the clothes were torn. This was bad. Lin Che didn't expect this. He grabbed the clothes and looked up at Gu Jingzi speechlessly. He shouted angrily, feeling that the tender flesh on his body was becoming more and more uncomfortable under the cold air. "What's wrong, Gu Jingzi? Is there anyone who helps like this?" Gu Jingzi was also a little annoyed. At this moment, his ears were a little red. He looked there and didn't know what to do. Most of her clothes fell off and her body was half covered, but it was even more alluring. Her whole body seemed to be emitting light, and the fine hair on her body was suffused with the scent of a baby. How could he control himself? His heart suddenly jumped, as if something was stirring it. She turned around and glared at Gu Jingzi fiercely. "Your clothes are all ruined. Do you know how much they cost?" Gu Jingzi said angrily, "I'll pay you back." "Humph, you pay me back." Gu Jingzi glared at her and picked up the phone. Find me a lady's gown. I want madam's size. As he said that, he saw Lin Che looking at him with a face full of resentment. Lin Che's eyes were wide open, and her gaze was full of resentment. She was holding on to her clothes. Her chest wasn't small to begin with, but with her hands holding on to it, it seemed even bigger. Gu Jing's eyes became a little misty. He looked at her, frowned and turned his head away. This idiot. Lin Che had no choice but to slide his wheelchair into the bathroom. He found a bathrobe and put it on temporarily. Chapter 44. Gu Jingze turned around and saw her walk out in a bathrobe. His eyes flickered. Lin Che said, "This is all I can do. Seriously, it's all your fault. Did you do this on purpose? You can break it like this." Gu Jingze only stared at her as she put on the bathrobe with the belt loosely tied around her waist. If he didn't know this woman's intelligence, she wouldn't be able to put on such a natural seduction act. He really thought that she was the one who did it on purpose. Only wearing a bathrobe, didn't that mean that there were only some undergarments left underneath? Gu Jing's body was unbearably hot. He felt his eyes staring at her closed collar, unwilling to leave. Her collarbone moved there. Her skin was long and narrow, and her clothes were loose. It would be very easy for his hand to reach in. Gu Jingze shook his head hurriedly. He heard the sound of the door opening outside. Lin Che said, "The clothes are here already. Hurry and bring them in for me." Gu Jingze nodded. He glanced at Lin Che before opening the door and going out. The room was a suite with a bedroom inside and a living room outside. After Gu Jingze closed the door, he took a deep breath and walked over to open the door. However, what he saw was a white-faced, black-haired man. Qin Qing. Qin Qing's eyes twitched when she saw Gu Jingze. She couldn't help but glance inside. She only retracted her gaze when she didn't see Lin Che. Thinking about the relationship between Gu Jingze and Lin Che, she was still full of doubts. She asked, "Is Lin Che here?" Qin Qing was a little fearful of the person in front of her. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the ring on his hand. Upon closer inspection, her eyes lit up. It really looked like the Gu family's ring. However, for some reason, she didn't want to be at a disadvantage in front of this man. Thus, her gaze became even more aggressive as she said, "I'm Lin Che's friend." Gu Jingze stood there. He was half a head taller than Qin Qing. His pitch-black eyes were unfathomable, like a boundless night sky. They were so deep that no one could see through them. Looking Qin Qing up and down, Gu Jingze thought unhappily. He didn't know what attracted Lin Che to this man. What kind of taste did she have? Did she like pretty boys like him? Otherwise, why would one of them be Gu Jingyu and the other Qin Qing? Both of them looked exactly the same and looked so cute. Gu Jing's voice was cold and arrogant. Even though he maintained his gentlemanly manners, he still gave off the feeling that he was superior and inviolable. Lin Che is inside, but it's a little inconvenient right now. Inconvenient? Qin Qing asked doubtfully. Tell her it's me. She'll come see me. Gu Jingze touched his nose with his slender fingers. There was a hint of ambiguity in his eyes. It's not that inconvenient. She's naked, so it's not appropriate for her to open the door. Qin Qing was stunned. Seeing the expression on Qin Qing's face, Gu Jingze continued, "It's all my fault for accidentally ruining her clothes. I'm calling someone to send some clothes over, so it's not convenient for her to come out for the time being." Although his words were vague, Qin Qing understood immediately. Qin Qing's face immediately revealed some awkwardness. She never thought that the man in front of her and Lin Che really had this kind of relationship. Qin Qing said, maybe you don't know this, but Lin Che and I have known each other for many years. He looked at Gu Jingze with hostility. Oh, I heard Lin Che mention it before, Gu Jingze said calmly. She mentioned it to me. I know that you may be powerful and have unlimited power, but Lin Che is a very innocent girl. I don't want her to be hurt. So, if you want to play with her feelings, I definitely won't sit by and watch. Han Kaiying said that even if Gu Jingze was in a relationship with her, he was still playing with her and would get rid of her after he was done playing with her. This made Qin Qing very unhappy. He vaguely felt that Gu Jingze wasn't a good match for him. Maybe he was playing with Lin Che. But why would Lin Che get together with him? Was she tricked by Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze never thought that he would be threatened by Qin Qing one day. He looked at Qin Qing and said, if you're warning me as a friend, I can tell you that my relationship with Lin Che is very solid, and our relationship is very harmonious. We trust each other, and there are no secrets between us. There are also promises between us that will not be broken. What he said was the truth, even though it wasn't what he said. At this moment, Gu Jingze's expression changed. He looked at Qin Qing with a dangerous look in his eyes, but, if you're warning me as a man, then I need to remind you that Lin Che is now my woman. His sharp expression was like a sharp sword, making Qin Qing feel extremely threatened in an instant. Qin Qing disliked Gu Jingze even more. However, at this moment, she saw a waiter come over with 2 sets of clothes. Sir, the clothes you wanted are here. Gu Jingze's expression softened. He said to the waiter, just send them in. Qin Qing didn't ignore the logo on the clothes. They were all top-notch brands. Each piece of clothing cost about 100,000 yuan. Gu Jingze looked distant. He looked at Qin Qing and said, if there's nothing else, I'm going in. With that, he closed the door without waiting for Qin Qing to speak. Qin Qing looked at the closed door angrily. She felt that she had been snubbed here and was very unhappy. She disliked this Gu Jingze even more for no reason. Gu Jingze walked in with the clothes. Lin Che was still waiting inside. When she saw that Gu Jingze had finally returned, she asked, were you talking to someone at the door just now? The soundproofing of the hotel was too good. She didn't dare to go out. She could only hear vague voices, but she couldn't make out what they were saying. Gu Jingze nodded. Yeah, a mad dog came and I got someone to chase it away. He wasn't someone who would be mean to strangers. He didn't even know Qin Qing. However, he felt disgusted at the mention of her, so he blurted out harsh words. Lin Che smiled and said in surprise, what's going on? This is a hotel. Why would a dog come in? I said it was a mad dog. Of course mad dogs like to run around and poke their noses into other people's business. He handed the clothes to her. Go in and try it on. It's your size. Lin Che looked down. The clothes looked very beautiful. They were made of high-quality material. Wow, was it very expensive? She said. Gu Jingze said, I don't know. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. You're so pretty. You look so classy. Thank you, Gu Jingze. I didn't expect to be classy with you as your wife. It's really nice. Looking at Lin Che's fawning look, she didn't think it was ugly. She only thought it was cute. It was also the first time Gu Jingze felt that a few simple compliments from her had made him feel a little vain. Chapter 45. Gu Jingze said, you're drooling on your clothes. Lin Che grinned as he wiped the corner of his mouth and said, there's no saliva. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Can't you act like a girl? Lin Che raised his head. How do I not look like a girl? Gu Jingzi said, what a money grubber. Lin Che harumphed indifferently. He even patted her skirt with a miserly look on his face. What's wrong? I'm still pretending in front of others. What's there to pretend in front of you? Don't tell me that if I pretend to be a little more decent, a little more shy, a little more pitiful, and a little more virtuous, you'll fall in love with me. As she said that, she blinked at him with her big eyes that she thought were smart. Gu Jingzi glared at her speechlessly. Perhaps it was because she was too lazy to pretend that she wasn't that annoying. As Lin Che spoke, he entered the bathroom and couldn't wait to put on his clothes. When he came out, he was wearing a light yellow dress. It was fresh and refined, looking very sunny. Gu Jingzi's eyes lit up when he saw that she looked completely different from her usual self. Lin Che slowly tiptoed, and the hem of her dress bloomed like a flower, bright and beautiful like the sun. Lin Che said, "Does it look good?" Gu Jingzi paused for a second and said, "I think so." Hearing this, Lin Che said, "Expensive clothes really make a difference." With that, he happily sat back in his wheelchair. Gu Jingzi looked at her carefree face and thought, I'm complimenting her. Can't you tell? His IQ was so low that it was touching. Soon, Gu Jingzi pushed her out of the hotel. Lin Che said, "This hotel is really good. It must be very expensive, right?" Gu Jingzi didn't even look at her. The hotel is owned by the Gu family. It's free. Only then did Lin Che react. He hurriedly turned around to take a look. The magnificent hall seemed to have a few stars. 5-star. 7 stars. Lin Che said, all the hotels under the Gu family are 7 stars. Lin Che immediately regretted leaving so early. Oh, you should have told me earlier. I haven't stayed in such a high-end hotel before. I should have stayed here tonight. It's free anyway. Gu Jingzi said, if you want, you can go back now. Of course, Lin Che was just joking. She looked up at Gu Jingzi and said, do you want to go back together? I'm not used to staying in hotels. It's not safe. Hey, how is that possible? I remember the first time I saw you, didn't you stay in a hotel? Otherwise, how could he be drugged by her? Gu Jingzi looked at her indifferently with a straight face. Indeed, who was it that made him feel that no matter how tight the security was, the hotel was still not safe? Well, I haven't been staying in a hotel since then, he said, glancing at her. Lin Che laughed dryly. So it was because of her. Lin Che quickly smiled and changed the topic. Well, you're staying in a hotel with me now. What's there to be afraid of? We've already registered our marriage. Staying at home is staying at home, but staying in a hotel is different. As she said that, she leaned against him intimately. Gu Jingzi tilted his head and looked at her. Why would you stay in a hotel when you have a place to stay? Lin Che looked up and blinked. An old married couple needs more passion. Don't you think that a hotel is a place that can easily arouse people's imagination? It's full of passion. Gu Jingzi looked at her pursed lips. His eyes were full of frivolity, and his suggestive tone made his heart itch. His gaze couldn't help but fall on her chest. There was a slight bulge in the small split collar, which could be felt. Didn't she know that this scene could easily attract people to commit crimes? He frowned and pushed Lin Che away. I'm not going. Then we can do it in the car. It's actually more exciting in the car. It's a narrow space, and there are people walking around outside. The thrill of being discovered at any time. Gu Jingzi really wanted to open this woman's head and see what was in it. However, the way she squinted her eyes and moved closer really made his mouth dry. The driver saw the two of them looking at each other as if they were about to explode. He was speechless. What are these couple doing? Are they really going to do something here? He's still here. He's still alive, but even if they really wanted to do something, as a well-trained driver, he couldn't say a word. But he really didn't want to see it. Luckily, Gu Jingze only pushed Lin Che away again and uncomfortably adjusted the lapel of his shirt. Lin Che smiled and said, "Hey, Gu Jingze, why is your face so red?" Gu Jingze glared at her even more darkly, telling her to shut up. Lin Che grinned and said, "Wow, you're not shy, are you?" "Gu Jingze, I didn't expect you to be so innocent." "Shut up. Have you never done this with Miss Mo before?" she asked as she tugged at his arm. Gu Jingze's face darkened. "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?" Lin Che pouted. His Miss Mo was the best. Thinking of Mo Huiling, his face darkened a little. Seeing this, Lin Che tugged at him and said, "All right, don't be angry. I was just saying." She leaned against him and sighed as she said, "I know that you and Miss Mo really love each other, but you can't be together. She's by your side, but you can't hold her in your arms. What a sadistic relationship. Thinking about it, I sympathize with Miss Mo. She must be looking forward to seeing you every day." Gu Jingze's face darkened even more as he listened. Lin Che, who was slow to realize this, didn't realize it at all. He was still talking to himself. "Why don't you spend more time with Miss Mo? You even came here to look for me. If you have the time, you can totally have a candlelit dinner with her or something." Gu Jingze looked at her. "You're really considerate of us." Should he give her a medal for being a model wife? Of course. Who are we? Since we're living together, it's my duty to help you share your worries. It's okay. If you're unhappy in the future, you can tell me and I'll help you relieve your worries. You won't have to look at me with a long face every day. I'll be much happier too. It's a win-win situation. There's no need for that. If I need to relieve my worries, I have a psychologist. Does a psychologist have to pay more? I've already spent so much of your money, so I can't just take it for free. It's okay. You can totally treat me as a doctor. Lin Che said, "Really?" "Oh yeah, that Dr. Chin. Do I have to spend a lot of money to get him to come to our house?" Lin Che thought about it. He looked like a pretty capable person, so he probably had to earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. Gu Jingze said, "An annual salary of 30 million. Lin Che said, "Dear, you can really hire me. Really, I'm not that expensive. I'll come whenever you want. I'll keep it a secret and be responsible for my safety. We're still husband and wife." Chapter 46. The word "darling" stunned him for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure when he saw Lin Che's money-grubber face. Did Lin Che have no moral integrity at all because of money-grubber? "Really, even if you tell me about murder and arson, I will keep it a secret for you. After all, we are in the same boat, right?" Lin Che said excitedly. Gu Jingze glanced at her. "There is indeed someone I want to strangle to death, but I can't because of the law and morality." "Ha! No way. Why are you so violent? Who is it?" His gaze fell on her body as if he was implying something. No matter how stupid Lin Che was, he soon realized what was going on. He was talking about her. She knew that her existence was hindering his chance to be with Mo Huiling, but there was no need for him to hate her so much. "Gu Jingze, what's the use of trying to kill me? Look, what happened between us has happened. Even if you kill me, it won't change anything. You will get yourself involved in a murder case. But let's get along well. In a few years, I will go my own way, and you will go your own way. You should be with Miss Mo, and you can still be together. Isn't that great? Why did you have to make such a big deal out of it, right?" Gu Jingze took a deep breath. looked ahead, and asked the driver to hurry up. Otherwise, if he continued to stay with Lin Che in this small place, he might really be driven crazy by her stupidity. When they arrived home, Gu Jingze hurriedly got out of the car. Seeing Lin Che stumbling out of the car, the driver hurriedly ran to get the wheelchair. He shook his head, walked back patiently, and carried her into the wheelchair. At night, Lin Che was in her room, and saw that the news had already reported about Lin Li's engagement party. The engagement banquet that was filmed from here was incomparably gorgeous, and it made people envious. Lin Che saw the comments below. Many people were saying that Lin Li was so beautiful and that her husband was so handsome. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She closed the comments, lay there, and scrolled through her Weibo. Because there were always a lot of comments, Lin Che turned off the notifications. However, at this moment, she saw a post on Weibo that had been posted recently, and the number of comments was increasing crazily. He clicked on the comments and saw, the comment said, "Although I don't think you deserve our Gu Jingyu, since he likes you, we still wish you the best." Everyone knew that Gu Jingyu's fans called themselves feathers. Lin Che was stunned. What did she mean by he liked her? There were even comments below that said, "They're really together. Best wishes. Treat our Jingyu well. He is so naive and so hardworking. Don't hurt him." The more Lin Che looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Yu Minmin called. Lin Che picked up the call and heard Yu Minmin say, "Lin Che, what happened? Are you with Gu Jingyu? What's going on?" Lin Che had no idea what was going on. Didn't you see Gu Jingyu's post on Weibo? Of course, Lin Che didn't know. Everyone is crazy. From what he said, it seems like he's already with you. He told everyone not to disturb you. Lin Che said, "I'll go take a look." She quickly hung up the phone and scrolled to Gu Jingyu's Weibo. She saw a long Weibo post that had just been posted a few minutes ago. He wrote, "Ever since I entered the industry, I've been very hardworking. I'm worried that I'll let down my fans, my company, and my family and friends who support me. So, I've never lived for myself. This time, I hope that I can live for myself. So, I hope that you can support us." Lin Che quickly scrolled to the comments below. People in the popular comments were saying, "Jingyu is so pitiful. Let's support him. My heart is broken to see Jingyu working so hard. No matter what decision you make, I'll believe in you and support you. Celebrities are people too. They have their own private lives. We only care about your works. As long as you have good works, no matter who you're with, we'll support you." Lin Che was about to go crazy. The news and Weibo's verified accounts immediately released the news. The news said, "Gu Jingyu seems to have admitted to being in a relationship with Lin Che." The headlines about Lin Li's engagement were suddenly pushed down by this heavy news. Lin Che held her forehead, feeling that she didn't know what to do at the moment. That night, Lin Che kept wanting to read the comments, but she was still being scolded. Although most of the fans were more polite to her because of Gu Jingyu, there were still many people who were watching the drama and actually said things like waiting for her to be dumped. Damn it, they weren't even together. How could she be dumped? The next day, Lin Che hurried to the company. Yu Minmin looked at her and said, "You don't have to do anything now. The company will help you for the time being. Don't talk nonsense and make things more complicated." Lin Che was speechless. What should I say? I don't even know what I can say now. It's not like that at all. Isn't Gu Jingyu trying to harm me? Yu Minmin was worried that she would admit to it after seeing that she was in the limelight, which would make things more complicated. Newcomers who had just started to become popular often had this problem. They were eager for quick success and instant benefits. Once they saw that there was news, they would immediately rush up to gain popularity and make things more complicated. However, seeing that Lin Che didn't have this intention and was very speechless, Yu Minmin believed that she really didn't think that way. In this way, she didn't have to worry about this. Yu Minmin comforted her with a smile. It's okay. Look, everyone is supporting you and Gu Jingyu now. The point is that it's not like that. Why would they support us? Yu Minmin thought that this girl seemed to be very simple and didn't have any ulterior motives. She admired Lin Che even more. She patted her shoulder and said, Gu Jingyu has promoted you. Any news related to Gu Jingyu is big news. Look, yesterday Lin Li wanted to use a grand engagement to get into the headlines, but in the end, she spent so much money for nothing. Now I feel that she is the one who is going to vomit blood. Lin Che sighed. She had no experience in dealing with scandals, so she could only wait for the company's arrangement. Seeing Yu Minmin send Lin Che out personally, the other small stars in the company were very unwilling to accept it. I didn't expect her to become so popular. Yeah, it seems that the company is also paying attention to her. What kind of taste does Gu Jingyu have? How could he like her? Maybe she has a better life. Everyone behind them discussed maliciously. Chapter 47. Because the news had been spreading like wildfire, Lin Che could feel everyone's gazes when she arrived at the set. When the assistant director saw Lin Che, he quickly called out to her, "Ah, elder sister Gu is here." Lin Che said gloomily, "What elder sister Gu?" Gu Jingyu admitted it. "You are Gu Jingyu's wife, so you are elder sister Gu." "Get lost. There's no such thing. Don't spout nonsense. There are reporters everywhere." There were reporters everywhere. What if they heard it? She didn't want to report it the next day. The crew had already admitted to their relationship. Then she wouldn't be able to explain herself. The assistant director immediately gave her a bench. Come, how can elder sister Gu sit on such a small bench? This is for the extras. We should have benches. Come, lie down here. This is yours from now on. Lin Che really wanted to slap him. Are you trying to make me hate you? There was a clear hierarchy in the production team. A small actor like Lin Che did not dare to be too ostentatious. These kinds of comfortable chairs were prepared for celebrities. Lin Che brought his own folding recliner. Usually, he would find a corner to sit on and was already very satisfied. The assistant director said with a smile, "This is the director's order. We don't dare to disobey him. Besides, you are Lin Che. You have to get used to it. You are almost on the headlines than Sister Firen. You are no longer a small actor with no fame at all." With that, the assistant director pressed her down on the chair. Lin Che's mouth twitched. Sitting there, she felt that this chair was indeed much more comfortable than the folding chair she had brought herself. Waiting for the show was tiring work. Lying here and watching was indeed much more comfortable. However, the small actors next to her were indeed a little unhappy when they saw it. They looked in her direction with jealousy. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Who asked Gu Jingyu to fancy Lin Che? At first, they thought that Lin Che was doing it on purpose. But now that Gu Jingyu had admitted it, no one could say anything. They could only say that Lin Che was lucky. At this moment, Gu Jingyu arrived late. He saw Lin Che sitting there playing with her phone as soon as he arrived. He smiled and walked over to Lin Che, disregarding her agent's objection. Everyone's gaze also drifted over to this pair of newly popular Mandarin ducks. When Lin Che heard the commotion, she raised her head and saw Gu Jingyu walking over with a smirk on his face. She immediately became furious. He still dared to come. She really wanted to beat him to death now. "Hey, you're early," he greeted with a smile. Lin Che stood up and said, "Gu Jingyu, what nonsense are you spouting on Weibo?" Gu Jingyu looked innocent. He spread his hands and said, "What did I say?" "What did you say? Isn't it the one that was updated recently? What loneliness, what lack of freedom, what, oh, you're talking about that. Isn't it just an ordinary Weibo post?" "I'm just being pretentious to gain sympathy," Gu Jingyu said as he sat down as if nothing had happened. Lin Che hurriedly jumped up and shouted at Gu Jingyu, You, is that normal? Didn't you see the news?" "I saw it." He raised his head and blinked. He felt that Lin Che was really cute when he was about to explode. She knew that he did it on purpose. Gu Jingyu said helplessly, "It's those reporters who like to make wild guesses. I can't do anything about it. Look, I didn't mention your name at all. How could they associate it with you? I didn't say I have a girlfriend either, but they just thought of it. Tell me, what can I do?" Gu Jingyu said helplessly. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu's indifferent expression and wanted to tear his mouth apart. He didn't mention her name, nor did he directly admit that he was in a relationship, but the Weibo post was so obvious. Who was he kidding when he said that he didn't do it on purpose? "Anyway, you have to delete the Weibo post," Lin Che said. Gu Jingyu smiled and leaned against her chair. He crossed his arms and looked at her. "All right, then I'll say it. Lin Che doesn't want us to be misunderstood, so she asked me to delete the Weibo post. Get lost. Isn't that so?" You. Lin Che was really speechless. She gritted her teeth at Gu Jingyu, but she couldn't argue with him. Who was the one who said that Gu Jingyu was very cold? He was obviously a troublesome person. At the same time, Gu Jingze still didn't know that his wife had already started a scandal with someone else. Mo Huiling called Gu Jingze early in the morning. She said that she wanted to see him. Gu Jingze arrived at Mo Huiling's door. Mo Huiling looked at him sadly, her gaze a little aggrieved. Gu Jingze said, "What's the matter?" Mo Huiling said, "Why didn't you call me for the past 2 days?" Gu Jingze said, "I was accompanying Lin Che home to attend the wedding." "What?" Mo Huiling said angrily, "Are you ignoring me because of her?" Gu Jingze could hear the disdain and disgust in Mo Huiling's tone toward Lin Che. He frowned, feeling a little unhappy. "Huiling, this has nothing to do with her. I was the one who had to get married, and she was the one who was dragged into this marriage by me." Mo Huiling's heart ached as she looked at Gu Jingze. She knew that she had been a little rash just now and that her words weren't very pleasing. She pursed her lips, tugged at his sleeve, and said, "But I don't like her at all." Gu Jingze understood that it was natural for her to have emotions. He said, "I know, but I just want to say that it's all my fault." "It's not her fault." Mo Huiling pouted and looked at him. "I hate it even more when you keep speaking up for her. Jingze, I'm just too lonely. Whenever I'm alone, I'll think about how you two might be together. How you two are husband and wife, living the kind of life that we've always wanted to live in the past, spending time together day and night. It's plain and warm. Do you understand? I can't help but let my imagination run wild." Gu Jingze's heart ached. Mo Huiling said, "Ever since you got sick, we've been insisting on being together, but your family doesn't allow me to be with you. I'm under a lot of pressure, you know." Gu Jingze understood that she had endured a lot for him. Mo Huiling cried. With tears streaming down her face, she said, "Can you accompany me to the villa for a walk?" Gu Jingze sighed. "Okay." The two of them drove together to the villa by the river. This was Gu Jingze's villa. The scenery was great, and the small wooden villa looked very cozy. Mo Huiling was in a much better mood when she arrived. She took off her coat and watched as Gu Jingze prepared the wood outside, preparing to start the fireplace. Smelling the fragrance of the wood and watching a movie warmly made one feel extremely happy. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze kneeling on the ground on one knee and seriously tending to the wood. His arms were strong and swollen, and he looked extremely sexy. She couldn't help but stare at him in a daze. Chapter 48. Gu Jingze raised his head and saw Mo Huiling lying there in a suggestive position. He took a glance and didn't think much of it. After all, they had grown up together and played together since they were young. They were very familiar with each other. But then, he suddenly saw Mo Huiling's chest. It was bulging and lying there like a small hill. Although it looked big, it was a little unnatural. He hadn't noticed it before. But now, he suddenly remembered Lin Che's words. Fake breasts can be seen immediately. They won't fall apart even if you lie down. They still look bulging. Could it be that Mo Huiling had done breast surgery before? But he didn't remember her mentioning it. Actually, Gu Jingze wasn't against women having plastic surgery. As long as she liked it, he didn't care. It was human nature to pursue beautiful things. But he had never heard Mo Huiling mention it before. He looked at Mo Huiling and asked curiously, Huiling, when did you have plastic surgery? Mo Huiling immediately puffed out her chest a little. She looked at her chest unnaturally and touched her chin. She had done some plastic surgery before. It was normal for her to have plastic surgery now. But of course, she didn't want Gu Jingze to know about it. She had done it secretly. Every time, she would find an opportunity to stay abroad for a period of time and only come back after the surgery was done. A man like Gu Jingze was too busy with his business. Of course, he didn't pay much attention to such things. So until now, he hadn't asked why she suddenly, I didn't. Why did you suddenly ask? Gu Jingze glanced at her. Feeling that it was indecent, he didn't look at her again. No, I just suddenly asked. She looked down at her chest. It should be very natural. Of course, she chose the most expensive place and used the best materials. She found the most famous doctor and spent a lot of money on a pair of C-cup cups. She thought that Gu Jingze wouldn't be able to tell. She smiled and said, my body is naturally beautiful. I haven't had it done anywhere. Are you thinking that it's too perfect? Gu Jingze didn't know what to say. He just smiled and said, yeah, you have a great figure. Mo Huiling said, of course. I usually pay attention to exercise. I often do yoga and I also do skincare. People think that my skin is especially good. I have a perfect figure. This is also because my mother was a beauty when she was young. I'm like my mother, so I'm equally beautiful. Don't you think I'm beautiful too? Gu Jingze looked at her face and smiled. Yes, you are very beautiful. However, when he looked at her face, he felt that it was a little strange. If she looked like her mother, she should have red phoenix eyes. Her eyes were not so big, and her double eyelids were not so wide. The most important thing was that her chin was a little too sharp. Her mother was a famous round-faced beauty. But he didn't say anything. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and thought that her skin was not bad, but Lin Che's skin became even whiter and more tender. He didn't know why, but he couldn't help but recall Lin Che's porcelain-like skin. She was so fair that many women couldn't compare. Perhaps it was because her skin was too white, so even though her face wasn't particularly exquisite, she still looked like a porcelain doll, giving off a delicate feeling. Jingze, I'm talking to you. What are you thinking about? Mo Huiling shouted and sat there unhappily. Gu Jingze stood up and said, "Nothing. I'm thinking that you don't have to be so harsh on yourself. I like you not because you're thin, but because you're beautiful no matter what you look like." Because he still remembered that when she was young, she wore a little princess costume and stumbled to him. She said, "Brother Jingze, no one will play with you. I'll play with you." At that time, he felt that he would definitely treat her well. However, now that he looked at Mo Huiling, he vaguely felt that Lin Che was right. Her breasts must have been faked. But Mo Huiling didn't admit it and even told so many lies. Gu Jingze understood that everyone loved beauty. She didn't want to tell him that maybe it was because she really hoped that her body was real and natural. But Gu Jingze didn't care about this. He was just a little concerned that Mo Huiling would lie. But he still didn't expose her. He thought that she had her own reasons. Xiao Xiao didn't say anything else. He fixed the fireplace. Because the weather wasn't cold, the fire wasn't very hot. He just enjoyed the feeling. The two of them sat on the sofa. Gu Jingze turned on the TV and took out the remote control. Just as he was about to switch to the movie CD, he saw a piece of news. After Gu Jingyu admitted to his relationship, the crew did not say anything. In fact, they became stricter with the management of visiting the set. Before this, Gu Jingyu had never been involved in any scandals with any female stars. So, everyone is still optimistic about his relationship. The TV screen was showing Gu Jingyu and Lin Che. It was very eye-catching. Mo Huiling immediately recognized Gu Jingyu. What's going on? Why is Jingyu with Lin Che? Gu Jingze's face darkened even more when he heard the word together. Mo Huiling saw it and thought that he was angry. She said in an even more serious tone, "This Lin Che is too indecent. How could he mess around with your brother? How shameful." Gu Jingze said, "This has nothing to do with Lin Che." Upon hearing this, Mo Huiling turned around and said speechlessly, "There's no smoke without fire. How could it have nothing to do with him?" "I believe that Lin Che isn't that kind of person," he said seriously. Mo Huiling snorted and laughed. "You believe him? That's too naive. I've seen too many uncultured women like him. They will do anything for money, not to mention the entertainment industry." Enough. Gu Jingze stood up from his seat. Mo Huiling was stunned. Then, she looked at Gu Jingze angrily. She stood up and cried out with tears in her eyes, "You shouted at me, Gu Jingze. Are you shouting at me because of this woman?" Gu Jingze's face froze. He looked at Mo Huiling and said, "I'm not shouting at you because of her. Jingyu is also in the entertainment industry, but he's not that kind of person, and neither is Lin Che. There must be a reason for this." Gu Jingze stood up. He didn't want to stay any longer. He picked up his clothes and said, "I'm going to deal with this." "You're going now?" Mo Huiling said unhappily, "You said you'd accompany me." Gu Jingze said, "Huiling, if this news is seen by our family, they'll definitely make a fuss. I have to deal with it as soon as possible." Mo Huiling gritted her teeth. But thinking about it, she could only stomp her feet gloomily. "I don't care. You have to make it up to me in the future. It's not easy for you to come with me, and you're leaving now." Gu Jingze sighed. He wasn't in the mood to talk about this. He smiled at her and said perfunctorily, "Okay, I'll make it up to you in the future." Only then did Mo Huiling force a smile, but in her heart, she only wanted to dismember this hindrance, Lin Che, into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 49. Gu Jingze quickly returned home. Qin Hao was waiting at the door. When he saw Gu Jingze, he said in a low voice, "Sir, this was caused by Third Young Master's Weibo post. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the news reports are speculating that Third Young Master is. Gu Jingze turned his head. Following what? Confessing to Madam. Was this a joke? This was ridiculous. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. His furrowed brows were like wrinkled clothes. One hill after another, they gathered together. Gu Jingze could see many people commenting on Gu Jingyu's Weibo post. I think the two of you look quite compatible. If you want to be together, then so be it. This Lin Che is quite pleasing to the eye. At least he's not like those internet celebrities who all look the same. Not bad. As long as it's Jingyu's decision, we will agree. I wish you all the best. Have a good life together. Gu Jingze turned off his phone and looked up. His dark expression was so heavy that people didn't dare to look him in the eye. Sir, I didn't ask you to stop all the news about Third Young Master. Qin Hao's back was covered in cold sweat. Sir, I did stop it. But this is the first time Third Young Master has announced his relationship, so the news companies are boldly reporting it. Relationship? Gu Jingze looked at him coldly. Qin Hao knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly said, of course the reporters don't know. Third Young Master is just joking. Gu Jingze raised his hand to silence them. He pinched his forehead and walked in. Lin Che naturally didn't know about this. She came back from the set, exhausted. She wanted to cook a bowl of instant noodles to warm up her injured body and mind. She had just finished cooking when she heard the door open. Gu Jingze was back. When she came in, she saw Lin Che holding a big bowl of noodles and raising her head. Her clear eyes carried a smile, and she wore a light yellow apron with a little lace on it. She looked very cute, and it reflected on her fair and tender little face, making her feel warm and comfortable. Gu Jingze, you're back. She put down the noodles with a smile. She felt her fingertips burning uncomfortably, so she pinched her earlobes. Gu Jingze glanced at the bowl of noodles in her hand and said to her, I'm hungry too. Ah. Lin Che looked into his eyes and said, then I'll make you a bowl too. Okay, he said, calmly put down the coat in his hand, and sat down. Lin Che curled his lips. He really wasn't polite at all. She returned to the kitchen, picked up the kitchen knife, and began to chop the vegetables, the ham, and the eggs. Gu Jingze looked at her and felt a little warm for a moment. It was the same for an ordinary family. The husband waited at the dining table while the wife cooked in the kitchen. The aroma wafted in the air. Lin Che brought the noodles to the dining table. Gu Jingze looked at it and asked her, why do you have more ingredients than me? Lin Che said, not much. Gu Jingze didn't say anything. He took the noodles she had cooked and said, I'll eat yours. Hey! Just as Lin Che was about to reach out his hand to stop him, he realized that he had already grabbed the noodles and was eating them in big bites. Lin Che could only lower her head and suck on her fingers. I've just eaten a bite of that noodles. Gu Jingze looked up at her with his dark eyes. Lin Che felt uncomfortable being stared at. She quickly spread her hands and said, what's wrong? I didn't ask you to eat it. You're the one who is being calculative. Gu Jingze reached out and took her noodles. He took a big bite of it too. Hey, Gu Jingze, you, husband and wife should treat each other fairly, right? Gu Jingze still had the nerve to speak logically. Lin Che said gloomily, I'm not as bad as you. I didn't do it on purpose. Gu Jingze only looked up and harumphed. Lin Che's eyes moved. She smiled and arched her eyebrows. It's just exchanging saliva. Actually, it doesn't matter. You eat mine and I eat yours, right? Gu Jingze's face darkened. Why did his words sound so ambiguous? Lin Che said, and exchanging saliva is said to be good for health and can prevent colds. Come, let's continue. Gu Jingze harumphed and looked at Lin Che. If that's the case, there's a more direct way of exchanging saliva. Why don't we not go through the trouble? What? Lin Che looked at him, confused. His gaze, which was full of hidden meaning, shifted to her full, pearl-like lips. Lin Che felt it immediately and suddenly understood what he meant. She couldn't help but blush. She looked at him, blushing and unable to say a word. Gu Jingze looked at her standing there, panting with anger but unable to reply. Then he pursed his lips and smiled happily. However, his gaze still couldn't help but drift towards her lips. Feeling that she was staring at him, he shifted his gaze away discreetly. Lin Che harumphed and sat down. Gu Jingze ate and looked at her. Lin Che, don't you have anything to say to me? When he came back and saw that she was still making noodles with great interest, he couldn't help but be angry in his heart. Lin Che said, "What is it?" Gu Jingze pulled a long face. Like a scandal or something. Lin Che suddenly reacted. Oh, you mean that? But it's just a scandal. I don't know what to do. Do you want to tell Gu Jingyu about our relationship? How about this? Jingyu has a conflict with his family. If he finds out, he might announce it in a fit of anger. Do you want our relationship to be known to the public? Ah. Of course not. Lin Che shook her head hurriedly. Was she crazy? If she announced that she was married to Gu Jingze now, the news would spread like wildfire. How could she still put on a good act? Gu Jingze saw that she looked disgusted and said no without hesitation. He didn't know why, but he also felt suffocated. You don't want others to know about our relationship that much? He asked. Lin Che said, of course not. We're going to get a divorce sooner or later. By then, I'll be married for the second time. Moreover, I still want to put on a good act. The company doesn't know that I'm already married. The contract says that I can't get married for 3 years. Isn't this a breach of contract? Gu Jingze looked at her deeply before he lowered his head and picked up the noodles to eat. Gu Jingze said, although you don't want our relationship to be exposed, shouldn't you stop the scandal with Gu Jingyu? This. I promised. I really didn't know. This. She didn't know why Gu Jingyu was so crazy. Why did he post on Weibo? She thought that Gu Jingyu was a rebellious child. He didn't have any scandals because his company was too strict with him, so she wanted to create some scandals for fun. It was Gu Jingyu who did it. It has nothing to do with me. That's all she could say. Gu Jingze said, I know he's rebellious, but he's definitely not an unreasonable person. If you tell him clearly that you don't like him, he'll respect you. I told him, but he didn't want to delete the Weibo post. Lin Che begged him to delete the Weibo post whenever she saw him, but Gu Jingyu only teased her on purpose and didn't face her problem at all. Gu Jingze said, you have to reject him directly and ask him to stop harassing you. If you don't know how to do that, I'll reject him for you. Ah. He said, give me your phone. I'll send him a message for you. He held out his hand with a cold face. Chapter 50. Looking at his serious face, Lin Che thought that he was angry because he couldn't take it anymore. She took out her phone and looked at it. She didn't want to give it to him. Gu Jingze didn't want to be a man at all. He snatched her phone. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze gloomily. She took the phone and scrolled through it seriously. Lin Che rushed over and said, I don't have his phone number. We only contact each other through WeChat. She took back her phone and logged into WeChat. I can reply to him myself. Then, she thought for a moment and replied, Gu Jingyu, I don't think it's good to lie to the public. Your Weibo post is too misleading. Your fans all think that you're in love, but it's not true. I think it's better for you to deny it. Gu Jingzi frowned as he watched her write. Sometimes, he frowned, and sometimes, he was serious. He paused and snatched her phone impatiently. Hey, what are you doing? She shouted and tried to snatch it back. Gu Jingzi frowned even harder when he saw the message. Is this a rejection? We're discussing it. Gu Jingzi glared at her and said. Well. Lin Che didn't want to be too forceful. She didn't want to offend Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingzi snorted and said, I'll write it for you. Lin Che instinctively thought that he wouldn't reply with anything nice, so she rushed over to snatch it. Gu Jingzi stood up immediately. He was tall and raised his phone. Lin Che was too short to reach him, so she jumped up to snatch it. Gu Jingzi stood there calmly and quickly wrote, Gu Jingyu, I'm actually married. I love my husband very much. If you do this, I'll feel sorry for him. So please don't make false statements that will easily cause misunderstandings. It's good for both of us. Lin Che saw a string of words from the side, but it was too blurry and she could only see a bit. Lin Che became even more anxious and said, Gu Jingzi, give it to me. I want to send it myself. I don't need your help. Gu Jingzi didn't listen to her and continued typing quickly. Gu Jingzi was sending when he saw that Gu Jingyu replied to his message. He said, You didn't lie about your marriage just to avoid me, did you? Gu Jingzi's lips curled up. Do you need me to get you some papers? I'm already married. Besides, I'm really disgusted by your pestering. Why are you disgusted? What's wrong with me? Why are you so annoyed? Didn't you say that I'm a senior that you respect? She actually said that to Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingzi couldn't help but feel depressed. He replied directly, Those were just casual compliments. I thought you could understand them, but you still keep pestering me. Don't tell me you like me. If that's the case, then I do like you. Gu Jingzi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This Gu Jingyu really wanted to die. Gu Jingzi said straightforwardly, I'm sorry. I don't like people like you. I like men like my husband, who are mature and steady and give me a sense of security. From the moment I saw him, I fell in love with him at first sight. I won't marry anyone but him. Other than him, I have no interest in any other man, especially a pretty boy like you. He had just clicked send when Lin Che finally climbed onto the table and hugged his neck. She jumped onto his back, leaned on him, and snatched the phone. Gu Jingzi, give me back my phone. She shouted and grabbed his hand to snatch it back. Gu Jingzi felt that he wasn't done yet. He wanted to see how Gu Jingyu would reply, but he felt that Lin Che was really anxious. She bit his arm directly. Gu Jingzi felt pain, this damned stupid woman. She actually bit him. He screamed and let go of his hand. With a clatter, the phone fell to the ground. Lin Che exclaimed, Gu Jingzi, I'll kill you. Gu Jingzi felt that she was about to fall. Thinking of her leg that had just recovered, he quickly reached out and grabbed her legs from behind. She didn't need a wheelchair just now and had to walk carefully. Did she forget the pain now that her scar had healed? He immediately carried her on his back, not letting her move. Be careful. What if you fall and fall? Lin Che was still anxious to find her phone. She couldn't care less about him. She didn't know that the real gold and silver on her chest was rubbing against his back. He could feel the tender flesh pressing against his body. It was so obvious. Gu Jingzi, don't move. I told you to behave. Gu Jingzi's whole body was burning hot. He felt that his whole body had tensed up. No, I don't want it. Gu Jingzi, why did you snatch my phone and smash it? You have to pay for my phone. As she said that, she hugged his neck. However, she felt his whole body tremble. It was then that she realized, she was being carried on his back, and his hands were supporting her bottom. His large hands were very strong, and his arms were very tight. Her chest was rubbing against his back, and her face was rubbing against his cheek. She could see his ear when she turned her head, and she could smell the distinct masculine scent on his neck. She let go of his hands and coughed dryly. She didn't do it on purpose. Gu Jingzi finally let go of her. She stood on the ground awkwardly and didn't dare to look into his eyes. Gu Jingzi felt that the anger in his heart finally dissipated after a while. He looked at the woman in front of him angrily. For a moment, he really wanted to strangle her. Lin Che naturally felt embarrassed too. It was as if her body still had some of his warmth. It was so hot. It was a different kind of heat from a woman's. It lingered for a long time. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that the phone had fallen on the ground. She quickly picked it up and looked at it. The screen cracked from the impact. She raised her head gloomily. Puffing up her cheeks, she shouted, "Gu Jingzi, you have to pay for it." Gu Jingzi looked at her indifferently. He snorted and glanced at Lin Che's phone screen. She took out her WeChat and saw that Gu Jingyu had indeed replied to her. "I'm sorry. I didn't know that I was so annoying. I won't disturb you like this again." There was another message below. "Also, I'm not a gigolo." Lin Che really wanted to cry. She scrolled down and saw Gu Jingzi's reply. She turned around and scolded, "Gu Jingzi, no one is as shameless as you. Who fell in love with you at first sight? Why else would you charm me? Wasn't it to sleep with me?" Lin Che was actually speechless. Lin Che only felt that she must have offended Gu Jingyu. In the future, they would be in the same crew, and there was still the publicity period after filming. What should she do? Not to mention Gu Jingyu's influence in the industry. If he wanted to take revenge on Lin Che, would Lin Che still have a good life in the future? Chapter 51. Get this straight. The person I wanted to drug was Gu Jingyu, not you. The more Lin Che thought about it, the angrier she got. What she didn't notice was that her words successfully froze Gu Jingzi's handsome face like a block of ice. "Say that again," Gu Jingzi suddenly said in a low voice. Lin Che heard that something was wrong with the voice. She looked up and saw Gu Jingzi's dark and distinct face slowly approaching her as if it was covered in frost. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Oh yeah, that was his biological brother. He couldn't just drug him. Lin Che quickly said, "I didn't mean it that way. I didn't really want to drug him. He told me that the drug can make people sleep. I just wanted to take a few pictures and get lost. Who knew that he lied to me and you became so brave after taking it, brave." Gu Jingzi's dark eyes flashed. Although she was angry that she would rather have Gu Jingyu fall for her, her words somehow eased the anger in her heart. Smiling faintly, he said, "Are you very brave?" Lin Che was stunned again. Her mouth was half open, revealing a few white teeth. She felt a strong masculine aura slowly approaching. In just a moment, it had already enveloped her tightly. She then realized that Gu Jingzi was getting closer and closer without her noticing. Even his breath could be placed on her cheek. His long and strong fingers pinched her chin. He lowered his head and smiled wickedly. Lin Che quickly said, "So what if I'm very brave? Is it wrong? This is a compliment. Although I don't know if it's because of the drug, but..." Gu Jingzi's face darkened. This idiot woman, she really didn't know how to speak. Lin Che said, "Are you angry because of this? Or is there something wrong with you? Is your illness acting up?" Sensing that his gaze was very strange, as if it was going to burn her, she asked hurriedly. Gu Jingze leaned forward slightly. His eyes were dark, and there was a soft light between his brows. He lowered his head to look at her slightly moving lips. Her tongue was small, and it looked very cute and exquisite. The light lip lines were rosy and pleasant, which set off the beautiful skin on her face. Lin Che stared at his eyes, which were growing deeper and deeper. He felt as though his entire body was being sucked in. He wanted to escape, but his footsteps were rooted to the spot, and he was unable to move. His rough fingertips gently caressed her lips. Looking into her clear eyes, he said, "Let me tell you, you can't praise a man for his bravery. Ah. Although this is the truth. But this will still cause a man to misunderstand, understand." He gently tapped her lips. Lin Che felt his lips go numb. He quickly pushed Gu Jingze away, turned around and snorted, then ran inside. After closing the door, Lin Che slowly calmed himself down. Thinking of Gu Jingze's charming look, she felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Didn't he know that a man's seduction could be fatal? Especially a man as sexy as him. Lin Che thought that she was a normal woman who had just gone through puberty. Did she also have physical needs? What was she supposed to do when he seduced her so openly? After an unknown period of time, Lin Che finally calmed down from his emotions. The next day, Lin Che's movie was being filmed in full swing. They were preparing to finish it quickly and release it during the summer holidays. By then, it would definitely increase the viewership ratings. Thus, the filming had been very intense for the past few days. Lin Che saw Gu Jingyu coming in from afar. Thinking of yesterday's incident, she felt so guilty that she didn't dare to raise her head. However, she saw Gu Jingyu still looking at Lin Che from afar and smiling slightly, as though nothing had happened. Lin Che's heart was pounding. Sitting there, he gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Then, he heard Gu Jingyu say above his head, "Hey, what's wrong with you? You're not even looking at me." Lin Che almost spat out the water in her mouth. She looked up at Gu Jingyu and said, I'm fine." Gu Jingyu saw the unconcealable guilt on her face. She looked at her deeply before sitting down and saying, "Hey, are you really married? No matter how I look at you, it doesn't look like it. How old are you?" Lin Che still hated Gu Jingze to the core, but he could only say guiltily, "I'm sorry. I was too excited yesterday. That's why I said so many harsh words. I didn't mean it that way. I'm married. Getting married has nothing to do with my age. It's more about whether I met the right person to marry." Lin Che was speechless when he heard Gu Jingze's words. "I'm sorry. I was too excited yesterday." Gu Jingyu paused slightly. Looking at Lin Che, she sighed and nodded. "All right, since that's the case, I won't force you. I'll give you my blessings, but am I really a gigolo?" Lin Che hurriedly shook her head. No. Of course you're not." Gu Jingyu frowned and said, "Is it because you don't like people like me that you turned a blind eye to me from the beginning?" It's really because I'm married that I turn a blind eye to men." It's not that I turn a blind eye to you. I just feel that I'm full of respect for you. Other than that, I don't have any improper thoughts. You're as tall as my father. I'm filled with awe. Really." In order to redeem her image in his heart, Lin Che begged him not to vent his anger on her. She had really tried her best. Gu Jingyu could only shake his head speechlessly when he saw how exaggerated she was. It was so fake that it was funny, but not annoying. Who wants to be your father? Gu Jingyu said, don't worry. I'll delete the Weibo post and won't mention it again. You don't have to hide from me because of this. I'm curious. What kind of god is your husband? Why do you like him so much at such a young age? Is he really so mature and steady that I can't stop wanting him? Lin Che wanted to say, then you should ask your own brother why he would say such shameless words. But thinking about it, Gu Jingze was indeed much more steady and mature than Gu Jingyu. It's no big deal. You'll meet him sooner or later. All right. Gu Jingyu patted her shoulder and smiled at her. After that, Gu Jingyu deleted the Weibo post very quickly. Following that, the management company also released a statement, saying that it wasn't a confession like the rumor said, but was just something he said to vent his emotions. Gu Jingyu and Lin Che were good friends, and they hoped that people wouldn't tarnish their friendship because of this. Chapter 52. Some people wanted to see Lin Che make a fool of herself because Gu Jingyu had denied being in a relationship. Others thought that Lin Che was his friend, even though she had said that she wasn't in a relationship. In the past, anyone who used Gu Jingyu to create a scandal would definitely be mercilessly slapped in the face by Gu Jingyu. This time, Gu Jingyu was very calm and didn't seem to want to slap them in the face at all. Lin Che returned home while the filming was still ongoing. She saw Gu Jingze sitting there, looking straight at the computer. Gu Jingze seemed to be a man who could be straight no matter what. However, because of this, he seemed extremely tough and his figure was extremely good-looking. Lin Che stopped when she came in. She looked at Gu Jingze's slender fingers. They looked like they were very suitable for dancing on the piano and walking on the keyboard. They looked as elegant as a noble ballet dancer. She couldn't help but be a little dazed. It was said that men were the most handsome when they were serious. Moreover, this was Gu Jingze, who was already extremely handsome. When Gu Jingze raised his head and saw Lin Che standing at the door, he suddenly shouted, "Are you stupid, Lin Che?" She stood at the door in a daze, thinking about something. She actually laughed out loud. Gu Jingze thought that he had never seen anyone dumber than her. However, when he looked at the computer and saw that the website showed that Gu Jingyu had denied being in a relationship, he couldn't help but smile. He looked at Lin Che a lot more pleasing to the eye. So he smiled and waved. "Don't stand there like a fool. Come in." He closed the website and said. Lin Che smiled embarrassedly. She didn't expect to be stunned by a man. Her ears were burning. She didn't dare to look at Gu Jingze's deep and sexy eyes. She quickly said, "Oh, I'm not feeling well. I'll go in and rest first." Not feeling well. Gu Jingze's brows furrowed, and the smile on his face froze. Seeing Lin Che walk in, he quickly followed. "What's wrong, Lin Che? Are you not feeling well?" Seeing Gu Jingze walk over, Lin Che panicked and said randomly, "It's nothing. It's just, maybe I'm too tired." Gu Jingze followed her into the bedroom. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Is the injury on your leg still not healed?" Although it had been a while, she had been working too hard recently. She went out to film every day and stayed up late. Although the wound wasn't big, it was still an important part. "Take off your pants and let me see if there's anything wrong with your wound." Gu Jingze squatted down and was about to take off Lin Che's pants. Other than attending events and wearing costumes, Lin Che usually wore a simple pair of jeans and sneakers when he went out. At this moment, his jeans were sticking to his body, and it was impossible to tell what was wrong with his legs. Gu Jingze didn't think of anything else. He was anxious, so he asked her to take off her pants. However, Lin Che's face turned red all the way to his neck. What do you mean take off my pants? I'm a grown man. Seeing that Lin Che didn't move, Gu Jingze started to undress her anxiously. Quick, take it off and see, he said, his big hand grabbing the top of her jeans, and he was about to take it off. Lin Che panicked. She pressed his hand down and said with a red face, Gu Jingze, what's wrong with you? Why would I take off my pants? Gu Jingze said, how can I not take a look? If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. The arteries are no joke. However, when she raised her head, she saw Lin Che's completely red face. His narrow face now looked like a ripe tomato that could explode with a pinch. Gu Jingze then realized that his hand that was being pressed down was holding on to her pants. His expression changed, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Well, take it off if you want. I'm just looking at your wound. It's not like you want to do anything. Why are you so anxious? He said, hiding the embarrassment on his face. Lin Che was so angry that she couldn't breathe. She looked at him and said, but I can't take off my pants. I'm not wearing anything underneath. Hey, I'm your husband anyway. What's wrong with looking? Didn't you say it yourself? It's not like you haven't seen it before. But what did you say? You're not wearing anything underneath. Gu Jingze felt that something wasn't right. He frowned. Didn't that mean that what was inside was, Lin Che blushed again. No, I'm only wearing underwear. Gu Jingze looked at her pants and said speechlessly, that's covered. Why can't I look? Do you think I want to look at your legs? Lin Che said, it's fine if you don't want to see it. I didn't say I wanted to show it to you. Besides, it's not because of my leg injury. I'm just tired. Can you go out and let me rest for a while? I don't want you to sleep here tonight. You're disturbing me and I can't sleep well. Gu Jingze looked at her strangely. I don't make much noise, and I sleep much better than you. How am I disturbing you? Your existence is a disturbance. Anyway, can I sleep alone tonight? Your family won't say anything if we split the room occasionally. Not every husband and wife stays together every day. Although Gu Jingze felt strange, seeing how anxious Lin Che was, he thought that maybe she was really not used to living with him. Maybe she was tired of living with him these days. She was too tired today, so she burst out. So he thought for a while and said, okay then. I'll stay out tonight. You have a good rest. Seeing that Gu Jingze really went to get the blanket and walked out, she heaved a sigh of relief. Really? Lin Che sat down on the bed. In his heart, he thought, this Gu Jingze is really a monster, a monster. Lin Che thought that maybe he was really old and couldn't control his hormones anymore. That was why he was drooling and blushing at Gu Jingze. Luckily, in the next few days, he was busy with the filming. He spent more time at the set than at home, so he didn't have time to worry about Gu Jingze. The TV series was finally finished. Gu Jingyu generously said that he would treat everyone to a hotel for a night. They wouldn't go home until they were drunk, and if they were drunk, they would stay at the hotel. Anyway, it was just to have a good time. Lin Che called Yu Minmin over and prepared to bring Sister Yu to have some fun. Yu Minmin thought that she could curry favor with the director this way, so she immediately agreed happily. On the way, Yu Minmin said to Lin Che while driving, if we become famous in the future, we should get a nanny van. Lin Che was still a small-time actor. He didn't even have a car, let alone a nanny van. Lin Che was also very grateful to Yu Minmin, who drove Lin Che everywhere when she was free. Yu Minmin said, this time, Gu Jingyu is treating us to a club under the Gu Corporation. I wonder if we'll meet Gu Jingze or something. Pfft. Lin Che choked. Yu Minmin said, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Che said, "Why would I meet Gu Jingze?" Yu Minmin said, "Of course I'm going to curry favor with him. Your sister Yu loves to ride on rich people's coattails. I can't miss such a good opportunity." Chapter 53. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin speechlessly. After spending some time together, he felt that although Yu Minmin was snobbish, she wasn't that annoying. Maybe it was because both of them wanted to show their power to each other and felt that she didn't pretend or defend herself, so they didn't find her annoying. Although Yu Minmin didn't treat her very well in the past, he wasn't that bad. It was just that Lin Che wasn't popular, so he didn't have many opportunities. Now that Lin Che was considered an artist under her management, their relationship started to improve. Soon, they arrived at the clubhouse that Gu Jingyu mentioned. From the outside, they could tell that it wasn't an ordinary clubhouse. It looked like a resort with all the functions. Below it was the entertainment area, and above it was the hotel. There were food, karaoke, games, and bars. From the outside, it looked like a huge skyscraper, which made people feel that it was high class. The crew came in groups of 2s and 3s to congratulate each other and celebrate the completion of the TV series. Lin Che and Yu Minmin sat in a place where there weren't many people. They chatted leisurely. When Gu Jingyu arrived, there was a loud commotion around them. Lin Che raised his hands and applauded. However, he saw Gu Jingyu greet the crowd and come to Lin Che's side. Lin Che's expression was very blank. He looked at Gu Jingyu and felt a little strange. Gu Jingyu, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face as he sat down beside Lin Che. Lin Che said, "Why are you sitting here?" There were important seats for the main character and the main cast. Why didn't she sit there? Gu Jingyu looked at her and said, "It's quiet here. I like quiet. What's wrong?" "Fine, as long as you're happy." It was the first time that Yu Minmin sat with such a big star, so she couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, although there were many stars nowadays, there were only a few A-list stars. When Gu Jingyu saw her, he turned his head and smiled at her. Yu Minmin looked flattered and hurriedly smiled back at him. Gu Jingyu glanced at her and continued talking to Lin Che. Lin Che couldn't reject him even if he wanted to. It wasn't a big deal, but Lin Che felt a little embarrassed when he saw everyone looking at him in surprise. That was why he wanted to get rid of them. When Lin Li walked in, she saw Gu Jingyu sitting with Lin Che at first glance. It was hard for her not to see it, because everyone was looking over there and discussing it. It was so obvious. Lin Li felt suffocated when she thought of how her engagement ceremony could have been on the headlines for a few days and made people envious of her. However, Lin Che was taken advantage of because of Gu Jingyu's Weibo post. Lin Che was really proud of himself recently. Wherever he went, he didn't forget to attract attention. When Mu Firen came in, everyone came to congratulate her. Lin Che looked at Mu Firen enviously and said, "I wish I could be as imposing as Sister Firen one day." Mu Firen brought along a group of assistants and other staff members and followed behind them. The moment they entered, they gave off an imposing aura. Gu Jingyu also took a look and said with a smile, "One day, you will too." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu and said, "You really know how to talk. Forget it, it's still far away. Believe in yourself. You have to walk your path step by step." When Firen was so poor that she couldn't even afford to buy food, she didn't expect that she would achieve what she has today. Is that so? Did Sister Firen have that kind of achievement? Of course. Otherwise, everyone is a star from the moment they are born. Of course, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Lin Che glanced at Gu Jingyu. Both he and Gu Jingze were such geniuses and were envied by others from the moment they were born. Gu Jingyu understood Lin Che's intention at first glance and said with a smile, "Do you think you will be happy if you don't have to worry about whether you eat or not? Everyone has their own troubles, and the Gu family is the same. While enjoying these privileges, there are also more responsibilities on my shoulders. That's why I'm too lazy to go back to the Gu family. Look at me, I'm so carefree now, right?" Lin Che couldn't help but think of Gu Jingze. Did Gu Jingze have troubles too? That's right. First of all, he had to accept a marriage that he didn't want. The more she thought about it, the more pitiful Gu Jingze felt. He was fine, but he got this disease. His perfect life had been ruined because of Lin Che. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Who are you thinking of?" Gu Jingyu couldn't help pinching her nose when he saw that she was daydreaming. "Oh, no. I'm not thinking of anyone," Lin Che muttered guiltily. Everyone had a great time at the wrap-up party, and it was also very crazy. After the wrap-up, there would be a break for a period of time, and the production of the TV series would start in full swing. When it was about to start broadcasting, everyone would gather together to promote the TV series and embark on the road of running publicity. Everyone drank a lot of wine, including Lin Che. When she came back from the bathroom, she found that no one else was there. Even Yu Minmin had disappeared. Lin Che had to drink for a while. Then she heard someone say behind her, "Mr. President is here." But this is the Gu family's clubhouse. There's nothing wrong with Mr. President coming from his own clubhouse. Isn't this Gu Jing's place? They are brothers. What's the difference between this place and his own? Didn't you see the scene just now? He's probably going to stay upstairs, so there's a curfew upstairs. No one is allowed to enter. Gu Jingyu came back. Lin Che pulled him and asked, "They said that the president is here. Is he your eldest brother?" Gu Jingyu nodded indifferently. "Yes." "What's wrong with him coming?" "Nothing. Your family is really... Are all of your brothers outstanding? You like it? If you like it, you can join the Gu family. I guarantee that you'll find it unique," Gu Jingyu said with a smile. Lin Che lowered her head guiltily. She thought to herself that she was half a member of the Gu family now. Gu Jingming had been the president for 3 years. His performance had been good and he was popular. Naturally, he had a lot of supporters wherever he went. Lin Che shook her head when she saw someone running out to see the president. She thought of something and asked, "Where's Sister Yu?" "Sister Yu? Your manager?" "I don't know. She seemed to be drunk just now. She went out and didn't come back." Gu Jingyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh. What if she ran upstairs and bumped into the president? You're done for." Lin Che thought gloomily. She couldn't be that unlucky. Chapter 54. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu. "How's the president's temper? Is he okay?" Gu Jingming was actually his biological brother. Lin Che thought that he should know about it. Gu Jingyu thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Well, think about it. How simple can he be if he's able to become the president? He looks cold on the outside, but he's even colder on the inside. He's a heartless and unscrupulous bastard who would do anything for power." Ah. Lin Che was shocked to the point of being shocked. The president looked pretty good on TV. When Gu Jingyu saw this, he laughed out loud. This Lin Che was just too funny at times. He was so silly. "Alright, I'm just kidding. He's actually a normal person. He's just a little eccentric, a little weird, a little difficult to deal with, a little difficult to get along with, a little. Why is everyone in the Gu family like this?" Wasn't that comparable to Gu Jingze? What do you mean by our Gu family? Do you think I'm difficult to get along with? Oh, no, no. Lin Che almost spilled the beans. He quickly laughed dryly and said. Lin Che called you Minmin again and realized that no one picked up. When he called again, the phone was turned off. Lin Che was a little flustered, but he had no other choice. He wanted to go up and take a look, but he found that the top was indeed blocked. Lin Che had no choice but to go back and make plans. Anyway, Yu Minmin was an adult, so she probably wouldn't get lost. When he got home, Lin Che quickly found Gu Jingze. Although he had been avoiding him recently, he had to beg him now that something really happened. Gu Jingze, how's your relationship with the president? Lin Che asked hurriedly. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. We're brothers. What do you think? Lin Che said hurriedly, my agent accidentally got lost when I was eating. I can't find her now, so I want you to do me a favor. Help me see if you can ask Mr. President if my agent broke into the building. Because there's martial law up there, I can't get through. I'm afraid that she'll be treated as a bad person and the president's security guards will arrest her. So that's what it was. Gu Jingze had been busy with work these days, but when he saw Lin Che, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Lin Che for days. When he came back, she was either not back yet or staying at the set. The next morning, she ran out early in the morning. Now that he thought about it, she was busier than him. Gu Jingze said, have you been busy lately? Lin Che was stunned. Looking at Gu Jingze's indifferent expression, he glanced at him with a questioning look. Of course, Lin Che didn't dare to say that she was avoiding him on purpose. Lin Che rubbed his ear, oh, yeah, I'm busy wrapping up the filming, and I might even be busy running promotions after that. What's wrong? Gu Jingze put his hands on the table and raised half of his body to look at Lin Che. Are you asking for my help? Lin Che nodded, yes. If I help you, how are you going to thank me? Lin Che paused for a moment, then said, how would I know? You're so rich, you can get whatever you want. You don't lack anything. How would I have anything to give you? Gu Jingze smiled and waved for her to come over. Lin Che was under the eaves, so he had no choice but to lower his head and quickly jogged over. Gu Jingze said, do you know how to massage? Ah. I don't. Gu Jingze frowned. You don't know anything. How can you be a wife? You have to know how to massage to be a wife. Lin Che said speechlessly. Gu Jingze said, what else? What's the point of getting a wife? To spend money. You earn so much money. If I don't help you spend it, how are you going to spend it all? Lin Che said shamelessly. Gu Jingze looked at her. You only know how to talk nonsense. Come, help me massage my shoulders and beg me. I'll consider if I should help you. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's smug expression and said hatefully, you're such an evil capitalist. You only know how to exploit poor people like me. Gu Jingze said, of course. I don't get up early if there's nothing to gain. I still have to call Gu Jingming. He's the president. Do you think ordinary people have this chance? You make it sound like you're so powerful. Isn't that your brother? Lin Che snorted angrily. However, seeing Gu Jingze tilting his head as if he was waiting for her to serve him, she could only walk behind him reluctantly. She squeezed his shoulders with both hands. His shoulders were really broad. Through his clothes, she could still feel his muscles. It was hard to pinch them. She couldn't help but think of his muscular body when he took off his clothes. The inverted triangle shape made her want to vomit blood. Her heart warmed. Looking at the back of his head, she felt a little restless. She didn't know what shampoo he used. His thick black hair was neat and clean, and it smelled really good. Really, an elegant man. No matter how she looked at him, he looked so good. Even the back of his head was very good looking. Gu Jingzi said, "Continue massaging." "Why aren't you moving?" Lin Che then realized that she was staring at his back in a daze. She continued massaging a few more times and said, "Your shoulders are so tight. Is it because you're usually too busy with work?" Gu Jingzi said, "Of course. As a husband, I have to take care of the family. How can I not be tight?" Lin Che burst out laughing. Hearing her laughter, Gu Jingzi laughed as well. Her little hands were really weak. Although he could feel that she was using all her strength when she squeezed, he still didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, it made him feel even tighter. It was because those little hands were too soft, and it made him feel like he couldn't bear to squeeze them. However, even so, he still couldn't bear to let her go. Feeling the gentle caress like a breeze, he smiled and said, "All right. Since you're so sincere, pass me the phone." Seeing that Gu Jingzi had finally relented, Lin Che hurriedly passed him the phone. Gu Jingzi quickly called, but the call didn't go through. Gu Jingzi said, "Looks like he's busy." Lin Che's little face fell. Seeing that she was really anxious, Gu Jingzi couldn't bear to tease her anymore. "I'll call his secretary." "Ah, really? Gu Jingzi, you're the best." Lin Che's little face immediately broke into a smile. Gu Jingzi looked at her and smiled. He picked up the phone and called again. This time, the call went through. Why isn't Mr. President answering the phone? Is he busy? On the phone, the person on the other end said in a low voice, replying to second young master, "Mr. President is already asleep." "Asleep?" "Yes." "Oh, okay. Can you help me ask if you've caught a drunk woman?" Replying to second young master, "No." "Okay. Send my regards to Mr. President." "Yes, second young master. I'll definitely report to you tomorrow morning." "Is there anything else, second young master?" "Nothing." He put down the phone and said to the expectant Lin Che, "They didn't catch anyone. Don't worry, your manager probably went back alone." Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death. I thought I'd be done for if I offended the president." Gu Jingzi laughed. "You're such a coward. You even dared to offend me, and you're still afraid of the president." Chapter 55. Lin Che protested, "When did I offend you? You drugged me. Do you think that if you weren't lucky, you would still be standing in front of me?" Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows. He was still surprised that he had fallen for such a lousy trick. Lin Che understood what he was talking about and blushed. I don't know who will be the unlucky one. I'm still fine. I went from a free person to someone else's contract wife. I still have to look at you every day and endure your weird temper." Gu Jingzi's face fell. She sounded aggrieved. He suddenly stood up and took a step forward. He pressed his hand against Lin Che's little face and moved closer. Seeing that her chin was very obedient, he reached out and pinched it before saying to her, "Say that again." Lin Che was startled by his cold, fragrant breath that suddenly approached her. She stared at his flirtatious action and her face was expressionless. She stared at him stiffly, feeling as if his lips were right in front of her. If she moved, she would be able to touch them at any time. Lin Che hurriedly pushed Gu Jingzi's hand away. "Move away. We're so close. Isn't it hot?" Her cheeks were burning hot. She couldn't hold it in any longer and stepped on his foot. Her petite body squeezed out from his side and ran away without looking back. Ouch! Gu Jingze felt pain from being stepped on. This damned Lin Che had really used all her strength. Gu Jingze frowned as he looked at her back. Well done, Lin Che. You've used me and now you're going to turn against me. Lin Che acted as if she hadn't heard him. She hurriedly ran inside and slammed the door. Breathing heavily, she patted her chest. This jerk was teasing her again. Before she could steady her breathing, Gu Jingze's voice came from outside again. He still had some work to do, but after being disturbed by her, he suddenly couldn't calm down, so Gu Jingze went to the bedroom. Lin Che didn't want this jerk to come in again. She locked the door and said, "You can sleep next door." Hearing Lin Che's words, Gu Jingze said gloomily, "Why do I have to sleep next door? It's not like I haven't slept before. I'm exhausted and don't want to be disturbed by you." She had gotten used to it. He said, "This is my bedroom. I'll sleep here if I want to. Open the door for me." "No, I just offended you. How do I know that you won't take revenge on me?" Lin Che found an excuse. In any case, he just said that he didn't want him to come in. Gu Jingze snorted. "You'll only offend me more and more. Since I've already offended him, a little more won't matter." "Alright, if that's the case, Lin Che, aren't you afraid that I'll take revenge on you? When that time comes, your movie won't be able to be shown and the company will ban you." "What?" Lin Che panicked. "Gu Jingze, you can't be so shameless. We agreed that we wouldn't interfere in each other's affairs after marriage. I've done more shameless things than this. Don't forget, I'm a capitalist." Gu Jingze snorted. Lin Che's eyes moved. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still tried to open the door a little. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze's hands were sharp. He pushed the door open with his large palm. Lin Che was so shocked that she took a few steps back. Gu Jingze saw this and reached out to grab her waist, pulling Lin Che, who almost fell back. Lin Che grunted. When she came back to her senses, her face almost bumped into Gu Jingze's face. Looking at Gu Jingze, she felt the temperature on her face rising rapidly. Looking at his thin lips, she felt her throat go hoarse and couldn't speak. She panicked and quickly pushed Gu Jingze away. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze frowned and grabbed her wrist. Seeing that she dared to look at him and was desperately avoiding his gaze, he was even more displeased. He pulled Lin Che up and said, "Lin Che, what are you doing? Why do I feel that you've been avoiding me recently?" Lin Che was shocked. Had she been discovered? I'm not avoiding you." She was still trying to push Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze's grip tightened. "You're not avoiding me. Then why don't you dare to look at me and keep chasing me out?" Lin Che quickly turned her head. "I'm not. You must be imagining things." Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che and pinched her cheeks with his long sleeves, forcing her to look at him. "Then look into my eyes and tell me that you're not avoiding me." Lin Che raised his head and looked at the pair of dark eyes that seemed to penetrate deep into his bones. His mouth moved, but no words came out. She was really avoiding him because she felt her body heat up just looking at him. She quickly said, "I'm really not avoiding you. Let go of me." She forcefully pushed his hand away. Gu Jingze was instantly annoyed. Seeing that Lin Che had turned around, he took a few steps closer and followed up to ask, "What's wrong with you, Lin Che?" "What do you mean what's wrong?" "I'm fine. I've just been too busy recently." "Then why did you chase me out?" Of course, Gu Jingze wouldn't believe her. "Because I don't feel comfortable sleeping in the same room with you. Moreover, we're just faking our marriage. When the time comes, my family can just say that our honeymoon period is over and we're all busy, so it's fine to sleep separately from time to time." Lin Che. Gu Jingzi suddenly had a bad feeling. You're avoiding me like this. Could it be that you have a man that you like? Otherwise, Gu Jingzi couldn't figure out why. Lin Che was stunned. She hadn't thought about it in that direction. But since he asked, Lin Che simply said, "It's not that I have a man that I like, but I'll have a boyfriend sooner or later. Otherwise, if I start abstinence at this age, I feel that my youth will be wasted." She thought that maybe she really needed a boyfriend. Ever since she was young, she had never liked any other man except for Qin Qin, and she had never been close to any man. Therefore, when she looked at Gu Jingzi now, she felt restless and impatient. Her body and mind must be out of sync due to the accumulation of hormones. That's why she wanted a man so much. Gu Jingzi frowned deeply. There seemed to be a dark light flashing in his eyes. Looking at Lin Che's curled-up lips, he suddenly felt a surge of impulse. With a dark look in his eyes, he took a step forward. He pressed down on her shoulder with one hand and cupped the back of her head with the other. He directly bit her red lips. The tip of his tongue swept across her lips. Almost subconsciously, he burrowed into her mouth. Lin Che was stunned. She felt the soft and smooth tongue invading her mouth with a slightly cold feeling. For a moment, she was completely frozen. Gu Jingzi seemed to want to suck away her soul. He deeply sucked on the tip of her tongue and washed her into his mouth. They were inextricably intertwined. Digression. The next chapter was a paid chapter. The story behind it was extremely exciting. Only by reading further would she be able to dig out more secrets between Lin Che and Prince Charming Gu. Yes, yes. Thank you everyone for your support. It's all because of you that Little Clothes is where she is today. Moi 524189129 Mu Mang Mang Fan Group. Ordinary Group. Fans can join Knock on Door Brick. Your favorite character's name in this article. 181465632 Mu Mang VIP Fan Group. To join, you need to contact the admin and show them a screenshot of your subscription. Welcome to join. Authors Weibo. Search for Yinchi Mui on Sina Weibo. Follow. Chapter 56. Lin Che still wanted to dodge, but she could clearly feel him pushing her against the wall with one hand. He pressed her against the cold wall. Gu Jingzi's strong body leaned against her, and one of his hands had already reached under her. The moment their skin touched, Lin Che felt that his hand was burning hot. Her body trembled like a sieve. She could feel his rough fingertips brushing across her skin, leaving waves of shivers. Most of her clothes were lifted up. His hand was moving up along her silhouette when he heard the phone ringing. Gu Jingzi's lips parted. Breathing rapidly, he glanced at the sound. He cursed inwardly for the irritating sound. Her taste lingered on his lips. He licked it reluctantly. It didn't feel disgusting at all. Instead, it made him feel nostalgic. Lin Che's eyes were misty, and her cheeks were blushing just right. He let go of her. His hand was still burning hot. He took it out, and there was a thin layer of sweat on his palm. He glanced at Lin Che before he turned around and picked up the phone. It was a call from Gu Jingming's secretary. Gu Jingzi picked it up. What's up? Second young master, I just found out that there was a woman who barged in. Does second young master know this person? Yes. Her name is Yu Minmin. It's her. Don't worry, second young master. Mr. President has sent someone to send her back. She should be fine now. That's good. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. President asked me to say hello to young madam. Mr. President will be going back to the Gu family soon. He hopes to see young madam. Is that so? Okay, there will be a chance. He smiled faintly, raised his head, and looked at Lin Che, who was standing to the side, his clothes still in a mess. He put down the phone, looked at Lin Che, and said, "Your agent is fine now." Lin Che looked at him. There was no trace of what had just happened on his face. It was as if nothing had happened. He was still looking at her with clear eyes as he spoke. However, she could still recall the obvious ripples he had left on her body just now. She was furious. She really wanted to kill him. She stomped her feet and said to Gu Jingze, "Get out." Jerk. Before Gu Jingze could react, Lin Che had already strode over and punched him repeatedly. Although it was not painful, it was very annoying. Gu Jingze could only step back. Although he could easily press her thin body down, he didn't do so. Gu Jingze was so angry that he couldn't help but step back. It was just pushed to the outside. Gu Jingze said, "Lin Che, what are you doing?" He grabbed her wrist and looked at her burning cheeks. Lin Che glared at him angrily. "Scram, get out." "Rogue?" He frowned. "You're my wife, so everything I've done seems to be legal, right?" Lin Che was speechless. Gu Jingze frowned and said, "So, how can you find a boyfriend now? Lie and say you're not married." Lin Che was only thinking about it. He hadn't even put it into action yet, so how could he say it now? Gu Jingze stared at her and said seriously, "I won't allow you to find a boyfriend now." Lin Che's heart thumped. What did he mean? Gu Jingze looked at her. His expression was gloomy, but there was a deep light in his eyes. "So, you'd better give up on this idea." Lin Che wanted to say something, but Gu Jingze suddenly came closer again. "If you must try, I advise you not to try to provoke me." His cold and stiff jawline tightened. When he came closer, he gave off a domineering aura, making Lin Che's heart jump and pound violently in her chest. Lin Che's eyes darted around, and he hurriedly pushed her away. "Don't try to come in and be a hooligan again." Humph. With that, she slammed the door shut. Gu Jingze was locked outside just like that. Looking at the tightly shut door, he took a deep breath. Had he been locked out of the bedroom by his wife? Lin Che. "Just you wait." Gu Jingze growled at the door. Seeing a servant pass by, he restrained his expression and walked to the guest bedroom, ready to make do with it for the night. Lying on the bed, Lin Che's face was still hot. He tossed and turned, but he couldn't fall asleep. In the other room, Gu Jingze had slept on the sofa for so long. Now that he had finally fallen asleep on the bed, he felt a little uncomfortable. Because Lin Che was living in the bedroom, there was always a faint fragrance in the room. It seemed to be her scent, but it also seemed to be the scent of a girl. Here, there was only the fragrance of the disinfectant on the quilt. Although it wasn't unpleasant, it still made him feel uncomfortable. When he raised his head, he subconsciously wanted to look at the woman who was sleeping badly, but only the wall responded. He faintly felt a little uncomfortable. He lay there for a long time before he fell asleep. The next day, Lin Che had a meeting at the company to decide on the future plans because the TV series had finished filming. Lin Che arrived at the company early. Seeing the dispirited Yu Minmin, he quickly walked over and asked, "Sister Yu, what happened to you yesterday? You suddenly disappeared halfway." Yu Minmin looked a little embarrassed. She raised her head and said, "I drank a little too much." Lin Che said, "I asked someone to go over and ask. They said that you broke into Mr. President's forbidden zone. Are you okay after that?" Yu Minmin combed her hair and said, "When I went over, Mr. President wasn't here yet." I don't know how it became a forbidden zone. Luckily, nothing happened and they sent me back. Really? That's great. It seems that Mr. President is a good person, Lin Che said. Yu Minmin shrugged and didn't comment, but she looked a little tired. Lin Che said, "You're going to go on a publicity tour next, right?" Yu Minmin said, "Yeah, the TV series has to be aired during the summer. Although we've finished filming, it's going to be the busiest time. You have to be prepared. The company might arrange for you to be interviewed about your speaking skills. If you go out with Gu Jingyu to promote the show, the reporters will definitely catch you and Gu Jingyu and ask you questions. Don't say anything wrong." Lin Che said, "Am I going to be interviewed too?" She was just a small-time artist and had never been interviewed properly. Yu Minmin said, "Of course. You're one of the main leads. Although you're not the main lead, you still have quite a lot of scenes. Moreover, the news about you and Gu Jingyu is always on the headlines." Lin Che thought awkwardly. She hadn't even worked yet and she was already on the headlines. She didn't know if she should be happy or sad. The number of comments is up. Today, for everyone's hard work, I will add a new chapter in the comments section. Thank you for your support, but the update will probably be a little late. Chapter 57. Soon, the first promotional event was launched. Gu Jingyu attended the event with Lin Che. At the event, Lin Che saw Lin Li from afar. Lin Li strode over, followed by a group of assistants and staff. It was a grand sight. Lin Che was sitting in the public dressing room. When he saw Lin Li, he couldn't help but ask, "Isn't she going to put on makeup? Why is she leaving?" The makeup artist glanced at Lin Li and said with a smile, "She's going to a private dressing room with a professional makeup artist. She doesn't need us to put on makeup." Oh. Lin Che understood. She was a star, so of course she was different from the newcomers like them. Behind them, another small-time actor said unwillingly, "I don't see her being that famous. Why is she treated so well? Why is she treated so well? It's comparable to Mu Firen's." The makeup artist said while casting shadows on Lin Che, "Lin Li is different. She's the future wife of the Qin family and doesn't lack money, so of course she's imposing." Lin Che was amused. She and Lin Li were both members of the Lin family, but no one knew about it. Because the Lin family had always avoided revealing Lin Che's identity as an illegitimate daughter, Lin Che was really dispensable in the Lin family. She was even a hated character. Therefore, it was understandable why no one knew about her birth. Luckily, Lin Che didn't care. If she and Lin Li called each other sisters, it would be even more painful for her. Lin Che put on makeup leisurely and browsed through Weibo. The first batch of promotional photos of the TV series had been posted. Everyone's makeup photos were taken beautifully and posted on various news and Weibo. Lin Che looked at the comments below. Some people were very direct. They looked at Lin Che's photo and felt that she was very beautiful. However, some people were always so vicious. They directly wrote, "She's so ugly." Or they said, "She's so ugly. She doesn't fit the character at all. Her nose is obviously plastic surgery. Which hospital did the surgery? Why does it look exactly like that person's eyes? The same doctor, right?" Lin Che was furious. She held her phone and said gloomily, "How can you say that I'm plastic surgery? I'm all natural, okay?" She looked up at the makeup artist and asked, "Do I look like I'm a plastic surgeon? I want to have plastic surgery, but I need money first. This is my first time taking on a role. Where do I have the money to go for plastic surgery?" The makeup artist burst into laughter. She felt that Lin Che was really interesting. Yu Min sat at the side eating, waiting for her to do her makeup. Alright, which newcomer doesn't get scolded first? Plastic surgery is so easy these days, but who can tell that your nose is plastic surgery? It's so flat. If they really spent money to get it done, then the hospital's skills are too poor. Lin Che turned around and grumbled, it's not that bad. Yu Min couldn't be bothered with her and said to the makeup artist, give her more shadows. She's too flat and ugly. While everyone was having a good time, Gu Jingyu was attracted by the laughter and chatter here. What are they doing over there? Gu Jingyu asked. Is it Lin Che? The manager replied, she's always chattering wherever she goes. She's really something. She can get along well with everyone. She's silly, but she's really a nice person. Everyone likes to chat with her and she doesn't put on any airs. Gu Jingyu smiled as he looked over. He gave Lin Che a deep look before walking over as well. Hey, what are you talking about? You look so happy, Gu Jingyu said. Gu Jingyu's arrival stunned the makeup artists and the actors. But seeing that Gu Jingyu seemed to be in a good mood and sat down, they slowly relaxed. Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che. I can hear you laughing from afar. You're really loud. Lin Che and Gu Jingyu gradually got to know each other better. He really didn't think that Gu Jingyu was as difficult to get along with as others said. Instead, he was very natural, so their conversation became more natural. You think it's noisy? If you think it's noisy, go to the private dressing room over there. You're such a famous person, why are you here to make do with us? Hey, you don't welcome me. Don't you see that everyone else is beating drums and gongs to welcome me? The rest of the people couldn't help but be a bit stunned when they saw the two of them chatting like this. Who said that Gu Jingyu didn't like to chat with the other actors in the crew? He was obviously quite friendly. However, those who knew about it were indeed surprised. They knew that Gu Jingyu seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Che. Otherwise, they wouldn't be chatting so happily. As soon as Lin Li came out, she saw the two of them being surrounded in the middle. She didn't know what they were talking about, but the whole public dressing room seemed to be extremely cheerful and full of laughter. Lin Li snorted in disdain. This Lin Che is so coquettish. Her assistant said, not everyone is like Sister Lin Li, who has a natural advantage. She has no money, no power, no family background, and she doesn't have a rich and handsome fiancé like third young Master Qin. Of course, she can only climb up by seducing men. Hearing her assistant's words, Lin Li felt much better. Yeah, I don't want to get involved with these strange people. They didn't deserve it. However, seeing that Gu Jingyu also had such a good relationship with her, Lin Li was indeed jealous to death. Soon, the people in the front began to arrange interviews. However, she didn't expect that Gu Jingyu would also take Lin Che with her during the interview. Lin Che was a little reluctant at first, but the reporters were very happy and immediately coaxed the two of them together. Standing next to Gu Jingyu, Lin Che felt very complicated when she saw so many reporters surrounding them with microphones lined up in front of her. In the past few months, she had never imagined that she would one day stand under the spotlight and accept an interview. However, in just a few months, her world had undergone earth-shattering changes. The reporters were aggressive. They looked at Lin Che and asked, Lin Che, how did you feel when you and Gu Jingyu were mentioned as a couple last time? Lin Che didn't expect the reporters to be so direct and didn't react for a moment. However, Gu Jingyu, who was next to him, immediately rushed over and said, she must feel great. After all, it's a great honor to have a scandal with a handsome guy like me. Lin Che looked up gratefully. Gu Jingyu gave her a comforting smile as if saying, you can count on me. The reporter said, Lin Che, did you see her again in private? Gu Jingyu rushed over again and said, how? Thanks to you, I don't even dare to see my friends at gatherings, okay? It's not easy for me to make friends, so please don't make trouble, okay? Hearing Gu Jingyu's words, everyone burst into laughter. Lin Che really felt that Gu Jingyu did a good job. Every time a reporter asked something, he could change the topic. This made the interview interesting, and at the same time, he wouldn't be asked too many unnecessary questions. Chapter 58. The reporter saw that Gu Jingyu was protecting Lin Che. The reporter looked at Lin Che. Lin Che has just started filming and he's already met such a good senior. Isn't he lucky? Gu Jingyu couldn't possibly steal this kind of topic, could he? Lin Che smiled and said quickly, yeah, Senior Jingyu is very good to me. He taught me a lot about acting. Gu Jingyu said, then how are you going to repay me? Ha! Repay? Lin Che didn't expect him to change the topic again. How? Gu Jingyu said, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? The reporter went crazy again. Would you like to have a meal together? Of course. I have to. The reporters swarmed up to him. Lin Che could only pinch Gu Jingyu secretly, but he could only bite the bullet and say, of course, of course. Gu Jingyu laughed and said, forget it. With that little salary of yours, after you treat me, you're going to starve. Stop treating me. I'm just joking with you. Are you stupid? Why would you agree to anything? Lin Che was speechless, and the reporters laughed with him. Finally, the interview was over. When Lin Che came down, Gu Jingyu rubbed his shoulder and said with a smile, you're still young. Keep up the good work. Lin Che was speechless. If you hadn't messed around, I might have performed better. However, Yu Minmin walked over quickly and said to Lin Che with a smile, you did well, especially today. Gu Jingyu really took care of you. He talked so much with you and even made an exception to joke with you. Lin Che said, is it wrong for him to joke with me? Of course not. But Gu Jingyu has never teased an actress like this before. He usually has a good relationship with men, but he doesn't care about women at all. So, some people even think he's gay. The interview ended quickly. Lin Che didn't expect to be in the headlines with Gu Jingyu the next day. This time, Gu Jingyu was protecting him, and the news was full of good things about her. On the other side, Lin Li was furious when she saw the news about her. The huge photo was of Gu Jingyu and Lin Che. As for herself, she only found a very small photo in the corner. She had purposely bought an expensive designer dress so that there wasn't a single part of her body that wasn't glittering. However, Lin Che's name was so famous now. She just casually mentioned that Lin Li also acted in a TV series, and that was it. Lin Li was furious. She crumpled the Entertainment Evening newspaper on the table and threw it on the floor. At the side, Han Kaiying hadn't expected things to turn out this way either. She said, what's going on? How can this Lin Che be so capable? Seeing her own daughter being arranged to live in such a miserable place, Han Kaiying was furious. If Lin Che isn't purposely making things difficult for you, what else could it be? Lin Li was so mad that her face turned the color of pig liver. Lin Che. I'll make you pay. Humph. At this moment, Lin Che, who was taking care of his family, suddenly sneezed. The helper at the side saw this and hurriedly said, Madam, what's wrong? Is the air conditioner too cold? No, no. Lin Che stood up and read the newspaper with a smile. Seeing Gu Jingze coming in, she said with a smile, I'm in the headlines for the TV series. Gu Jingze saw that she was smiling, so he walked over and took the newspaper. He saw her and Gu Jingyu's photos next to each other. Lin Che was still saying, I didn't expect that I would be in the headlines one day. Gu Jingze tightened his grip on the newspaper and said in a low voice, "It's not the first time." Lin Che knew that Gu Jingze was talking about the scandal from before. That's different. That was because of the scandal. This time, it's because of my work. I'm in the headlines as an actress. Of course it's different. Gu Jingze looked up and said, "It seems that Jingyu takes good care of you." Hearing Gu Jingze's words, Lin Che nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Gu Jingyu takes good care of me. Sister, you said that he doesn't usually help others like this. I didn't know that he was such a nice person. Also, he was very good at interviews. The reporters couldn't ask him any questions and he easily kicked them back. I didn't expect him to be so good at acting and dealing with reporters. No wonder he's so popular." Gu Jingze's face turned green in an instant. Lin Che didn't notice it. She was dancing excitedly at the side with admiration written all over her little face. Gu Jingze stood up and threw the newspaper on the table. "Hey, why did you throw the newspaper at me?" Lin Che looked up unhappily. Gu Jingze stopped and said to the helper, "From tomorrow onwards, don't subscribe to trashy entertainment newspapers." "Yes, sir." "What?" Lin Che stood up immediately. "Gu Jingze, why not?" Gu Jingze didn't turn around and said directly, "I don't like to see you flirt on the screen." Lin Che's face darkened. "You." "Gu Jingze, you're prejudiced. How can you be so prejudiced? An actor doesn't flirt. It's art. What do you know?" Gu Jingze snorted and turned around. There was a hint of coldness in his clear black and white eyes. Art is also a product of hunger and thirst. "You." Lin Che was so angry that his face turned green. "Capitalist, greedy, nouveau riche, no self-restraint, no artistic talent, and your whole body stinks of money." Gu Jingze raised the corner of his lips and sneered fiercely. "Don't forget, what you're eating and using now is my stink of money." Lin Che was stunned. He saw Gu Jingze waving his hand and called Qin Hao in. Gu Jingze said calmly, "By the entertainment evening newspaper. This kind of trashy newspaper bewitches people and misleads young people. It's a scourge if we keep it. After buying it, change it to the economic evening newspaper." "Yes, sir." Qin Hao looked at Gu Jingze's face, which was as stiff as a plaster. He stole a glance at Lin Che and immediately retreated. Lin Che's fingers were trembling. He pointed at Gu Jingze and said, "You are too overbearing." Gu Jingze snorted coldly and strode into the room. Lin Che sat there angrily as he looked at Gu Jingze's cold back. He looked at the newspaper that was thrown on the floor and felt a lump in his throat. That damned Gu Jingze. He actually said that she was flirting and misleading young people. Actors were indeed misunderstood by many people, especially people with money and power like him. They felt that they were doing meaningless things. Yes, being a celebrity seemed to be very pretentious. She had also been insulted by many people before. But she didn't expect Gu Jingze to think the same way. This person was so rotten. Chapter 59. At night, Lin Che went back to his room and closed the door again, not letting Gu Jingze in. He waited for a long time but didn't hear anything. Lin Che had to open the door quietly. He heard Gu Jingze talking on the phone outside. "Huiling, what's wrong?" Lin Che's heart settled. When he heard Mo Huiling's name, he couldn't help but pay even more attention. Gu Jingze listened to Mo Huiling's coquettish voice on the phone. "Jingze, I had a fight with my family and I have nowhere to go. Can I stay at your place for a few days?" Gu Jingze thought for a while. Why would you have a fight with your family? Isn't it Forget it, let's not talk about it. Anyway, I don't have a place to stay now. My parents just confiscated my bank card. Okay, I'll go find you after I've arranged a place. Okay, I'll wait for you. Gu Jingze stood there and calmed down. He bent his hand and called Qin Hao. Vacate the villa by the bay. Huiling has nowhere to stay. I'll take her there later. Yes, sir. Qin Hao looked at Gu Jingze's gloomy face and didn't dare to say another word. When he left, he saw Lin Che's shadow by the door. He felt sorry for Lin Che. With Gu Jingze's temper, no one could say anything when he was really stubborn. Lin Che watched as Gu Jingze strode away without any reluctance. He stood close to the door for a long time before he cursed in his heart. Damn Gu Jingze. He's so fickle. Even though he has a wife, he still goes out to flirt. However, he felt uncomfortable after cursing. Mo Huiling was the one he loved after all. Wasn't it said that in love, the one who wasn't loved was the third party? She was actually the third party. Gu Jingze left the house and didn't come back for the whole night. Lin Che vaguely heard Gu Jingze say something about the villa by the bay. He guessed that he and Mo Huiling were there. Meanwhile, at the villa by the bay, Mo Huiling put down her luggage and looked at Gu Jingze happily. Thank you, Jingze. I don't know what to do without you. Gu Jingze asked the servant to put Mo Huiling's luggage away and sat on the sofa with her. Huiling, what happened between you and your family? Mo Huiling bit her lower lip. Actually, it's nothing. She lowered her eyes and looked pitiful. They didn't agree with me being with you at first. Now that they heard that you're married, they desperately tried to introduce me to a boyfriend. This time, they introduced a boyfriend to me. I didn't agree, so I quarreled with my family. Gu Jingze frowned and looked in her direction. His jaw tightened. Huiling, because of him, she had really been wronged. Mo Huiling raised her head. I won't find a boyfriend. I want to wait for you, Jingze. Marrying someone you don't love is torture. I won't let myself suffer for the rest of my life. She was talking about herself, but she was also reminding him that he was now tied to someone he didn't love every day. Gu Jingze frowned unhappily. But looking at Mo Huiling, he suppressed his anger. He wasn't in a good mood today. The feeling of irritation burned his heart. Even Mo Huiling, who was sitting opposite him, could see that from the beginning, Gu Jingze's beautiful face was as cold as ice. His sharp eyes seemed to be piercing, and his cold chin was raised unhappily. Mo Huiling felt a little happy in her heart. He was probably unhappy because he heard that her family was forcing her to go on a blind date. Actually, she had always known that Gu Jingze was a very possessive person, so he must be jealous now. Mo Huiling stood beside him and looked at him. Jingze, what should I do? My family will keep forcing me to go on a blind date. I don't even dare to go home recently. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of man they will introduce to me. Gu Jingze came back to his senses. He looked at Mo Huiling and said calmly, you can stay here as long as you want. Mo Huiling immediately pulled him and said, will you stay with me? Gu Jingze sighed and said without hesitation, Huiling, that's not appropriate. I'm a married man now. Mo Huiling's face darkened. But I'm afraid to live here alone. I've already sent 5 servants here, and there are cooks in the kitchen at all times. The Gu family's security guards are already waiting outside. There won't be any security problems here. You can rest assured. No matter how many people there are, they can't compare to you. Mo Huiling looked at him. I don't want to stay alone. It makes me feel very insecure. But Gu Jingze just sat there and didn't say a word. Mo Huiling was a little angry. She looked at him and said, Or do you want to go back and accompany your beautiful wife, so you don't want to stay here? Beautiful wife. Gu Jing's eyebrows sank again. His eyes flashed fiercely. He looked at Mo Huiling and said, "Forget it. I'll stay here." It wasn't that they hadn't lived under the same roof before, but as usual, they had never stayed in the same room. Because of Gu Jing's allergies, he couldn't have any physical contact with her. However, Mo Huiling was still overjoyed. She hurriedly ordered people to prepare dinner. Her incomparably beautiful face was suffused with radiance. Seeing Mo Huiling so happy, Gu Jingze finally made up his mind. He would stay here. He owed Mo Huiling too much. So, he felt a little guilty that Mo Huiling was so happy about such a small thing. After that, they ate supper together and went back to their rooms to rest. Gu Jingze was not interested. At night, he shared a room with Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling wanted to ask him to sit in her room and see if she could ask him to stay in her room. However, Gu Jingze didn't give her the chance to ask him. He went back to his room alone. Mo Huiling could only stomp her feet angrily and go back to her room. Gu Jingze didn't come back that night. The next morning, Lin Che went out for breakfast. She looked at the big dining room and saw only her breakfast left on the table. She suddenly felt uneasy. Although there was only one person missing in the house and there were so many servants walking around, she suddenly felt that the house was very empty. Luckily, not long after, she received a call from the company. They happily said that the company had received an advertisement for her and asked her to go to the company immediately. When she arrived at the company, Yu Minmin happily told her about the advertisement. It was a candy advertisement. It had a high airing rate on TV. If she became the spokesperson, it would greatly increase her popularity. However, she didn't expect that such a good thing would cause her to suffer the first slander. Chapter 60. Lin Che and Yu Minmin walked to the agency together. As they walked, Lin Che said, "This is my first time accepting an advertisement. I never thought that I would be able to accept an advertisement." Yu Minmin looked at her with a smile and said, "You're someone with works now. Furthermore, you're just starting out. Don't think that you're just a minor character. You're already a famous artist, understand?" Lin Che said, "Hee, I'm just not used to it. It's so fast. A few months ago, I didn't have anything." Yu Minmin said, "Isn't that how this industry is? It's very easy to become famous. It depends on whether you can grasp the opportunity. However, you have to be careful. It's also during this period that you're most likely to be suppressed. If something happens during this period and you haven't started to become famous, the agency won't waste so much money on you. You still have your own connections. Unlike those artists who are already stable, they can slowly get better after something happens. If something happens to you during this period, you really won't be able to get back up, understand?" As she slowly felt that Lin Che was a good person, Yu Minmin also told him a lot more. She also hoped that Lin Che would be able to go further and better. When Lin Che heard this, he nodded solemnly. "I understand." After that, the contract for the advertisement went very smoothly. However, when they went out, Lin Che saw a popular movie star, Tsin Mira, standing outside. When a group of people saw Lin Che and Yu Minmin coming out, they glared at her as if they were burning with anger. Tsin Mira had just become famous in the past 2 years and had been greatly promoted by the agency. However, the two of them had not interacted at all. Lin Che was a little puzzled as he was dragged away by Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "Don't worry about her. Actually, she was the one who accepted your advertisement this time, but the agency changed you at the last minute and she's in a fit of anger." Lin Che said, "So I snatched her advertisement?" Yu Minmin said, that should be the case. But in this industry, there's no such thing as snatching. It can only be said that it depends on one's ability. The agency saw your room for growth, so of course they would choose a rising artist. Alright. At night, Lin Che followed Yu Minmin to have dinner with the advertising agency. It was necessary to thank the advertising agency for their high regard. In the car, Lin Che called Yu Minmin and asked her where to meet. Yu Minmin said, go in first. Room 302. I'll be there soon. Yu Minmin was still stuck in a traffic jam. She was in a hurry. After putting down the phone, she saw the big screen in front of her, which was showing Gu Jingming's state visit. She couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Gu Jingming was dressed in a well-ironed suit. On the big screen, he looked very gentle, but there was a hidden sharpness in his eyes. Yu Minmin recalled many people's comments about Gu Jingming. They said that he was an iron-fisted president. He was good at dealing with foreign affairs and internal affairs, so he was deeply rooted in people's hearts. By the time he reacted, he had already crashed into the car in front of him. He had rear-ended it. Damn it, Yu Minmin cursed before getting out of the car. Lin Che made several calls outside the club, but Yu Minmin did not pick up. Helpless, Lin Che could only enter the private room that she had agreed on. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw the people inside. Some of them were lying down, and some looked very strange. However, it was obvious that they were not the people Lin Che was going to see tonight. Lin Che was stunned. He turned around and was about to leave, but his wrist was grabbed by the person inside. Outside, in the hallway where no one could see, Tsun Mira was holding her phone with a strange smile on her face. She said into the phone, I'm here. Linley, thank you for telling me that she's here. Tonight. I'll make sure that she doesn't come back. Inside, before Lin Che could react, he heard the police rushing in. Don't move. Put down the drugs in your hands. One by one, stand close to the wall. Drugs? Lin Che looked carefully again. When he saw the room full of strange equipment and strange people, he finally understood what was going on. He began to feel a chill in his heart. If an artist was involved in drugs, what would happen to them? It wasn't like there weren't any examples. Gu Jingzhe was in his office when Mo Huiling suddenly called him. He had to stop his work again. He was a little annoyed. In the past few days, Mo Huiling had been chasing after him very closely and was disturbing his work. Mo Huiling said, Jingzhe, are you still not coming to stay tonight? After the first day he stayed there, he felt uncomfortable. On the second day, he said that he was busy with work and didn't go over. However, Mo Huiling kept calling him to ask about work, which made it difficult for him to deal with. I'm still busy. Huiling, if you're bored, I'll ask Qin how to send a car to pick you up. You can go shopping. I've already asked someone to leave a card for you. Or you can go shopping abroad. The family's plane is always there. You can take the Gu family's plane. I don't want to. Jingzhe, what's wrong? Are you disgusted with me? Am I being too close to you? Is that why you want to kick me out? Gu Jingzhe rubbed between his eyebrows. No, you're thinking too much. Qin Hao was still waiting by the side. Gu Jingzhe waved his hand and asked him to wait for a while. He said to Mo Huiling on the phone, I'm going abroad for a few days. I have work to do. Be good, Huiling. I'll call you when I'm done. Mo Huiling was a little disappointed. Hearing his words, she had no choice but to say, okay then, I'm hanging up. Love you, Jingzhe. Mo Huiling didn't want to push him too hard. She was afraid that Gu Jingzhe would hate her at such an important time. However, she couldn't be too far away from him. Otherwise, Gu Jingze would definitely go to that little bitch's side. This made Mo Huiling very anxious. She could only hang up the phone and think fiercely about how she could get him. Gu Jingze was really going abroad. Seeing that Gu Jingze had hung up the phone, Qin Hao said to him, "Sir, the plane is ready at the private airport. We're checking the flight time with the National Aviation Department. It will probably take off in half an hour. Are you going to the airport now?" "Okay. I'm going to the airport." Gu Jingze stood up and went out. Qin Hao thought about Lin Che. He thought about how Gu Jingze had ignored Lin Che for a few days. "Sir, do I need to inform Madam?" Gu Jingze's face darkened. "No need. Lin Che." A few days had passed and she hadn't even called him once. She was really dutiful as a contract wife. At the same time, the special department of the police station. Because Lin Che was an artist, he was being interrogated in the special department. "Tell us, Lin Che. You're not an artist here. You're a criminal. It's useless to play this game with us." The interrogating police looked at Lin Che with contempt. He hated these artists the most. They looked high and mighty, but they were actually lowly. Chapter 61. Lin Che had lost count of how many times she had said that she didn't know. She really didn't know what had happened. The drug deal had nothing to do with her. Lin Che said, "Can I call my agent?" The policeman snorted. "No." "Then can you call my family?" "No." "You can call them when you tell them." Lin Che said indignantly, "Why?" The policeman said, "This is a special case. You're an artist." A few policemen were watching the situation from outside. "This person has just become famous. I've never seen her before. Yeah, she's just a small artist without any backing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a miserable state. She deserves it. Even if she doesn't have any backing, she can't humiliate herself like this. She can't do anything about it. But she's really pretty. Sigh, is it okay to lock her up like this?" "Don't worry. She's just a small artist. She can do whatever she wants outside. She's a criminal here too. She has to listen to us." After a long while, the police saw that they couldn't get any information out of her, so they asked her to go out and make a phone call. Lin Che picked up the phone and called Yu Minmin. But Yu Minmin still couldn't get through. She thought for a while and looked around. When she saw Gu Jingze's number, she thought for a while and called him. "Beep beep beep, the number you have dialed is unavailable." His phone was also turned off. Lin Che was helpless. The police impatiently urged him from behind, "Hurry up and fight. Are you going to fight or not? If no one cares, you can go back." Lin Che had no choice but to stop calling. "Forget it, I have no one to contact." She would rather die than contact the Lin family. Apart from these people, she had no one else to contact. Inside, Lin Che sat there in despair. She felt uncomfortable all over. She hadn't slept for the whole night, so she was dizzy. The room was also a little damp, making her feel cold. She had no choice but to lean against the side to rest. However, she felt that the chair and the wall were all cold. On the other side, Qin Hao said to Gu Jingze, "Sir, the plane has landed. We are now in Country H. There will be a reception team waiting for us outside. You should change your clothes." Gu Jingze nodded and went to the locker room to change his clothes. He had been flying for 5 hours and had been working on the plane for 5 hours. However, once something happened, he could immediately wake up as if he had a good sleep. The plane landed quickly. He turned on his phone and immediately heard a call from Mo Huiling. Jingzi, I have a surprise for you. What? Gu Jingzi asked curiously. I've come to H country. Gu Jingzi was stunned for a moment. He took a deep breath and could only say to her, okay, wait for me outside. I have a reception team from country H. I need to go and get busy before I can look for you. All right. Mo Huiling pursed her lips and her voice sank. She was obviously unhappy. Gu Jingzi put down the phone and saw a notification on his phone. There was another call last night. It was Lin Che. His whole body froze, and he immediately took out his phone to call. Qin Hao was a little anxious. He looked outside and said to Gu Jingzi, Sir. Gu Jingzi reached out a hand to stop Qin Hao's voice. The call went through quickly. It wasn't Lin Che on the other end, but an unfamiliar male voice. Who is it? This is the police station. The man sounded impatient. Where's Lin Che? He asked with a frown. Lin Che. He's locked up. Who are you to her? Locked up. Gu Jingzi's eyes flashed. He put down the phone and suddenly said to Qin Hao, cancel today's trip. Arrange for the airline company and we'll go back now. Qin Hao was stunned. But looking at Gu Jingzi's solemn face, he could only swallow his words. Lin Che, someone is here to bail you out. Just then, he heard a police officer's voice coming from outside. Lin Che didn't expect things to turn around. When he went out, he saw the person standing at the door. It was Qin Qing. Lin Che's heart warmed and he looked at her in surprise. Qin Qing, why is it you? Qin Qing's heart ached when she saw Lin Che's pale face. She didn't look well. She was haggard and uneasy, and her lips were snow-white. The police called the Lin family and said that you were locked up. I was worried about you, so I came to see you. Qin Qing supported Lin Che. Seeing that she was very weak, she simply placed her on her shoulder and carefully helped her out. Thank you, Qin Qing. Lin Che thought that the police probably couldn't do anything and called her nominal family, the Lin family. In the end, the Lin family didn't want to lock her up at all, so the person who came was Qin Qing. Qin Qing said, let's go. You don't look well. I'll take you home first. Where are you staying? Lin Che didn't say anything. She was staying in the Gu residence. Moreover, she didn't want to go back in her current state. She shook her head and said, take me to the hotel. Qin Qing said, let's go to my house. The hotel is too messy and there are reporters outside. Lin Che's eyes widened. She had known Qin Qing since she was young and had been to the Qin family many times. She didn't argue anymore and nodded. She deliberately ignored the fact that there were reporters outside. She didn't have the mood to care about that now. However, just as they reached the parking lot, Lin Li and Han Kaiying rushed over from the opposite side. Lin Che, what are you doing? Lin Li's face turned green when she saw Qin Qing supporting Lin Che. Han Kaiying also looked at Lin Che hatefully. As expected, this girl was still thinking about Qin Qing. She actually dared to call Qin Qing. She really didn't want to live anymore. Lin Li walked over and pushed Lin Che away. Lin Che had been tossing and turning for an entire night and was completely exhausted. When she pushed him, he immediately fell to the ground. Qin Qing was startled. She looked up and shouted at Lin Li without a care, what are you doing? She quickly bent down and helped Lin Che up. Lin Che, are you okay? Lin Che shook his head. He looked up and sneered at Lin Li. Seeing that Qin Qing was so nervous about Lin Che, Lin Li was even angrier. She pointed at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, what do you mean? Didn't you already have a sugar daddy? Now that you've been dumped, you can't wait to find Qing. How can you be so shameless? Linley, that's enough. What nonsense are you talking about? Qing interrupted Linley fiercely. Linley looked at Qing crazily and said, Qing, are you still speaking up for her? I'm your fiancé. But you're protecting her now. I'm talking nonsense, but I'm going crazy because of you. That's why I'm talking nonsense. Han Kaiying quickly pulled her daughter aside. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to control herself and anger Qing. She glared fiercely at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, this is your fault. Of all the things you could have done, why did you touch drugs? Seriously, you want to be famous, everyone can understand, but how could you do such a shameful thing just for the sake of being famous? This is against the law, you can't be so lowly. You're still a member of the Lin family, and if you do this, our Lin family will also lose face. You're really insensible. Chapter 62. Lin Che sneered at Han Kaiying. Auntie, don't worry. No one knows that I'm a member of the Lin family. So, even if it's embarrassing for me. You can think whatever you want. I've said that I didn't do it. If there's nothing else, please step aside. I want to go out. Qing unhappily raised her head and looked at the mother and daughter pair. Only then did she come over and pull Lin Che up. Only then did she realize that Lin Che was so thin and weak. One of his arms and one of his hands seemed to be able to break him easily. She helped her up and Lin Che stood up with difficulty. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt cold and her legs were trembling when she stood up. Han Kaiying was so angry that her face twisted when she saw that Qing was on Lin Che's side. She didn't let Lin Li move in case she upset Qing, but as a mother, she couldn't ignore it. She grabbed Qing's hand angrily and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che, what do you mean? Do you think you're a star now and can get close to Qing? That's enough. The Qin clan's third young master isn't someone you can get. She looked at Qing and said, Qing, she doesn't have good intentions. She's been coveting you since the beginning. She's doing this on purpose, but you can't see it and still want to help her. You disappoint our Lin Li. Qing gritted her teeth and looked at Han Kaiying. She was glad that Han Kaiying was different from her mother. Qing supported Lin Che and walked out. She didn't want to listen to Han Kaiying's words anymore. Stumbling out, Lin Che felt like he was in a daze and his legs were weak. Seeing that Qing didn't care about her, Han Kaiying went forward and grabbed Lin Che. She pulled Lin Che back and slapped Lin Che's face. Just then, outside, a few cars suddenly stopped by the door. Inside, the senior officers of the police station heard the news and came out to welcome them. They stumbled toward the door. Lin Li and Han Kaiying froze and looked at the row of black cars at the door in surprise. A black Bentley was parked in the middle. After the door was opened, a pair of custom-made handmade leather shoes stepped out calmly. After that, a tall figure landed on the ground. Gu Jingze, dressed in a gray top and dark blue pants, stood ramrod straight on the stone steps. His obsidian-like eyes were deep and enchanting, enshrouding Gu Jingze's perfect and flawless face. He walked out of the car with an oppressive aura. His gaze landed on Qing's hand that was tightly gripping Lin Che's. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on his usually calm face. Although it was fleeting, it still sent chills down people's spines. The people behind them quickly split into two groups. Tall security guards with pagers stood on both sides, and Qin Hao followed them silently. Lin Li and Han Kaiying were dumbfounded by the scene. A few high-ranking officers from the police station hurriedly greeted him with a smile. They did not dare to approach him and could only say in a low voice, "Mr. Gu, I didn't expect you to come back. Sorry for not going out to greet you." Gu Jing's gaze landed on Lin Che's deathly pale face. Then, he took a few steps forward and walked over. Seeing Gu Jing's tall figure approaching, Qin Qing's hand involuntarily clenched even tighter. Subconsciously, Qin Qing felt a little nervous, but she did not want to let go of Lin Che. Her hand held on to Lin Che unwillingly. Gu Jing's eyes turned cold, and a strong sense of oppression hit Lin Che in the face. Lin Che raised his head, insisting that he did not want to appear too weak in front of Gu Jingze. However, that pretentious expression made people feel pity for him. Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's arm, and his gaze fell on Qin Qing's hand. Qin Qing clenched her teeth and wanted to hold on, but her hand loosened involuntarily under the pressure of his aura. As for Gu Jingze, he simply raised his hand and directly carried Lin Che in his arms. Only then did Lin Che feel wronged. She greedily breathed in his scent. The moment he carried her, she felt a sense of security, which was rare. Gu Jing's gaze was like a dormant beast. He glanced at Qin Qing, and his tall figure directly passed by a few people. Gu Jingze, I. Lin Che's slender arm wrapped around his neck. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Jingze coldly stopped her. Shut up. Lin Che was stunned. She bit her lip and looked at him, swallowing the words she was about to say. Gu Jingze was obviously in a bad mood. He glared at her fiercely. If you don't have any strength, just stay there. Stop talking nonsense. The people at the police station suddenly felt a chill. Looking at Gu Jingze holding Lin Che with a cold face, they couldn't help but look around. Who on earth caught this woman and brought her in? Could it be that this woman offended Gu Jingze, so the Gu family suddenly called and asked them to get ready to release her? The police who had just interrogated them were already so scared that they shrunk back and didn't dare to come over. Their disdain just now had been completely replaced by shock. Lin Li, together with Han Kaiying, stared at this scene without blinking. Lin Li couldn't help but think angrily, damn Lin Che. How could such a man be so protective of her? Looking at the tall, meaty, and charismatic Gu Jingze hugging Lin Che as if he was hugging a little lamb, his handsomeness really made people's imaginations run wild. It was really enviable to look at. Which woman didn't want to be hugged by such a charming man like this? It looked so sexy. Lin Li cursed at the back. How could Lin Che have such good luck? Seeing this scene, Qin Qing felt more and more uncomfortable. Just as she was about to follow them, a group of security guards in black quickly gathered around them and tightly separated Gu Jingze from them. Qin Qing and the others couldn't even get one step closer. Qin Qing suddenly felt resentful. She hated the fact that she was indeed in the sky and Gu Jingze was on the ground. She didn't even have the ability to get close to him. Seeing that the security guards had left, the government officials who were usually high and mighty quickly followed them while nodding and bowing. Han Kaiying said angrily, "Who the hell is he? Why did he come here to show off his power?" Lin Li glared at them and muttered, "This Gu Jingze is really so powerful." However, it was undeniable that it could be seen whether he was powerful or not. Qin Qing took a deep breath and said, "The Gu family is a family that can't be compared to in Country C. One of them swaggers around in the political world, while the other is in the business world." Hearing this, Lin Li's face became even redder with resentment. Damn Lin Che. Why does she have such good luck? Lin Che was shoved into the car by Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze followed him in and Lin Che immediately fell into Gu Jingze's arms. Gu Jingze looked down at Lin Che's weak appearance. He looked ahead coldly and said to Qin Hao, who was outside, "I need someone to take responsibility for this." Qin Hao nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Chapter 63. Lin Che fell into Gu Jing's arms and fainted not long after they were in the car. Lin Che didn't know why she was so weak all of a sudden, but Gu Jingze attributed it to the fact that her injuries hadn't healed yet. Even if the wounds on her body had healed, she must still be weak after losing so much blood. Gu Jingze carried Lin Che home and put her on the bed in the bedroom. He looked at her shriveled lips and frowned slightly. His eyes darkened. This damned woman only knew how to cause trouble for herself. He reached out and gently rubbed her furrowed brows. As if she felt more comfortable, her eyebrows relaxed slightly. However, just as Gu Jingze was about to leave, he felt her gently holding his fingers again. He took a deep look at her pale face and stayed. Her teeth were chattering, as if she was saying that she was cold. His big hand touched her forehead, which was boiling hot. He thought for a moment, lifted the quilt, and lay down himself. He remembered when he was young, his whole body and hands were cold before he had a high fever. His mother would carry him and massage his hands and feet until his hands and feet warmed up and the fever started to subside. He hugged Lin Che tightly, completely encircling her in his arms. He reached out and pressed the bell beside the bed, asking the servant to come in. Get Chen Yuqing here. Dr. Chen arrived very quickly. The servant said that it was probably Madame Gu's illness. Chen Yuqing mumbled, since when did he let me treat someone else's illness? He used to be an internationally renowned specialist. Later, he was found by the Gu family to be Gu Jing's personal doctor while doing research. For many years, he had never treated anyone's illness other than when it was necessary for research. When Chen Yuqing opened the door, he saw Gu Jingze lying on the bed. The girl in his arms was lying obediently like a kitten. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were. Chen Yuqing quickly closed the door. Inside, Gu Jing's face darkened. Come in. He called out to the doctor at the door. Chen Yuqing thought that it wasn't right. They really wanted to wear clothes. He heard Gu Jing's voice and quickly opened the door. Gu Jingze looked at the person in his arms carefully and said, I don't know why she has a fever. She had just stayed at the police station for a night and fainted when she came back. He didn't know if something had happened to her. Seeing Gu Jing's serious face, Chen Yuqing hurried over to Lin Che. After checking, Chen Yuqing said helplessly, President Gu, Madam has caught a cold. Gu Jingze asked, just a cold? Of course. Fever, lung murmur, throat inflammation, obvious symptoms of the flu. Gu Jingze relaxed a little and said to him, let's go. Chen Yuqing was speechless. They called him over in such a hurry, and just because he had a cold, they told him to scram. Sir, there are many family doctors here. You can call them directly next time. Gu Jingze was silent, his gaze still on Lin Che. He said mildly, yeah, I feel that my body hasn't changed much after all these years. My research hasn't yielded any results, but I've gotten much better recently. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. If I have any problems in the future, I'll just look for the family doctor. You don't have to come. Chen Yuqing quickly said, I'm joking. The family doctor doesn't know anything. Madam's illness is a big deal. It's only right that you call me. Gu Jingze raised his head, glanced at him, and waved his hand to signal him to leave. Chen Yuqing quickly scrammed. Gu Jingze heard that it was just a cold, but he didn't relax. He still held Lin Che in his arms and rubbed her hands and feet. Lin Che only felt cold. It was as if she was still in the police station. She felt so wronged and helpless. She felt that she was being pulled by someone, holding her hand, supporting her, and silently rubbing her hand. Suddenly, she remembered that Qin Qing was beside her. She murmured and wanted to speak, but her voice was so hoarse that she couldn't say anything. She could only mutter, Qin Qing, Gu Jingze was stunned at first. Then, he pressed his lips against hers and listened carefully to her voice. She called out again in a muffled voice. It was indeed Qin Qin. Gu Jingze suddenly let go of her hand and stood up. He looked at the woman on the bed with disdain. Qin. She called his name again. As soon as she said that, Gu Jingze lifted the blanket off her. Lin Che, wake up. Look at who I am. He pulled Lin Che up with force. His dark eyes flashed with hostility. Lin Che opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the angry face in front of her, she gradually woke up. It was Gu Jingze. It's you. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to come. She couldn't get through to him on the phone. How did he know what happened to her? Gu Jingze's eyes were cold. Why? Are you angry that it's me instead of the Qin Qin that you're thinking about? Lin Che was stunned. She noticed that his eyes were filled with impatience and annoyance. She immediately remembered that he had said that she was misleading young people and was an actress. He was still holding on to her shoulders. He looked cold, and his face was filled with alienation. She pushed his hand away. Let go of me. What are you doing? She dared to push him. Gu Jingze was pushed to the side, but he reached back and grabbed her wrist. Why? It's not Qin Qin. It's me who touched you. Are you so disgusted? It's a pity that Qin Qin is already someone else's fiancé. You're still secretly in love with him, but he doesn't know. Lin Che, just give up. You. Lin Che was so angry that her heart was stuffed with anger. She started to push his hand away. Let go of me, Gu Jingze. Let go. I'm an actress. Don't dirty your hands by touching me like that. Gu Jingze was furious. Looking at her struggling face, his dark eyes flashed. He grabbed her arm with both hands and pounced on her. The two of them fell onto the soft bed together. He was on top of her, his body pressing against her soft body. His masculine aura enveloped her entire body. Lin Che shouted angrily, Gu Jingze, get out of my way. You're such a bastard. Let go of me. She thought for a long time but couldn't find a suitable word to scold him. Although she was weak, she was invincible when she was stubborn. She was clearly weak, but she still pushed his chest with all her might. Unfortunately, it was like cotton, hitting his body and he didn't feel anything. Gu Jingze became restless because of her. Lin Che saw that his strength was shockingly great. No matter how she tormented him, it was as if he was just brushed by a cool breeze and didn't move an inch. She was so angry that she raised her knee and directly knocked it down. Chapter 64. Gu Jingze's eyelids twitched and he quickly grabbed her knee. Lin Che was startled. He raised his head and stared fixedly into his pitch-black eyes. Gu Jingze didn't expect her to dare to do such a thing. He sneered, well, Lin Che, are you trying to murder your husband? Lin Che blushed. She didn't want to touch him there, but she had no other choice. He held her round knee in his hand, his large hand rubbing against her soft skin. She blushed and shouted at him, Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Gu Jingze looked at her being pressed under him. His eyes reddened and the color of desire slowly rose. What do you think I'm doing? Of course Lin Che didn't believe that he would do anything to her. He had a woman he liked and didn't they say that he was allergic to women? She pulled at her leg. If you don't let go of me, I won't go easy on you. Gu Jingze smiled and looked at her chest that was heaving violently because of her anger. I'd like to see how you're going to be rude to me. Lin Che shouted, Gu Jingze, is this fun? Gu Jingze said, why? You're not having fun with me. Who are you having fun with? Chin Chin. Lin Che was so angry that her liver hurt. Yes, I'm having fun with Chin Chin. You. Gu Jingze couldn't help but tighten his grip. Lin Che felt a pain in her arm and looked at Gu Jingze with a sour nose. Let go of me, Gu Jingze. You can't bully people like this. Bully? I think you still don't know what it means to be bullied, Gu Jingze said as he pressed her under his body again. His hand slid under her clothes. She felt a pain in her sensitive chest. When his hand grabbed her, her whole body tensed up as if an electric current had flashed through her body. She almost let out a light moan. She quickly pressed down on his restless hand and glared at him angrily. You. Gu Jingze. You're such a hooligan. Gu Jingze felt that his hand felt so good and for a moment, he couldn't bear to let go. Glaring at the woman in his eyes, he gritted his teeth. Who told you to cause trouble everywhere? With that said, his hand tightened again. Lin Che couldn't help but cry out. Hearing this, Gu Jingze's heart tightened. His sexy eyes were fixed on her sweaty cheeks. Her clothes were pushed up again, and her belly button was exposed under the light. Her lower abdomen without a trace of fat looked very attractive. Lin Che bit his lip, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the man in front of him, who was like a king standing high above him. Yes, I will cause trouble, then you go find a woman who will not cause trouble for you. Mo Huiling will not cause trouble for her, but he will find Mo Huiling. She didn't dare to look for Mo Huiling. She couldn't bear to bully Mo Huiling, so she came to bully her. Lin Che knew that she wasn't good enough and was always causing trouble, but she didn't want that to happen. Her luck was not good enough, so she always encountered these troublesome things. Including the man in front of her, he was also a troublesome matter for her. Now, she felt that he was simply her biggest problem. The man's hand squeezed again, and Lin Che almost cried out. Lin Che, who had never experienced any kind of man before, only felt shy and embarrassed at this moment. However, there was a faint trace of comfortable anticipation in the bottom of his heart. This was because his current appearance was simply too sexy. It was so hot that it made one's heart restless. Say that again. The man's voice became deeper and hoarser. It sounded like a magnetic sound of nature, lingering in her ears. Lin Che was firmly pressed under him. He was already depressed, and at this moment, he felt even more irritated. He directly shouted, "Kill me if you want. If you think I'm a troublemaker, go find another woman. What's the matter? Did you turn your back on me when I went to look for you? If I didn't go, you would be whispering sweet nothings with Chin Chin right now, right? Of course. I finally have a chance to be pitiful in front of Chin Chin, but you ruined it. You want to die." Gu Jingze blushed and glared at this damn woman. What? What can you do to me? Lin Che shouted. Gu Jingze exerted force in his hand, and with a tearing sound, her clothes were suddenly torn apart. Lin Che felt a chill on her body. In the next moment, his body was on top of hers, and he bit down on her lips as if he was punishing her by biting down on them. Ugh! Lin Che groaned. Lin Che felt that Gu Jingze was simply an overlord, a tyrant. She was in so much pain that her tears fell beside her ears. She felt more wronged than wronged. Her body and heart were so uncomfortable, so fragile. She still had a bad cold, and her body was unbelievably weak. Even when faced with a man who bullied her, she couldn't resist at all. The trembling of the tip of her tongue gave people an incomparable feeling. Gu Jingze kissed her lips in a daze, greedily inhaling her breath. He felt that his body was shaking uncontrollably. In the next moment, when he was about to completely lose control, his hand touched her tears. He immediately let go of this woman and looked down at Lin Che. Her face was wet with tears, and she looked especially fragile. It made people feel as if their hearts were being pierced by needles. Gu Jing's heart softened. Seeing her cry, he felt a little helpless. He never knew how to deal with a woman's tears. He quickly took Lin Che's hand and said, "All right, don't cry. Does it hurt anywhere?" He sat up with Lin Che in his arms, wrapped his arms around her, and let her sit on his lap. He lowered his head and helplessly picked up a handkerchief to wipe away the tears on her face. Lin Che muttered angrily, "You only know how to bully me." Gu Jing's heart felt stifled. He felt his body heat up with hatred. It was unbearable, but he couldn't express it. Who was the bully here? Okay, it's my fault. My clothes are torn. She lowered her head and wrapped her arms around her chest. He felt his body heat up again. He lowered his head and said, "I'll compensate you." "One isn't enough." "Okay, I'll compensate you with 100. "That's more like it," Lin Che said. She felt even more sleepy, as if the medicine she had just taken was taking effect. She yawned. She leaned against his shoulder, her head heavy. Gu Jingze hugged her and let her lean against him to sleep. He touched her hands and feet. They weren't cold anymore. It seemed that her fever was going down. "Go to sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up." He frowned, feeling as if he was coaxing a child. "You can't bully me anymore," Lin Che, who was about to fall asleep, was still muttering. Yes. If she bullied him a few more times, he would probably die here. When he felt that she seemed to be in a deep sleep, he slowly put her down. He covered her with the blanket and gritted his teeth as he looked at the woman who was sleeping soundly like a baby. Seriously, she was an angel when she was asleep and a demon when she woke up. It made his teeth itch. Chapter 65. Lin Che didn't sleep well that night. Lying there, she seemed to see Gu Jingze looking at her gently with a gentle expression that he had never shown before. His eyes flowed like flowing water. His sexy thin lips curled up slightly, and the arc was just perfect. He picked up Lin Che's shoulders and hugged her as if he was looking at the treasure of his life. His voice was so sexy and perfect. He said to her softly, "Lin Che, I love you." Lin Che's heart thumped in shock. The next moment, she saw Gu Jing's lips on hers. Lin Che leaned forward impatiently. But then, her phone rang. Lin Che woke up abruptly. She sat up suddenly and realized that she had been dreaming. Fuck, why did she have such a dream? Lin Che rubbed her hair hurriedly. Hearing that her phone was still ringing, she picked it up. It was Yu Minmin calling. What's wrong with you? Why did the news say that you're involved with drugs? Lin Che hadn't seen the news yet, so she didn't know what was going on outside. She held her aching head and said, "I've been framed." Yu Minmin thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. We'll talk about it at the office." "Okay, but Sister Yu, your phone suddenly went dead yesterday. Where did you go?" Yu Minmin was silent again. In the end, she could only say helplessly, "I got into a car accident yesterday." Lin Che said, "Why are we so unlucky? Should we go to the mountains and pray to Buddha?" "I think so too." "Forget it. We'll talk about it at the office." Lin Che got up quickly. She still felt a little dizzy, but she quickly washed up and put on her clothes. Just as she opened the bedroom door, she saw Gu Jingze coming in. Gu Jingze frowned when he saw Lin Che. He suddenly remembered what happened last night. He turned his face slightly and said, "Why are you up?" Lin Che said hurriedly, "I'm going to the office." "The office? Gu Jing's face darkened. Why are you going to the office so early? There's something I need to take care of. Lin Che said. Don't go. Gu Jingze stopped Lin Che, who was about to run out. Lin Che turned back suspiciously. Why? What's there to go? He glanced at her cheeks, which were still flushed due to her illness. Stay at home and behave yourself today. Stay here obediently. Lin Che recalled what he had said yesterday about why she was always causing trouble. He must have thought that she would cause trouble if she went out. Lin Che said, No, I need the company to handle this. If this matter isn't handled well, my career will be over. Being Mrs. Gu can be your lifelong career. Gu Jingze looked at the stubborn woman coldly. Lin Che said, Forget it. If I get a divorce, I'll become a mistress. It's better to have my own career. I'll go out first. Lin Che. I told you not to go. Gu Jing's tone was stern, and his eyes were shining. Lin Che turned around and said, I understand. I'm not going to cause trouble this time. I won't cause any trouble for you. I'm going to settle some things, so you don't have to worry about me getting into trouble again. Gu Jing's eyes darkened. When she lowered her head and put on her shoes, the wrinkles between his eyebrows were still there. I'm leaving. She turned around and said to him fearfully. Up to you. Gu Jingze turned back and walked into the room. Lin Che's lips moved slightly. She looked angry at him, but after thinking about it, she didn't follow him. She recalled everything that had happened that night. Although she couldn't remember it clearly because she was dizzy, she could still remember how he explored her lips and how his hands moved around her body. Her lips suddenly felt hot. She hurriedly shook her head to make herself forget the feeling of anticipation and walked out quickly. At the company, Yu Minmin held his head and said, It seems that Sun Mira is behind this. Your advertisement has been taken down, and she has signed a contract with that company again. Lin Che looked at the news and saw that although the news didn't say it explicitly, it only said that someone was guessing that a celebrity had recently been involved in drugs and had been locked up. A female celebrity with the beginning of L had just become popular through a television series. If this incident was true, it might even be a problem for the television series to be broadcasted normally. The netizens were smart. They immediately guessed that they were talking about Lin Che. Yu Minmin was also a little tired and looked very annoyed. Tomorrow, the company will see if they can arrange for you to appear at a suitable location to let everyone know that you're not locked up. But you have to be sure that the police won't say anything. You're not involved in drugs, are you? Yu Minmin still looked at Lin Che suspiciously. Of course not, Lin Che said. Yu Minmin nodded. Yu Minmin would believe her if she said it. She also felt that Lin Che wasn't that kind of person. What do we do now? Let's go to the advertising company and explain the situation. Lin Che and Yu Minmin quickly arrived at the advertising company. However, enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The moment they came out, they saw Sun Mira walking out on a high horse. "Io, Lin Che, what's wrong? I heard that you were locked up. You're out so soon." Seeing her, Lin Che felt that he couldn't lose his arrogance. "Yeah, an idiot like you is still outside. I don't think I can just go in casually." "You, Lin Che, you're still being arrogant. Ha, you really entered the industry too late. Newcomer, learn from me. This is called scheming." "Ha, that's right. Those who don't have the strength just like to mess around," Lin Che said. Yu Minmin smiled at the side and looked at Sun Mira. "Mira, I've been in the industry for a long time. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't use these kinds of tricks so that you don't get yourself hurt." Sun Mira harumphed. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? So what if I do it? Take a small artist like you who's destined to never become famous and drink your northwest wind. How dare you fight with me? Don't you know who you are? With that, she forcefully brushed past Yu Minmin's shoulder and walked over. Lin Che bit his lip angrily and said to Yu Minmin, I can't stand seeing her being so arrogant. Yu Minmin said, she'll fall into a pit sooner or later. When the two of them entered the company, the staff said gloomily, you don't have to come. We can't do anything about it. The company will never hire an artist with a stain on her reputation. They were about to chase them away. They had seen many artists like her who were persistent. Get out, get out. Hurry up and get out. However, at this moment, someone suddenly came in and said something to the supervisor in a low voice. The supervisor's expression changed, and the way he looked at Lin Che immediately changed. He stood up and said, Miss Lin, I'm sorry for what happened just now. We just found out that the police have clarified that it was just a misunderstanding. You weren't involved in drugs. We were a little rash with our words just now. We're really sorry. The supervisor touched his forehead. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He thought about what the secretary had said and still found it unbelievable. The secretary had said, Qin Hao personally called to say that he wants this advertisement on behalf of Lin Che. What kind of person was Qin Hao? In the past, he was a mysterious person whose whereabouts were rarely seen. He was Gu Jing's lackey. Was he someone they could touch? Now he had actually called Lin Che personally to ask for an advertisement. Chapter 66. Lin Che and Yu Minmin looked at each other, finding it hard to believe. As they walked out, Yu Minmin said, What's going on? Lin Che shook his head. How would I know? However, at this moment, Tsun Mira, who had just been hooting at Lin Che, suddenly ran in angrily. Lin Che, what right do you have to change my advertisement? Yu Minmin took a step forward and stood in front of Tsun Mira. What's wrong? Isn't this the time for you to be arrogant? In this industry, it's all about snatching. If you can use underhanded tricks to snatch our advertisement, why can't we snatch it back? Tsun Mira pointed at Lin Che angrily. Lin Che, don't be so ungrateful. You know whose woman I am. You even dare to offend me. You better, Miss Lin. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. It was a calm voice, but it carried a bit of an imposing aura. The few of them turned around in surprise and saw that the person who had come was Qin Hao. Behind him were a few of Gu Jing's security personnel. The group had an extraordinary aura and attracted the attention of the people around them. Tsun Mira was stunned. She looked at the person who had come and forgot to put down her hand. When Yu Minmin saw the person, she also looked over in surprise. Seeing that it was Qin Hao, Lin Che hurriedly said, Assistant Qin, why are you here? Qin Hao was very respectful towards Lin Che. He looked very humble and said, Sir asked me to come and take a look. Lin Che nodded and looked at the people around him. It was a little strange. He was just an assistant. Why did everyone look so afraid of him? Tsun Mira's arrogance disappeared instantly. She glared at Lin Che. She hadn't expected her to know this person. Also, seeing how Qin Hao was so respectful towards her, she wondered what kind of sugar daddy Lin Che had hooked up with. Could it be Gu Jingze? How could it be? Tsun Mira's eyes darted around and she hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, my name is Tsun Mira. Hello. Qin Hao looked at Tsun Mira with disdain. Although Tsun Mira was already a celebrity and everyone knew her, it seemed like she was nothing in Qin Hao's eyes. Qin Hao looked directly at Lin Che, but his words were directed at Tsun Mira. His voice was light as a feather. Miss Lin, sir said that if someone makes you unhappy, he can help you deal with it. Whether it's by freezing them, expelling them out of the country, or sending them to Cambodia, he has many ways to make a person disappear from country C without a trace. Tsin Myra's entire body began to tremble. She looked at Chin Hao with an extremely dark expression. Chin Hao merely swept a cold glance over there, his gaze remaining respectful as he looked at Lin Che. Lin Che was too lazy to argue with her. He said to Chin Hao, "Your Mr. Chin is here." "Where is it?" Chin Hao said, "Sir is waiting for you in front." Lin Che nodded, glared at Tsin Myra, then turned around and walked outside. Chin Hao got the security personnel to leave with Lin Che, then turned his head and said to Tsin Myra, "I hope to hear your apology." Tsin Myra's body trembled. Watching Lin Che leave, she only recovered after a long while. She thought angrily, Lin Che is actually related to Gu Jingze. Why? Then, she felt a little scared. She quickly picked up her phone and called Lin Li. After Lin Li heard the call, she was so angry that she almost smashed her phone. After putting down the phone, she said to Han Kaiying, "This Lin Che is too arrogant now." Han Kaiying said in surprise, "Is she really with Gu Jingze?" Lin Li snorted. "Even if she is, Gu Jingze must be playing with her. Who does Lin Che think he is?" That's right, that's right. She's not as pretty as you, and she doesn't have your temperament. I don't believe that Gu Jingze would like her but not you." However, Lin Li was indeed very angry. She was jealous that Lin Che had such a good man to protect her. Thinking of Gu Jingze's aura and appearance that day, she was filled with hatred and jealousy. He was really a unique man in the world. How could Lin Che be so lucky? Yu Minmin followed the security guards in astonishment. They were all wearing black suits and professional walkie-talkies. Yu Minmin seemed to see some of them carrying weapons at their waists. The security guards escorted the two of them out. Outside, Gu Jingze's car was among a row of black cars. Lin Che recognized Gu Jingze's car and quickly walked over. The car door opened and Gu Jingze walked out. Yu Minmin's eyes lit up. Then, she remembered that this was Gu Jingming's younger brother, and she looked a little embarrassed. But how did Lin Che know Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and frowned. Lin Che looked a little embarrassed. "Did you help me with the advertisement and the incident at the police station?" Gu Jingze said, "I just said hello." Gu Jingze said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." Lin Che nodded and pulled Yu Minmin out. "Sister Yu, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything." Yu Minmin stole a glance at Gu Jingze and said to Lin Che, "You and Gu Jingze, we." Lin Che was a little embarrassed. Their relationship couldn't be explained in a few words. Yu Minmin also understood that some things couldn't be said. She was just a little surprised. She looked at Lin Che and thought that she was really lucky to know Gu Jingze, who was so powerful in Country C. She only smiled and said to her, "Go ahead. I'll be leaving first." Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin gratefully before turning around and getting into Gu Jingze's dark blue Porsche. Gu Jingze looked at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin was flattered and lowered her head to smile at him. She didn't expect that one day she would be able to be so close to such a powerful person. As for Gu Jingze, he looked at her and actually smiled faintly. Yu Minmin quickly lowered her head and retreated, watching as Gu Jingze got into the car. The group of people all got into their own cars, protected the blue Porsche commercial car in the middle, and left the place. In the car, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze embarrassedly. "Thank you for helping me." Gu Jingze said, "It's okay. You're my wife. I should help you." Lin Che said, I didn't do drugs, really." Gu Jingze turned around and looked at her. He said directly, "I trust you. Lin Che paused. She was a little touched by his silent trust. Gu Jingzi said, although you're uncultured, rude, lack knowledge, and have a lazy mind, I believe that you wouldn't do such a thing. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Che wanted to say, don't believe me. Gu Jingzi said, moreover, it's my fault that you stayed at the police station for a day. It has nothing to do with you. As your husband, I have an obligation to help you. But because I suddenly went abroad, I didn't know that something had happened to you, so I was delayed. I apologize. Chapter 67. It's okay. Why are you apologizing? You're not responsible for it. Lin Che waved his hand. No, you're my wife, he said heavily. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She looked at his black spectral eyes and felt complicated emotions. He said that she was his wife. She quickly turned her face away. She didn't want to see his charming side profile anymore. Soon, they reached home. The two of them entered the house one after another. Gu Jingzi said to the servant, get madam some medicine. Lin Che turned around. Gu Jingzi said, you still have a cold. Take some medicine before you go in. After entering the bedroom, Lin Che sat on the bed. Gu Jingzi took the medicine from the servant and waved the servant out. He said to Lin Che, open your mouth. Lin Che said, I don't need to take medicine. I'm fine. Gu Jingzi frowned. Open your mouth. Be good. His voice was as deep as a cello. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She felt that it was rare to see such a perfect man like him. He was so charming, sexy, rich, and responsible. He treated her so well. Although it was only because of his strong sense of responsibility that he treated his nominal wife better and helped her do so many things, she still felt very touched. She suddenly thought that maybe one day after the divorce, she might not be able to find a man as perfect as him. Lin Che's heart ached a little. Gu Jingzi said, what are you daydreaming about? I told you to open your mouth and take the medicine. Don't play dumb with me. Lin Che blushed slightly. She turned her face away stubbornly. No. You're really not taking medicine. I'm fine. It's not good to take medicine all the time. When I was young, I didn't take medicine even when I had a high fever of 40 degrees. I recovered slowly. 40 degrees. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che. He felt that she was lucky to be alive today. I finally understand why your IQ is so poor. It's because you had a high fever when you were young. Get lost. Lin Che raised her head and protested. That's why I'm so healthy. I'm fine after losing so much blood last time. What you're doing is not scientific. Who doesn't take medicine when they have a high fever? Gu Jingzi insisted. Lin Che said, do you think everyone is like you, growing up with a silver spoon and having a team of doctors behind you? When I was young, I lived with a nanny. The nanny was busy every day and no one cared about me. Fortunately, I rarely got sick. I only remember one time when I had a high fever of 40 degrees. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I found that the nanny wasn't there. I ran out to find medicine. I didn't know how to read at that time, so I took a bunch of Huanglian Shangqing tablets instead of cold medicine. When the nanny came back, she was terrified. She thought that something was wrong with me and quickly sent me to a nearby clinic. Later, she found out that I was fine. The high fever had subsided on its own. The doctor said that if I was a child who took medicine all the time, I would have died long ago. Fortunately, my immune system is good. Gu Jingzi's face darkened when he heard this. He looked at Lin Che's indifferent expression and pursed his thin lips into a line. Unknowingly, he had moved closer to Lin Che. Lin Che raised her head and met his dark eyes. She leaned back, but Gu Jingze said threateningly, "Hurry up and take the medicine. Don't force me to take extreme measures." Lin Che watched as he approached. His lips curved into a sharp line. His throat moved, and he felt his cheeks burning up. He turned his head, wanting to escape. "I'm really fine. Why would I take medicine if I'm fine?" At this moment, Gu Jingze directly stuffed the tablet into his mouth. His long arm reached over and pinched Lin Che's chin with one hand. Then, he poured the pill directly into her mouth. The slightly cold tip of his tongue, accompanied by the sweet and bitter smell of the medicine, went straight into Lin Che's mouth. Lin Che let out a whimper. Soon after, she felt his lips completely blocking her breath. The pill flowed down her throat, causing Lin Che to stop breathing. What was more depressing was that the pill had already gone down her throat, but the tip of his tongue was still in her mouth, lingering for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he finally let go of her lips. Lin Che coughed violently. Gu Jingze saw that even the tip of her ears had turned red, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Seeing Lin Che raise her head, he passed the glass of water to her and said, "Drink some water and swallow it." Lin Che stared at him speechlessly. Gu Jingze moved closer and smiled. "Why? Do you want me to take extreme measures to make you drink water?" Lin Che's face exploded and she said angrily, "Get lost." With that said, she snatched the water and hurriedly took a big gulp. Gu Jingze nodded in satisfaction. "Good girl. Don't try to go against me next time." Lin Che thought that this person was really despicable. However, when she thought that he also wanted her to take the medicine as soon as possible, she felt a slight warmth in her heart. When she was young, other than the nanny, no one had ever cared so much about her. Gu Jingze glared at her. "Get a cold soon. Don't pass it on to me. Seriously, don't worry. I'm very strong. I'll definitely get better soon. Also, what you did just now is more likely to be contagious." "Strong? You get sick so easily." Gu Jingze's gaze was fixed on her lips. "Saliva can be sterilized. It won't be contagious. Just take care of yourself." That was true. He was like a king who cared about the family. There were so many people around him who cared about him. She didn't need to worry at all. If he got a small cold, there would be a medical team to treat him immediately. After all, it was a completely different world from hers. Lin Che suddenly felt that there was a huge gap between them. Lin Che said, "Isn't it always an accident?" However, she was indeed a little busy. If she wasn't injured, she would be sick. She thought that Imo Huiling definitely wouldn't have so many problems. She couldn't help but blame herself. No wonder Gu Jingze liked Imo Huiling. Look at how obedient and sensible she was. Lin Che thought that perhaps many people were right not to think highly of her and Gu Jingze. A woman like Imo Huiling was more suitable for him. At least she, who was of equal status, lived a comfortable life and wouldn't have so many troubles in her life. And for a small fry like Lin Che, life was made up of many troubles. It was impossible to avoid them even if he wanted to. Gu Jingze said, "All right, lie down and sleep." "But I haven't washed up yet," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, "You still have a cold. Don't wash up. No one will dislike you anyway." "But, shut up and sleep," he said in a commanding tone as he covered her with the blanket. Lin Che thought that no one was more domineering than him. Chapter 68. At night, Gu Jingze was still sleeping on the sofa. When Lin Che got up to go to the bathroom, she saw Gu Jingze lying on the sofa. The sofa was a little short for him, who was 1.9 meters tall. He even had to put his feet on it. Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable looking at him. She looked down at him. Gu Jingze was asleep. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were relaxed. They didn't look as fierce as they used to be, and they looked much gentler. His skin was so smooth that even women would be jealous of him. After looking at him for a while, she couldn't help but lean closer. This man was actually her husband. It was amazing when she thought about it. Moreover, her husband was really handsome. No celebrity or artist she had ever seen was more perfect than him. Of course, Gu Jingyu could be so popular because the Gu family's genes were really good. Moreover, Mr. President was also known as the most charming president in all these years. It could be seen that the Gu family's genes were really good. Lin Che realized that although they had been married for a long time, this was the first time she had looked at him so closely. So his eyelashes could be so long when she looked at him like this. So his eyes could lift so much when he looked at her like this. It turned out that his lips were so full, so, what are you looking at so sneakily? Gu Jing's deep voice suddenly came. Lin Che almost fell to the ground. She looked up and saw him looking at her with a playful expression. His playful expression made Lin Che feel extremely embarrassed. I'm looking at you. What's wrong? You're my husband. Can't I look at you? Lin Che pretended to be calm as she stared at Gu Jingze. The words "you're my husband" made his eyes move a little. His smile became wider and he moved closer. Lin Che wanted to step back when she saw his suddenly enlarged face. Gu Jingze pinched her chin and didn't let her move. Lin Che shouted, "Why are you so close to me? You're my wife. Why can't I get closer?" The words "you're my wife" made Lin Che's cheeks heat up. Gu Jingze looked at her lips teasingly. "Tell me, why are you so close to me? I want to see something on your face." Lin Che avoided his direct gaze. "How is that possible? There's nothing on my face." "Of course there are. There are so many eye ulcers." Lin Che made up a story. Do you think everyone is as sloppy as you?" Gu Jingze snorted. Lin Che glared at him fiercely. And he despised her. However, it was really strange. This man seemed to be able to be so elegant forever. Lying on the untimely sofa like this, his sleeping posture could also be so beautiful. It was as if he would not move at all for the whole night, and his face always looked so clean. "Are you going to tell me or not? What are you looking at?" He stared at Lin Che unrelentingly. If you don't say it, I'll kiss you." Gu Jingze moved closer. Lin Che jumped in fright. He felt as though he was about to bump into his nose, but he stopped just in time. He was neither too close nor too far away, using his breath to stir up her emotions, making her feel ticklish. Wrong answer." As soon as Gu Jingze finished speaking, his lips immediately landed on hers, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Lin Che was shocked. You really kiss me?" Gu Jingze almost laughed out loud when he saw her panicking as if she had seen a ghost. "I never joke," Gu Jingze said seriously. Lin Che was so scared that she quickly pushed Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze laughed when he saw her running away in panic. Hearing his teasing laughter, Lin Che really felt that she had lost all her face. She went straight into the bathroom and closed the door. Her heart felt as if it was about to burst out of her chest. No, she had to stay away from him. Otherwise, what should she do if this man liked to act like a hooligan? That night, Lin Che almost did not sleep well. The next day, Lin Che quickly received a piece of good news. The discussion about her on the news had disappeared. The police station did indeed quickly apologize, saying that it was just an accident and that everyone had wronged an innocent person. And Lin Che's advertisement was also confirmed very quickly. When Lin Che arrived at the company, Yu Minmin was waiting for her inside. When she saw her, her expression couldn't help but change before she let her in. I heard that Sunmira has been banned. Huh? Really? Lin Che said curiously. Who said that? Yu Minmin said, everyone in the industry knows that Sunmira has offended someone, and the management company has already forced her to terminate her contract. Now, no management company dares to sign her again. She can take on jobs on her own, but the problem is that no one dares to hire her now. I reckon that she will slowly disappear in the future. Lin Che blinked. She felt that it was really quite easy for a person to disappear in the industry. Yu Minmin said, I can tell that Gu Jingze dotes on you. Lin Che blushed and looked at Yu Minmin embarrassedly. But thinking about it, she felt that it wasn't true. Gu Jingze was just too responsible. He felt that he owed Mo Huiling because they were married, but he kept seeing her from time to time. However, she didn't think that their marriage was all because of her, nor did she think that it was his fault. Their marriage was a mistake made by both of them, and no one could blame the other. Lin Che sighed and said, Sister Yu, you don't understand. It's not a matter of whether it hurts or not. But he is indeed a very good person. Yu Minmin smiled. If people knew that you said that Gu Jingze is a very good person, they would be scared to death, okay? What's wrong? Lin Che blinked, puzzled. Yu Minmin said, everyone knows that Gu Jingze is a tycoon who makes people tremble in fear. He's not easy to get close to. Plus, he's so good at the business world. Do you think that he's innocent? Lin Che was stunned. Indeed, in the beginning, she had thought that Gu Jingze was very cold, troublesome, and annoying. But after getting to know him better, she didn't care so much anymore. She didn't think that Gu Jingze was that scary anymore. Yu Minmin said, all right, I'm going to rush for work soon. The production team has accepted a good promotion. You know about the show, Winner of the Nation, right? Of course I know about it. Isn't that the ace show? Everyone knows about it. The ratings are so high that both adults and children love to watch it. I grew up watching this show, Lin Che said. This week, you'll be participating in this show. As one of the main characters, you'll be participating too. Make sure to prepare well. Hearing this, Lin Che said in surprise, can I participate too? Of course. Lin Che suddenly felt extremely happy. He didn't expect that one day, he would be able to participate in such a high-rating show. Chapter 69. Although Lin Che knew that since it was Gu Jingyu's TV series, there would definitely be such a high-class program to promote it before it started broadcasting, Lin Che didn't know that he would also have the opportunity to appear on stage. After all, when the time came, the production crew would have to discuss with the program team on the other side. Lin Che had been excitedly preparing for the program this time. When she went out, she saw that Gu Jingze had come to pick her up. Driving the car outside the company, Lin Che quickly said to Yu Minmin, I'm leaving, Sister Yu. Yu Minmin nodded. Go ahead. Glancing at the Gu family's low-key Porsche, her eyes moved. She hadn't expected that Lin Che was really related to Gu Jingze. She hadn't been able to tell what was so attractive about Lin Che before. However, after spending some time with her, she felt that although she was a little noisy, she was indeed very interesting and real. Lin Che got into the car and looked at Gu Jingze. Why are you here to pick me up? Isn't it normal for a husband to pick up his wife? He asked. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Gu Jingze smiled. The Gu family wants us to go back, so I'm here to pick you up. She knew it. Lin Che felt embarrassed for his silly expression of being moved just now. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. Gu Jingze and Lin Che soon arrived at the Gu family's house. The security at the entrance was still very strict, but because they were following Gu Jingze, they just gave a signal and the car drove through the solemn bronze gate. Lin Che wasn't with Gu Jingze when they got inside. She went in and found Mu Wanqing. Mom, I'm here, she said with a smile. Gu Jingze followed her in. Mu Wanqing was very happy to see Lin Che. She tugged at her and said, "Why did you lose weight?" Lin Che said, "Isn't it good to lose weight?" "Of course not." Mu Wanqing looked up. "Jingze, why didn't you take good care of Lin Che?" Gu Jingze was speechless. "She's stupid. She's always causing trouble for herself. She's either sick or in trouble. What can I do?" Mu Wanqing said, "Go, go, go. You're always finding excuses. Oh yeah, your brother is back. He's inside." Mu Wanqing said to Lin Che, "You haven't had a wedding yet, so you haven't seen the brothers. Go with Jingze." Lin Che didn't want to be with Gu Jingze at all. She glared at Gu Jingze and said coquettishly to Mu Wanqing, "I still want to accompany Mom for a while." "Why are you accompanying an old woman like me?" "Look, Jingze is glaring at me. You two are newlyweds, it's better to be together. Go." Lin Che could only watch Gu Jingze unwillingly as he followed him. Mu Wanqing followed them and went to see Gu Jingming. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, lowered his head and said, "Why? Why are you so reluctant to be with me?" Lin Che hurriedly turned his head away. "Why would I be unwilling?" Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's hand. "Then why aren't you looking at me?" Lin Che, whose hand was being held, stiffened. He looked down at his own hand and hurriedly asked him to let go. "Why am I not looking at you? I realized that you've really been avoiding me. Why? What have I done that you don't like? Do you have to avoid me?" "I didn't do that, okay?" Lin Che couldn't look at his eyes that were glaring at her, nor could she tell him that whenever she saw him, she would have evil thoughts. So, she could only shake him off and quickly walk forward. "Hey, you." Gu Jingze frowned deeply behind her. Mu Wanqing looked at the two of them from behind and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the two of them were getting along quite well. They didn't treat each other with respect. Instead, they were acting coquettishly, shamelessly, and noisy. Did that mean that their relationship was improving? Lin Che followed Gu Jingze inside. Lin Che said, "Hey, I thought there would be a lot of people following Mr. President." Gu Jingze's face was tense. He glared at her and said indifferently, "Why do we need people to follow us in our own home? Those bodyguards from the National Security Agency." Lin Che had seen them on TV. It was said that those people were very powerful. Gu Jingze said, "They aren't as skilled as the Gu family's own security guards, so we don't need them after we enter the Gu family." "Huh? Are the Gu family security guards very good?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che as if he was looking at an idiot. "Don't you usually watch the news?" "Of course I do. I don't dare to report the Gu family's news directly, but there should be a lot of side reports. You can find them by searching on the internet." "Well, I usually only watch entertainment news." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. "You're really boring. What's wrong?" "I love what I do. As an artist, of course I pay more attention to entertainment news." "Humph," Lin Che said unhappily. Gu Jingze couldn't help curling his lips as he looked at her angry face. Lin Che asked, "What exactly is the news? Just tell me." Gu Jingze heaved a sigh of relief. The security guards of the Gu family have all received professional training abroad. The security guards of the State Security Bureau are no match for the security guards here. Every security guard here is a top-notch shooter, a top-notch fighter, a top-notch tracker, and an anti-tracker. Without top-notch skills, there's no way they can stand here. Gu Jingze sighed. Wow, that's awesome. Aren't they very expensive? Lin Che was very interested in this. Gu Jingze said calmly, "It's not that exaggerated. The few security guards only make 3 million a month." Lin Che felt that she couldn't look at these burly men anymore. So they were all rich people. Lin Che couldn't help but look back before following Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked at her miserly face and said, "All right, you're already the richest person in the world with me as your husband. Go away, narcissist." She glared at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze couldn't help but smile. Soon, they arrived inside. It was rare for Gu Jingming to be wearing home clothes. He was sitting inside looking at things. It seemed that he was very busy and spent some time here to deal with business. "Brother, why are you so free today?" Gu Jingze's voice was very casual. Lin Che was still a little nervous. She didn't expect to be able to stand in front of the president one day. Moreover, he was her eldest uncle. When Gu Jingming saw Lin Che, he immediately smiled and walked up to her. "You must be my sister-in-law. It's our first time meeting. Forgive me for being a little busy. Also, Jingze protects you too well and rarely brings you home. Because it wasn't true love and he was too lazy to bring you home." Lin Che thought about it and shook hands with Gu Jingming with a smile. She felt that Gu Jingming was different from how he looked on TV. On TV, he didn't look like the other two brothers of the Gu family, but up close, she could clearly see the similarities. Chapter 70. The two of them shook hands naturally. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "Sit down." "What are you looking at?" Lin Che quickly walked to Mu Wanqing's side. "Mom, I want to sit with you." Mu Wanqing wanted to say something, but she thought that it would be convenient for Gu Jingming and Gu Jingze to chat next to each other, so she didn't say anything. She looked at Lin Che and said, "If you cling to me like this, Jingze will be angry." Lin Che hugged Mu Wanqing's arm and acted coquettishly. "If he's angry, then let him be. I like Mom the most. I don't like him." Mu Wanqing liked to cling to her daughter like this. She had always wanted to have a daughter like this. Now that Lin Che was being so affectionate, Mu Wanqing seemed to be relieved of her worries. She couldn't help but be happier. She held on to Lin Che and let him be. On the other hand, Gu Jingze's gaze fell on Lin Che. When he heard Gu Jingming call him, he turned his head again. The chances of winning the election this time should still be here. Gu Jingze and Gu Jingming began to talk about serious matters. Gu Jingze said, "The trend in Country C is not obvious. The votes in 2 cities are still uncertain. It's City H and City S, that's right. There are more grassroots people in City H. If Big Brother is willing to marry a commoner's wife, I'm sure you can exchange for a lot of votes. I will build a series of OEM factories in City S to absorb the workers here. That way, only City H is left. Big Brother also happens to be missing a wife." Gu Jingming's face stiffened as he looked at Mu Wanqing. That's right, your brother is right. Jingming, you're already so old, it's time to consider getting married. Only when a man has a family can he give people a stable and mature feeling. Isn't this better for your career? Furthermore, you're already so old. Mu Wanqing was very excited when she heard this. Yes, your brother is right, Jingming. Mom. Gu Jingming put down his teacup and glared at Gu Jingze. Now that his matter has been resolved, you're focusing on me. Mu Wanqing said, I think what Jingze said makes sense. Actually, a girl from a commoner's family is also good. She's real, unpretentious, and doesn't have that many bad intentions. Jingming, if possible, I'll help you find a few. They're all good teachers and doctors. Lin Che didn't expect that the president would also be embarrassed by the forced marriage, so he couldn't help but watch the show. Gu Jingming's expression changed slightly as he looked outside. He was speechless. Mu Wanqing thought of something and looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che. Don't watch the show. Although you're married now, it's time for Jingze to have a child. I won't force you. I know you're all developing your careers, but you have to start thinking about it. Do you hear me? Lin Che was stunned and panicked. Unexpectedly, he met Gu Jingze's expression. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Che was worried that Gu Jingze would be angry, so he quickly said, Mom, we still want to spend time alone. For the time being, we don't want to have children. Mu Wanqing thought about it and said, that's true. You haven't been married for long, so you definitely won't be willing. Gu Jingze furrowed his brows as he looked at Lin Che's panicked expression the moment he heard about children. If he and Lin Che had a child, he couldn't help but think that if he and Lin Che had a child, the child would definitely be very beautiful. Lin Che's skin was as white as milk, and he wasn't ugly either. If they had a child in the future, there wouldn't be any flaws. However, IQ would probably depend on luck. If he inherited Lin Che's stupid brain, the future would be worrying. Lin Che saw that Gu Jingze was frowning tightly, so he quickly said, yes. Also, if we have a child, Mom won't like me anymore. She will only like the child. I still want Mom to love me for a while longer. You're still too young. Let's talk about it when you're older. Mu Wanqing patted her shoulder lovingly. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Gu Jingze, whose face was still gloomy. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and calmly picked up his cup to drink. He couldn't be bothered with her. Lin Che thought, how stingy. Didn't I already say that I won't have children? This made him angry. However, in the next moment, he felt something silently approaching from under the table. When those toes touched her delicate thighs, Lin Che was stunned and immediately stiffened. She glared at Gu Jingze, who was still serious, and cursed him in her heart. What the hell was he doing? However, his foot was still moving up. Her skirt was lifted up, and then she felt his skin on her thighs slowly moving upwards, directly towards her sensitive area. Lin Che immediately turned his body. Mu Wanqing said in surprise, what's wrong? Lin Che blushed. No, there are just mosquitoes. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing raised her hand and said, what's wrong? There are mosquitoes in the room. The helper quickly came in to deal with it. Lin Che looked at it and glared at Gu Jingze fiercely. However, he saw that Gu Jingze still acted as if nothing had happened. He quietly drank his tea, his movements elegant and composed. Lin Che thought gloomily, he's simply a beast in human clothing. Just as Lin Che collected his thoughts and steadied himself in his seat, he felt it again. This time, his long arm was directly stretched out under the table, his fingertips lightly grasping her thigh. The rough sensation caused her entire body to tremble. Damn stinky man. How could he be a hooligan at this time? Opposite her, the corners of Gu Jingze's lips curled up slightly. He touched the soft touch in his hand and raised his eyes, as if he was very happy. The blazing heat was faintly transmitted along with his palm. She seemed to be able to feel him slowly stroking her. The heat of the friction made her body even more tense. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body bit by bit. His touch seemed to have some sort of magical power. She really wanted to slap his hand away, but there was someone else at the table. Lin Che could only sit there and move uneasily. She glared at the man opposite her, looking as if she wanted to eat him up. However, the man opposite her acted as if nothing had happened. He still raised his eyelids, looking so relaxed. Lin Che was really impressed. His acting skills were even more professional than hers, okay? Lin Che finally couldn't take it anymore. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che strangely. Are there any mosquitoes? Lin Che nodded vigorously and glared at the man opposite her. Yes, big mosquitoes. Mu Wanqing was stunned and looked at the man opposite her. Gu Jingze calmly raised his head and looked at Lin Che with an innocent gaze. Mu Wanqing smiled and glanced at the two of them. She thought to herself, the more she looked at them, the more compatible they were. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.